All right, here we go. I'm the only one up here. This feels very funny. Good morning to everyone. We're a little bit late getting started just to make sure that as many people can come as possible. The mayor is here, Mayor Todd Gloria of San Diego, or the San Diegan Mayor Todd Gloria. He can only stay for a certain amount of time, and then we actually have to start with our keynote address shortly afterwards. So if I might be able to request that as many of you as possible and are comfortable doing so, just come up to these particular chairs so it doesn't feel as empty as I feel right now, and then we can get the show started. Thank you very much. Yes, this is Building 177, so thank you for coming. As you can see, we have some wonderful sponsors here. I would highly encourage you to go around and just have a conversation with every single one of them. They've got either great technologies, or we also have Cal State Maritime University as well. They have some cadets here who have been very instrumental in helping us plan BlueTech Week. You'll see them in beige uniforms, so make sure to say thank you for your service, especially for BlueTech Week and helping us plan it, because we could not have done it without them. So thank you very much. We have a fantastic program planned for today as well. Today is the Offshore Renewable Energy track for this particular room. Right across the way, we're going to have our new space economy track as well. So those both will be going at the same time. We will have the same breaks. And you can go back and forth as you wish. If I were to have a choice, I wouldn't be able to choose because the speakers and the content today is, for me personally, quite fascinating. And so I'm sure you'll be quite fascinated as well. More people will come in throughout the day. Most of them will be speakers and attendees. So as I said yesterday, we're a Blue family, and I want to make sure that everybody feels as though they can go up and talk to each other without having to feel as though they have the credentials or whatever. Don't be nervous, just go say hi. We're all in this together, and we're just very, very glad that you're here. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Mayor Todd Gloria, who has been a wonderful supporter of TMA BlueTech, and I hope will continue to be in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, for that introduction, and you can count on that continued support. I'm delighted to do it. Welcome, everyone, to this convening, and kudos to you all for being here early in the morning. Good job. Well done. The mayor's very proud of you. I know for those of you who are visiting from out of town, there's a lot of distractions that could sort of pull you towards the ocean, pull you towards our beaches, pulled you maybe, well, Padres aren't playing anymore, but they were worth a visit when they were playing. Point is, we got a lot going on here in San Diego, but I'm glad that you're here, and I'm thrilled and grateful to TMA BlueTech for organizing BlueTech Week. I want to just point out that while I'm here to welcome you all, the city of San Diego is proud to be a full partner with this particular effort, and as evidenced by the staff from our city's economic development department who are here. I'm going to point out Liz Studebaker, who is here. You would do yourself a favor to get to know this woman. She's amazing. Do not steal her from me, though, okay? Just so you know, don't steal her. And she's also joined by Karina Danek from our team, who is also here. Karina, thank you for being here. Together, we really are interested in growing this BlueTech Hub, and our city's sponsorship of this event, I think, is an indication of that. The reason for our commitment to BlueTech is that we're really thrilled by what we have here naturally and what we could potentially grow with some concerted and intentional effort, and you all are a part of that. You know, our blue economy sector consists of more than 4,300 individual businesses in the San Diego region, and that accounts for nearly 46,000 jobs, or roughly 9% of our total employment in the region. So while when you think of San Diego, you probably think of the military, you probably think of tourism, increasingly you probably think about pharmaceutical, life sciences, high-tech manufacturing, etc. We really want to make sure that BlueTech is a part of your vocabulary when thinking about San Diego, our economy, and the parts of the key sectors of the economy. And I think those numbers reflect that. As mayor, you might appreciate that what I'm interested in is the fact that our businesses in the BlueTech sector generated $16.2 billion in 2020 with an estimated economic impact of $337.9 billion. You know, I got a lot of potholes to fill, everybody, and the BlueTech sector is definitely doing its part to help me do that, and I'm appreciative. So with partners like TMA BlueTech, Scripps Institute of Oceanography, how lucky are we to have Scripps here in San Diego, as well as our partners in academia. As I mentioned, we're looking to grow this sector of our economy, and that's why I'm particularly pleased that you all are here for this convening. I understand you're here for a couple of days. We got folks from all across the country and some folks international. That's wonderful. While we are interested in growing BlueTech, as I mentioned, we're still a tourism-based economy. We love welcoming people. It's just in our DNA. I was sharing with some of the NOAA folks, we've been without visitors for about 2 years. So this 2 years hiatus is, sort of detrimental to what we are as San Diegans. We like to welcome people here, and so we're so glad you're here. And this is where I remind you that San Diego's tourism tax is significantly lower than our other big cities in California. So when you're here, you should just spend money because it's free, essentially. I mean, it's way cheaper than LA and San Francisco. So live it up, enjoy, connect, find ways to work together, and let's grow this sector not just in San Diego, but around the world. What I think is particularly inspiring in terms of my support, as Matt was mentioning for this, is the connections that this industry has to tackling global climate change. This is a main pillar and priority of my administration, and so I see this partnership with BlueTech as being actually instrumental in advancing those goals. So the fact that many of you are doing that work, you have my respect, my admiration, my appreciation, and I hope that you have a wonderful week here and enjoy your time in San Diego. With that, it's my pleasure to turn it back to Matt for the rest of our program. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Gloria, again, for your support. Really appreciate it. He mentioned some pretty big numbers. We just released the economics report earlier this May, where we talked about, I'll go over this tomorrow as well, just what kind of an economic impact and potential San Diego has for a sustainable blue economy sector. But like I said, I will talk about that more tomorrow. For now, one thing before I introduce our keynote speaker is that this evening the Norwegian embassy is going to be hosting the reception. And so I would encourage you to tell your friends. They know how to have a good time. I lived in Norway for 7 years and I know of what I speak. So make sure to stick around for that. It'll start right after the last panel ends, which is going to be at 5:15. We don't need to do any closing remarks. We want to have the full hour and 45 minutes for as much merriment as possible and networking and everything that we enjoy about these types of events. So our next, or actually our keynote speaker, and I do want to make sure I get the title right on this. Nicole, you're up. Here we go. So Nicole is with, Nicole LaBeouf is, let me get this right here, the Assistant Administrator of Services and Coastal Zone Management at NOAA's National Ocean Service. That is a very fancy title, but she is one of the higher ups of a fantastic organization, was one of our key sponsors here. And so I will not take any more of her time. Without further ado, Nicole LaBeouf.
Good morning, everyone. And what wonderful support from the mayor that BlueTech has. That's fantastic. Good morning, I'm Nicole LaBeouf, and I am honored to be with you today. As was just said, I'm the Assistant Administrator of NOAA's National Ocean Service, or NOS. I want to thank the conference organizers for inviting me to my very first BlueTech week. And in particular, I want to thank Michael Jones for encouraging me, as he does, persistently, to participate. Thank you, Michael. TMA BlueTech Week is an ideal venue in which to talk about our growing marine economy, and I'm here to speak about the economic and societal opportunities and challenges presented by our changing ocean and coasts. At NOS, we provide the data, tools, and services that support coastal economies and their contribution to our national economy, with an emphasis on safe and marine transportation and commerce, preparedness and risk reduction, as well as stewardship, protection, and tourism. We do that all with the lens of an evolving economic, environmental, and social pressure on our ocean and coasts. As you might imagine, NOS has its plate full right now. Renowned author and poet Geoffrey Chaucer said, "Time and tide wait for no man." I feel like this has never been more true, because these days it feels like both time and tide are quickening their pace when it comes to climate change. Fortunately, there is also a quickening proliferation of ocean information available to us in the creation of climate solutions in our race to resilience. This is why I believe it's time we took our new blue economy hopes and dreams to the next level. So for those of you who are new to the new blue economy, my goal this morning is to explain what it is, what it means to NOAA, and to connect the dots between market stabilization and growth in the new blue economy and our nation's climate resilience. For NOAA, this explicitly includes the equitable delivery of climate information and the sustainable use of our ocean and coastal resources. When we were elementary school kids, we learned that the ocean was about 70% of the planet, and we were amazed, right? We were right to be impressed, but now we're grown-ups, and we know that the ocean, including the marine and coastal industries and infrastructure, play an outsized role in our daily lives and in our well-being. In fact, most Americans can't go a single day without eating, wearing, or using something that hasn't come from or to them by way of our ocean. This means that the ocean and our coast are uniquely important to our supply chain, to trade, and to national security. At the same time, we know that the ocean is masking the impacts of climate change and that it may be reaching its capacity to mitigate the likelihood of a difficult future. Climate change is transforming the ocean and coasts more rapidly than any other place on Earth. The rate of coastal change, in fact, is accelerating, directly threatening the ecosystems and the lives and livelihoods of almost 130 million Americans alone. Worldwide, over 40% of the population live near a coastline. They are on the front lines of rapid change. This change includes movement of important fish stocks, the loss of biodiversity, the protective value of mangroves and marshes at risk, acidification, changing ocean currents, and the rapid intensification of tropical systems like hurricanes. In addition, I do not believe I'm exaggerating when I say that sea level rise alone presents an existential risk to the human race. Now, I've spent over a decade on the international treaty circuit, and I have learned that slowing down and quieting my voice gets drowned out by airplanes, offers the perception that what I have to say is important. So I will repeat that sea level rise poses an existential threat. Letting that sink in, and then committing ourselves to the work of better understanding when and where and how severe all manner of coastal and ocean change will affect us and will affect whom could hold the key to our survival. And yet, despite this intellectual awareness of our changing ocean and coast, despite what we know about the ocean's disproportionate important impact on our daily lives, humans tend to think of the ocean and our coastlines as an afterthought, as a series of highways, as all-you-can-eat buffets, as playgrounds, as on-demand convenience store-like centers of commerce. We take the impacts of our activity on the oceans and our own health for granted. So insert climate change, and we find that our buffets are depleted and are moving, rapidly changing how they will feed us. Insert climate change, and we see more clearly that many of the people in our playgrounds are historically underserved, burdened by generations of injustice, already living in harm's way. All of that in one slide. Now, what if we could tap into the information found within our oceanic highways to derive critical insights into how we might adapt to climate change? What can the oceans tell us now about its ability to feed us in the future? What science-based decisions could be supported by normalizing the quantification of how our ocean and coastal playgrounds offer substantially better protection from hazards than hard infrastructure alone? What if we could fill our bank accounts with wealth derived from the protection of coastal habitats that offer dramatically more carbon sequestration than their inland counterparts? In a changing world, we cannot separate the disproportionate role that the ocean plays in our economic prosperity from the accelerating frequency of destabilizing episodic and chronic impacts from hurricanes to habitat loss, respectively. In a changing world, our ocean and coasts and coastal communities are at once highly influential and too big to fail. We've heard a lot this week already about the blue economy and the sustainable blue economy, the latter presumably being a subset of the former. I'm going to spend my time talking about a subset further, one that's already come up many times, an economy built on ocean data. The new blue economy is a sustainable and equitable coastal and ocean economy that optimizes advances in science and technology to create value-added, data-driven economic opportunities and solutions to pressing societal needs in a changing world. In the new blue economy, knowledge is power, and prediction is king. See, I did it again. I won't do that a third time, I promise. To accelerate the growth and the development of the new blue economy, we must reimagine our relationship to the ocean and the data that we derive from it. This entails seeing and hearing the ocean and coast like we never have before, keeping ocean information, the most renewable marine resource of all, top of mind. Given our role as ocean and coastal data collector, product developer, and data disseminator, and importantly, as public servants, NOAA is uniquely poised to accelerate and guide the development of the U.S. new blue economy and revolutionize the way we use the ocean to meet societal needs. Our vision is that through an accelerated and innovative use of ocean data and coastal information, we can not only enhance our understanding of the ocean's role in the fate of coastal communities, infrastructure, and ecosystems, but that this understanding itself will be in big demand and that we can use it for good. To get this right, we must sustain, improve, and expand our authoritative ocean and coastal observations precisely how and where communities, industry, and society need them the most. In the United States, NOAA's ocean and coastal observations underpin the growth potential of the information-based new blue economy. They are the foundational data infrastructure. For example, NOAA houses our nation's water level sensor network, measuring sea level rise and projecting inundation risk over time. Increasingly, we are monitoring underwater sound and biological information to determine where species are and whether certain species, like some algae, pose a threat to fish and shellfish before they wind up on our plates. We heard about some of this work taking place in Southern California just yesterday. NOAA oversees a network of integrated observing systems, of course that's IUS, collecting data from currents and wave heights to ocean color, pH, and temperature. NOAA's ocean and coastal observing network must deliver trusted, authoritative data and information, and we must deliver the data that's needed the most to predict our rapidly changing world. Like with the Argo Float program that we also heard about yesterday, NOAA's data must be made widely available so that everyone can easily access this should they wish to create the value-added ocean information services of the future. Everything from coastal resilience planning to accurate hurricane intensification prediction to harmful algal bloom forecasting will require these services, and these services will must rely upon authoritative information as their backbone. Providing authoritative ocean data is well aligned with NOAA's core mission, and we are working hard to ensure that our raw information is more publicly available, reducing discovery and access challenges. But we need your help. We need to hear from you about the kinds of ocean data you need from NOAA and about what challenges you face when accessing it. We need to hear from you about where you see market opportunities expanding and where we need to expand our ocean and coastal observations to address communities' and industries' most pressing challenges. We need to hear from you about what NOAA should invest in with regard to different types of data to support the delivery of economic and societal benefits. To begin to gather these insights, NOAA is engaging in new blue economy industry discussions where we are hearing from the private sector about the prosperous future that they see for themselves, but also about the risks associated with new business in uncertain times. We're still digesting what we've heard so far, but the energy and hunger for accessible ocean and coastal data is obvious. Soon we will hope to share with you more specific information about what we see ahead on the new blue economy horizon so that we can chart this course together. But to be clear, the new blue economy is not meant to replace the traditional maritime industries, quite the opposite. We want to continue to bolster America's marine economy, which in 2020, by the way, directly contributed $361 billion to our GDP. NOAA's support of our maritime industries will not change, but I believe that the new blue economy can actually provide these industries with predictability and competitive advantage in a changing world as new companies and philanthropic organizations apply our authoritative data to new uses to meet our nation's societal and climate goals. Perhaps some of you in this room will provide decision support tools necessary for increasing the efficiency of shipping lanes, to combat IUU fishing, to create products critical for the siting of offshore wind farms, for example. Our critical traditional blue economy industries are facing a future with increasing, destabilizing, even catastrophic events. The use of ocean data to help industry and society plan, even predict future conditions, offers the potential for continued prosperity as things change. The new blue economy can also contribute to the resilience of coastal communities. Earlier I mentioned sea level rise and all the people that live along the coast. Their fate, and the fate of those living in locations potentially in receipt of displaced populations, may hinge on how well we use ocean and coastal data to predict and inform decision-making related to how and where people live. Coastal resilience is not one thing or a static condition, by the way. It is a desired and frequently temporary state of being that requires many inputs over time relative to what it is you're trying to make resilient and what you're trying to make it resilient to. Right now, across Florida, communities are having difficult conversations about whether their homes are still safe, their beaches still hospitable, their dunes and marshes still protective, and about whether to rebuild at all. Importantly, these conversations start with and lead to resilience inputs, and they all require authoritative information. Information about the past and the present, but also definitely information about the future, as well as information that connects each bit of data to another, creating more than information, creating insights. So how else will these communities and others around the nation make informed decisions without access to predictive tools and information developed with authoritative ocean and coastal data? The answer is, they might not, or they will have to pay for it dearly. So in everything that NOAA does to promote the new blue economy, equity is at the core. For far too long, entire segments of our society have been left out of conversations, left out of decision-making, and left behind. Ocean and coastal change does not discriminate when and how it impacts people's lives. What does make a difference is whether underserved populations have a say in their future, including whether they become resilient to climate change. Equitable access to NOAA's information and to our models, to where we see risk coming, to our decision support and decision making is essential as we foster the next generation of climate resilient communities. Yesterday, I was struck by presentations about ocean data for ocean-driven work and about abstract science for powerful solutions. I am not surprised at all that private sector companies are leading the way in the new blue economy in many respects. However, I want to clearly convey that NOAA's interests in this space are a bit different. NOAA absolutely promotes the use of ocean data for profit, and there are many entities out there that are able to pay good money for products and services. I wholeheartedly support that. What makes NOAA's role complementary to that of many others outside of the federal space is our interest in providing ocean data not just for profit, but also for equitable prosperity, sustainability, and climate resilience, not as part of what we do, but as our primary rationale. In this, and to accelerate the growth of the new blue economy, NOAA is looking to work shoulder to shoulder with you and with others in industry to support research, development, acquisition, and application of new ocean technology across the R2O continuum. In this new space, we need not compete, but rather we should work together and communicate early and often about who will do what for whom. There is not time for inefficiency, for duplication of effort, and particularly when it comes to delivering authoritative climate services, not just to those who can pay top dollar for them, but also for those who expressly cannot. NOAA is also looking to grow its role in bringing a more diverse workforce into the new blue economy. This week, we've heard about the need for a diverse and highly skilled blue economy workforce and about the opportunities to tap into underutilized and underserved communities to provide STEM and tech education and training for good-paying jobs, and about aspirations for a future that includes everyone in it. Blue tech clusters, incubators, and accelerators are popping up everywhere, each unique in terms of its membership, its purpose, and its relative maturity. In some cases, these small and specialized, innovative companies are driving the growth of the new blue economy. And we heard from some just yesterday. They sort of defy conventional labels and strict definitions, and I'm all about that. I'm absolutely thrilled to see them proliferate, call themselves what they want. NOAA is actively working to identify what we can do to give them information, interpretation, technical assistance, and a transparent, predictable, de-risked landscape within which they can succeed. Locally, these fresh, innovative companies have a positive impact. They create good-paying jobs, high-quality jobs, but like the changes from the climate, job creation can also leave people behind. So NOAA believes that it is precisely in this high-tech, innovative sector of the new blue economy that we have the potential to shape our future workforce with more diversity and more equitable delivery of positive outcomes. I mean, what an amazing opportunity to be part of a developing and encouraging a tech-savvy, solution-oriented, diverse workforce that will see to it that all communities, no matter their income level, have access to ocean data-derived tools and products. Just think of the power of the next generation of ocean geeks, problem solvers, entrepreneurs, and ocean information super users if they come from all walks of life with societal good right in the middle of their business plans. Speaking of society, NOAA is committed to providing ocean and coastal data to everyone as a fundamental public good. But that does not mean that NOAA can or should do it all. We can't make all the ocean-related value-added products. In fact, we are eager for others to step in and fill the gaps. What is inherently governmental is an ongoing conversation. So I want to provide just a few examples of what this means to NOAA with respect to the new blue economy. And I'll preface that by saying on Monday, I was honored to be given a tour of the Port of San Diego. We visited a shellfish aquaculture research facility and discussed how having not just real-time information, but localized forecasts of ocean and water quality conditions could help to de-risk this enterprise, not just for one operator, but for others to follow. That's the new blue economy. And yet, it's a space that NOAA sometimes works in. Yes, we have developed similar products and services when we've decided that it is right for the government to do that. As we heard yesterday, NOAA and partners in IUCE Network have developed harmful algal bloom forecasting capabilities to alert coastal managers to blooms before they cause negative impacts, including to shellfish farmers. NOAA can provide authoritative foundational information and ocean currents and even real-time regional forecasts. However, I suspect that for some aquaculture operations, they may wish to do more to retain their competitive advantage. Some companies may want to have specific ocean condition forecasts downscaled spatially and perhaps upscaled temporally, made bespoke for them in ways that NOAA is not going to provide. Someone else could do that. And as many of you know, NOAA works with federal and academic partners to deploy autonomous gliders into the paths of hurricanes to better understand the conditions required for tropical systems to intensify. To date, NOAA has found that collecting real-time oceanographic data via gliders in and around these tropical systems can increase our intensity forecast accuracy by as much as 50%. In all likelihood, NOAA will continue to work with partners in this space because of the importance of getting these data into our models to enhance our role as advisors to state and local authorities when making decisions about evacuation orders. Given the tight linkages between these data and the protection of lives and property, my guess is that there will always be a strong role for NOAA in this space. NOAA also developed a product called PORTS, Physical Oceanographic Real-Time System in support of safe and efficient maritime transportation. NOAA's PORTS product provides shipmasters and pilots with accurate real-time information to avoid groundings and collisions and to reduce environmental impacts like fuel spillage from lightering and air quality degradation for port-adjacent communities. We have decided that in providing these services to the public, that is a role for us, that it is a public good, and that it should be in NOAA's wheelhouse. However, just a couple weeks ago, I participated in an invitation-only meeting on the decarbonization of the shipping industry. Over and over again, I was asked by industry leaders about what data NOAA has or could possibly provide, and what data would be reliably useful in the creation of value-added products by the private sector in the service of whales, port communities, GHG targets, and infrastructure resilience. Big firms are asking for bespoke, commercially produced products and services, but they absolutely want NOAA's data to be the foundation. I provide these new blue economy examples because I believe there is and will be plenty of work to do, and I encourage us to work together to identify what is in the public good and for NOAA to do, and what is better suited for others. Last example. So I mentioned sea level rise earlier. It is NOAA's job to measure sea levels in the United States. Working with federal agency partners earlier this year, we provided up-to-date sea level rise projections for all U.S. states and territories, finding that sea levels along the U.S. coast are projected to rise on average 10 to 12 inches in the next 30 years. This report also concludes that sea level rise will create a profound shift in coastal flooding by causing tide and storm surge heights to increase and reach further inland, and that coastal flooding is expected to occur on average more than 10 times as often as it does today. Coastal inundation risk and impacts are, of course, intensified by local rainfall, river discharge, wave impacts like coastal erosion, and the state of existing infrastructure. When it comes to what role NOAA will play in providing these data, there is no way that we will be able to provide all of the localized products that will be needed, tailored to the various risk tolerance profiles of everyone who will be affected. On this slide is an example of how Zillow has applied NOAA's data, our support, technical support, and related models to develop their own tool that identifies homes that would be affected by sea level rise by the year 2100. Realtor.com has done something similar in creating their flood factor tool. Both products are created with private sector resources for their own specialized use, but with NOAA's authoritative data at their core. This is just another way that private industry is utilizing NOAA's authoritative data and expertise for customized application in the new blue economy, and it's a good thing. NOAA will always be, it will always be NOAA's responsibility to keep coastal communities safe from harm. However, as more specialized decision support products related to coastal and ocean chains are developed, NOAA will carefully consider where our work stops and others starts. The good news is that our objectives are highly compatible and that we eagerly welcome your input in ways that NOAA and NOAA's ocean and coastal data can be better collected and disseminated to create better business opportunity for you, and yes, sustainability, resilience, and equity. NOAA's vision for the new blue economy is one in which we want to work with you to open up new markets and new ways of doing business, reimagining our relationship to the ocean and ocean information for the public good and with confidence in the future. Before I go, I want to make sure you know I'm not the only crazy person in this room who is passionate about the new blue economy. Carl Goldman, director of IUS, is also here this week. He knows a lot about the new blue economy, so please feel free to ask him what it's all about. Carl, we may need little buttons that say, "Ask me about the new blue economy." In the meantime, you'll just have to look for the NOAA logo. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Nicole. As you can see, NOAA is quite involved in the new blue economy, and I'm sure you found that presentation to be as enlightening as I did. Really, really good work, and it's inspiring, and it's just showing the direction that we're going in this particular space. We will now begin our first plenary panel of BlueTech Week, and I would like to bring up Derek Parks, also from NOAA. He is, let me get this right here, he is the Deputy Director of NOAA Technology Partnerships Office, and a really, really great collaborator with TMA BlueTech, and was instrumental in helping us put this on. His team was very helpful in securing some fascinating speakers for us, and so we're very grateful. Derek will introduce the other plenary panelists, and enjoy. Thank you very much.
I would actually like to see if I can get my panelists up on stage. I'm going to do this a little bit differently from yesterday's session. So we're going to try to have a little bit more of a question and answer, open conversations. So please do come up on stage, and I will introduce you at the appropriate time. Y'all are just meeting each other as well. So we've got microphones. There's no slides for this. There I need not. Well, that's not going to work anymore. All right, let's let the airplane pass over, and then we can get started. So one of the things I wanted to start with, I hate following Nicole because she's such a fantastic speaker. So again, thank you, Nicole, for a great overview of the blue economy and what NOAA's impressions of the new blue economy are. So I want to take a little bit deeper dive into that today with this session. And this is really to discuss what are the roles of government in promoting the blue economy. And you might be asking, because I'm asking myself, why you? What experience do you have that would get you up to lead this panel? Well, I want to give you a little bit of background on the NOAA Technology Partnerships Office. Our office is that nexus. We're trying to be that nexus between NOAA and the private sector. So we're responsible for 2 federally mandated programs. So these are programs that exist across the federal government in different ways, shapes, and forms, depending on the agency. But the first one is technology transfer. So we try to get technologies out of the NOAA laboratories, out from the bench to commercial application. So maximizing the benefit of taxpayer dollars that are invested into new technology and research and development by getting it out into the private sector and generating economic benefit. We're also responsible for cooperative research and development agreements. So we want to encourage public-private partnerships. This is another great opportunity that the federal government provides for small businesses, medium businesses, large businesses that is not often taken advantage of, or not as often as it probably could be. So it's very important to know that your federal government is available for you to work on R&D together in a way that's mutually beneficial for both the government, for the taxpayer, and for the private industry. So echoing basically what Nicole was saying. And then the last piece, which is one that's always the most exciting for folks when you're talking about small business, is the Small Business Innovation Research Program. And this is a funding program. So we do provide seed funding for innovative new ideas, small companies, to really get those ideas off the ground. There's additional business support that can come with this. So if you are talking about an innovator who has been a researcher in the past, we saw some folks yesterday who were in that position coming out of Scripps. You may not always have that business acumen, that business background that you need. You know your research, you know your science, and you know that you have a product that's most likely going to be pretty good. But you don't know how to translate that into a commercial entity. So the Small Business Innovation Research Program can help you with that. There are other programs. If you come over to our booth, we can talk to you a little bit about some of the other parts of the Department of Commerce as well that can help with these things. So The International Trade Administration is represented here. They are an outstanding group for helping companies to get information about export markets, information about export regulations, and export promotion in general. So I highly encourage you to take a look at that office. And there are other parts of commerce like the Patent and Trademark Office, Economic Development Office Administration, and the Minority Business Development Administration that are there to help small businesses to get off the ground, and that's really the purpose. So that is why I'm here. I am your personal representative for the Department of Commerce and those offices that are here to help you. So if you need anything, please do come to see me. So after that sales pitch, I'm going to introduce my distinguished panel here and start asking some questions. So on the end, we have Martin Stensland, who's the Counselor for Trade and Industrial Affairs at the Royal Norwegian Embassy in Washington, D.C. Welcome, sir. We have Pedro Pinto, who's the Consul General of Portugal from San Francisco, Consulate in San Francisco. And we have Amanda Netburn, who's the Deputy Division Chief of the NOAA Office of Oceanic and Ocean Exploration and Research. I'm sorry, I'm getting my own offices confused. It's like, where do you work, Amanda? So I will give you all a little bit of a chance to introduce yourselves and give some introductory remarks, and then I will dive into the questions. So why don't we start with Martin?
Okay. Is this on?
Yeah.
Sounds like it's on. Yeah. Great. Thank you very much, Derek. It's a pleasure to be here. And of course, thank you to Matt and to Michael for inviting me here. This is my first time in San Diego. It's not my first time in California, but it's the first time in San Diego. It's very different from the other places in California I've been to before. But I have known TMA for many years now. Had the opportunity to work with TMA before. We have a Norwegian cluster that works very closely with them, so that's a great relationship. And of course, I know about the excellent ocean research and ocean community that is here in San Diego with Scripps, and so it's great to be here. Ocean policy, ocean industries, top of the agenda for Norway, has been for many years. There is absolutely a great potential for further sustainable growth in the ocean industries through sound management and innovation in the ocean industries. And from the Norwegian government's perspective, we really have to support that potential to be utilized. For Norway, we have marine areas which are 5 times the size of our land areas. The ocean economy supports around 300,000 jobs. 70% of our export incomes are from the ocean industries. The ocean is work, it's life, it's our connectivity to the world, it's a source for food, it's a source for energy, so it's quite obvious that the oceans are very, very important for us. And at the same time, we have to secure the oceans from the impacts of climate change. We have to make sure that the oceans are clean and healthy as we go forward. So I just want to, in these introductory remarks, just point to some areas or some pillars in Norwegian ocean policy more broadly. We think that ocean policy has to be holistic. There has to be a holistic approach to the ocean economy and the oceans. Ocean policy has to be science-based. It has to support innovation, not least green technology and technology to reduce emissions and develop new forms of energy and resources. Many of the solutions to climate change are in the ocean industries. We have to work together with industry, and of course we're doing that. And we have to see our national efforts together with our international engagement and work globally with our partners around the world for sustainable oceans and a sustainable ocean economy. So that's my kind of sales pitch in the beginning.
Thank you very much. All right, next we'll turn it over to Pedro. If you want to tell us a little bit about your background and what the Portuguese government is thinking and working on right now.
Thank you very much, Derek. Thank you very much, Matt, and all of you. It's a great opportunity to be here. I must say that in San Diego I feel very much at home, not just because California in general and San Diego in particular are very similar to Portugal, to those of you that have been there recently. Also very close here in Point Loma, there's a huge Portuguese community, and I come here often. You've been missing out, Martin. It's very nice. And thirdly, the description that Mayor Todd Gloria just did, if you would change San Diego by Portugal in many aspects, you could relate to that. So I'm a career diplomat. I've served before in the mission of Portugal to the United Nations and the mission of Portugal to the European Union. And now I'm the Consul General of Portugal in San Francisco, responsible for California and the Western region. My colleague Daniela, that is there, we're both surfers, so that's what you do in Portugal. You're a diver, a sailor, a surfer. It's natural to be connected with the oceans. And actually I would start by addressing now Portugal, very much by that angle. The sea for us is not an option, it's natural. It's in our genes, given our geography, given our history, given our culture, our food. Together with Japan and Iceland, we're top 3 in fish eaters. So it's something that it's very much in our soul, in our music, in our poetry, and obviously in our economy. Given the current double transition, digital and green, in Portugal this obviously translates into blue economy. It's something that it's not a discussion, it's something that just naturally happens. If some of you were in the United Nations Ocean Conference in Lisbon recently, you must have felt that. And it's the whole Portuguese ecosystem of the blue economy that is together at this, obviously starting with the government. Just to a tangible reference of this, our Minister of Economy, it's Minister of Economy and Sea, just to give you an idea of the relevance that this has for Portugal. But it goes beyond government. There's the private companies, plenty of startups. There's obviously investors and VCs, Portuguese VCs, foundations. And a large example, I don't know, you might have heard of the Gulbenkian Foundation. It's the largest Portuguese foundation. Its revenues and its endowment for decades and decades came from oil. Just a few years ago, they let go of oil, and they have a structural investment in the ocean. But also other very relevant Portuguese actors and civil society and universities, be it from the Algarve in the south, the Azores in the middle of the Atlantic. It's something that very much the whole ecosystem is there. To quote John Doerr, for those of you that are venture capitalists, the idea of scale and speed is something that we are very much keen on making happen and gaining impact. And for that, the connection with California, the west coast of the US with the west coast of Europe, I think would have great synergies. So for those of you that think of having a foot in Europe, Portugal, obviously together with Norway, in the other extreme of Europe, but very much we see ourselves, and humbly, but not modestly, we consider ourselves as a leader in the blue economy, and we would very much welcome and are open to partnerships to make it happen, to have real action. That was very much the idea of the United Nations Ocean Conference. You know, the science, it's been discussed. People are aware. Well, there are maybe some people outside of the box, but the mainstream knows what has to be done. Now it's time to act, and very much we want to act, and we would love to do it together with you. And but then we'll go into the funding part and so on. So I'll stay here.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. One of my takeaways from this, Matt, by the way, I know you're doing something else, but you need to pay attention to this. We need a surfing line for the next event. So I don't know how you're going to make that happen. I think when we're up in La Jolla, just see if Scripps can make something happen. We'll get a... Okay. So, and I'm sure Carl would be happy about that as well. So that's on for next year. We're good. And last but not least, Amanda, why don't you give us a little bit of your background? I know for those of you who were here yesterday, you saw a really fantastic presentation on ocean exploration and the value of that, and we don't have the fun puffy fish behind us anymore, which is unfortunate. But Amanda also did a stint with the President's Office of Science and Technology policy, sorry about that, OSTP, which is a really unique opportunity for federal employees to go work directly with the White House to implement key provisions of the administration's policies. So, Amanda, can you give us a little bit more background on that?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Microphone is working, sounds like.
It is.
Yeah, so for those who were there yesterday, but I do see a lot of new faces in the room, I think you got a pretty good perspective of my background and how I'm approaching this. I'm kind of coming at this conference from two very different perspectives. I serve as the Deputy Division Chief for Science and Technology at NOAA's Office of Ocean Exploration and Research, but I've been in that role for about 2 weeks. And prior to that, I've been down at the White House for 2 years, focused on federal ocean policy kind of across the board. So I'm thinking about marine tech and partnerships with the private sector and across sectors, really thinking about both from that programmatic perspective of what we need for ocean exploration and seafloor mapping at kind of mass scale, but also the bigger picture, a lot of the things we heard Nicole talk about, coastal communities and climate resilience and all sorts of other topics. So, down at the White House, oceans have been really kind of, we're constantly looking at the intersection between oceans and everything else. So in this administration, climate and environmental justice have been up front of every single thing we do across all of our policies and our actions. And, ocean very much fits into both of those. I talked yesterday a lot about ocean climate solutions, and so how do we connect the oceans into all of the climate work that we're doing across the agencies and with our partners, recognizing, we've heard about sea level rise and all the challenges in coastal communities, and I'm just gonna keep.
It's not gonna stay.
Yesterday there was a table for the plenary speakers. I had a different plan here. Apologies.
You can use the chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Just recognizing how critical understanding of the ocean is to actual people, and making sure that we're incorporating that in everything we do. In my role down at the White House, a lot of the work was working across the agencies, also interfacing with Congress on anything that related to ocean, and also engaging international space. And just re-emphasizing what we do all know is how important partnership is at all sorts of different levels. So making sure we're engaging local communities, working with industry, working with the nonprofit sector, just kind of at all those different levels. And we as the federal government cannot do what we do. We are not the innovators. We are not. We need all of the types of folks who are in this room in order for us to accomplish things like the 1.5 degree target for the Paris Agreement. We'll see what we come out of this week with, and the COP. Just excited for the rest of the conversation, share a little bit more about what we're doing.
Excellent. Thank you, Amanda. So yeah, it is striking to me the difference. I've been coming to this event for a number of years, and obviously we had the COVID interruption, but when we first showed up at this event, Michael was talking about the triple helix of government, academia, and industry, and he was really pushing this idea of the blue economy, and it wasn't really particularly well formed at that point. You had San Diego as a port city, you had Seattle as a port city. All of these important places were focused on their economic well-being, and so they were creating clusters. They were building their own economic development as they saw fit based on their local economy. But now, as this event has grown, there's been a lot more talk about a blue economy and bringing together these various components of the ecosystem that's related to the ocean more broadly, so not just for port cities, but for all the coastlines across the United States. And finally, 2 years ago, when the new administration came in, there was an explicit statement that said the blue economy is important, and that filters down. So this is kind of that starting point for how governments start to get involved in these discussions. And when the president makes an announcement like that, I'm not sure, we'll find out a little bit from Norway and Portugal what their backgrounds have been on this, but when the president of the United States makes an announcement like that, it starts a lot of wheels turning within the agencies. It starts wheels turning at OSTP. And this really results in a lot of high-level plans to accomplish the goals that the administration wants to get to. So one of the things that I wanted to kind of dive into is to see what plans we have in place now, what plans we're working on, and how are these specifically driving economic benefit in each of the locations that we have. So I wanted to start with Pedro. So I know that the EU has developed the European Green Deal. There's a farm-to-fork strategy, and each of these contain extensive elements that are related to the blue economy specifically. So how do you see these policies have influenced the private sector activities in Portugal over the past few years?
Actually, since previously to San Francisco, as a consul general, I was in the mission of Portugal to the European Union. I actually negotiated the Green Deal, a lot of all-nighters. It's a very, very substantial package that came out of, it's the recovery, well, somehow similar to the recovery package that the US has, together with the IRA now. But it's for European standards, it's huge. It's a package that then each country has flexibility on how it directs the fund. And again, for Portugal, naturally, a substantial part of it will go to the blue economy. The two pillars of the Green Deal is the digital and the green economy. And for us, the blue is very much a synthesis of these two. BlueTech is a natural recipient of these funds. And in Portugal, as I was mentioning, this is not something that we choose, it's something that it's natural for us. And for some years, I had some people that were friends and very closely engaged in this, but I would sometimes feel that they were a bit ahead of their time. And now, everything is coming together, so the government and the public funds as enablers, but then the rest of the ecosystem is ripe, and so things are happening. These public funds obviously are instrumental to make it happen, but I would say even more importantly is that together with them you have VCs, like for example there's this case of Indico that about 8 months, a year ago, launched this blue fund of 50 million for blue economy projects in Portugal that combined environmental sustainability with economic sustainability, because obviously this can only happen if it's economically sustainability. We're doing this not just because we're do-gooders, not just because it is right, but because it's good business. And we see an advantage in being first movers on this. And obviously in the same way that the IRA here in the US is a game changer, in the same way the Green Deal and the public funds together, again with civil society funds, foundations such as Gulbenkian, such as Oceano Azul. Again, those of you that were in the United Nations Ocean Conference certainly came across these institutions. This is clearly making a difference, because the ideas are there, the science is there. Now to translate them into market in a sustainable blue economy, the challenge is I would say it's investment. And we have a substantial source for it, but more is always welcome.
Excellent, thank you very much. So let's move on to Martin in Norway. I know that you all have as well a green industrial initiative is what it's called. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and what that strategy is, how that strategy is playing out in Norway?
Yeah, I can do that, and I think this goes really to the point that Pedro is making, is that how the blue and the green economy and the blue and the green technologies and the industries are interacting with each other. So the Norwegian government certainly recognize how challenged the ocean are and the ocean resources by climate change, and we have to reduce emissions, we have to drive forward development of new green industries. And then, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we truly believe that many of these solutions are found in the ocean in itself and in the ocean economy and the ocean industries. So from the Norwegian government, there is a clear ambition to drive development of green industries. There has been put forward a roadmap for this sort of continuous development of the green industries, and this roadmap stakes out the plans that the government is making for the industries and sort of supporting those efforts. Some sectors are prioritized. They are sectors with high importance, high potential. I'll mention a few: offshore wind, green shipping, hydrogen, CCS, batteries. There are a couple more too, but of course all of these are either ocean-based or they are closely connected to the ocean economy. And of course, in this, when the government put forward a roadmap and a policy initiatives like that, it is really to support the development that is already going in. Saying from the government's perspective that we really believe in these industries, we really see the value of them and the need for them, and to push and support the industries going forward. More sort of specific on ocean policies, I just want to mention a couple of instruments that we have in Norway that are important to sort of maintain this this very, very important idea of having an ability to use the ocean and the ocean resources and at the same time ensure that it's healthy and safe. So integrated ocean management plans, they have been in place in Norway for a few years now, quite a few years. They are a framework for value creation through the sustainable use of marine resources in Norway. And these management plans, they build on all the sector rules and the regulations and the legislation based on science. They're updated regularly and ensure that this balance is maintained for our oceans and our ocean industries. And then the current government has a plan to next year, in addition to the management plans, develop and publish ocean industry plans. Because it's clear, we think, that there are, of course, a lot of existing industries in the ocean. There are a lot of new industries coming. We need to be more mindful and have a better framework for coexistence and co-use of the ocean space. So those plans will come next year. And then I think also that in this sort of holistic approach thinking, it's an important role of the government to support the transfer of technology, of competence and knowledge between the different industries and sectors in the ocean, and utilize those synergies that are there. And I think really that the cluster organizations are a really good example of how that takes place in practice, where you really get this concept of a blue economy or an ocean industry, but different technologies, different companies, different use, but they come together and work together to find out, okay, how can we commercialize, how can we export, how can we get those new technologies out in the market and continue to create jobs and values in the ocean economy. It's been an important instrument for the Norwegian government for many years to support what is really I would say, an informal but an historic creation in our ocean economy, that there has been clusters, and then the government has come in to support with funding and sort of put a structure around this collaboration in order to really make the most out of these synergies between the different sectors. And that's another way sort of thinking, okay, the ocean space, there are a lot of different actors, a lot of different uses. It's important to see all of them holistically and together.
Excellent, thank you very much. So Amanda, here in the United States, as was mentioned, we had two pieces of legislation. There was the Infrastructure Act a couple of years ago, and then there was the Inflation Reduction Act that has just passed and is floating around different agencies contemplating that. But there was also, you mentioned yesterday that there is the Ocean Climate Action Plan that is currently being developed as well. So can you talk a little bit about how you see those three things coming together to influence the economy?
Yeah, absolutely. So, there are a number of activities already taking place that incorporate the ocean into our response to the climate crisis, both from a information collection standpoint, but also, regulation implementation. We've really recognized the need to kind of bring these all together into one cohesive suite of actions and activities, both to better communicate what we're doing and make sure that the ocean remains up front in everybody's mind when we think about addressing the climate, but also to continue to bring in and grow the resources that we need to be able to implement those ocean climate solutions. So again, in yesterday's talk, I talked about how it's been estimated that about 1/5 of the greenhouse gas reductions that are needed to meet the Paris targets can potentially be met through ocean climate solutions. And so, it's a big chunk. And so, some of the things that are going to be part of this Ocean Climate Action Plan are things like green shipping, blue carbon, biodiversity conservation and protection, marine renewable energy, ocean-based carbon dioxide removal, climate-ready aquaculture, fisheries, and more. So it's a lot of different activities. And again, there is a lot of, we've heard from Nicole and from others throughout the last few days, there's a lot of really amazing work already happening in this, but to kind of bring it all together into one cohesive plan and strategy, it helps us to better work with all of you and across sectors to bring everyone in. We'll need a lot of innovation in order to be able to do all of these different activities. It also, you've talked about the two bills. There's a lot of funding right now, and this will help to guide where that funding is executed across all the different agencies from these two new bills that have a lot of money in them to address climate change. It also connects with a number of other administration priorities. So the Justice 40, which is the intent for 40% of the federal investment benefits to go to disadvantaged communities. So that is going to be a big part of this Ocean Climate Action Plan, is ensuring that we are both including local and impacted communities in the planning and decision making around ocean climate action and in its implementation. The goal that came in on, I think, the first day of the administration of implementing 30 gigawatts of offshore wind energy by 2030. That is going to require a lot of work in the ocean in order to be able to implement that and make sure we're doing it in a way that reduces impacts on other industries like fishing. And then zero emission shipping, which is something we're working closely with the International Maritime Organization on and has been a big goal of this administration. So the Ocean Climate Action Plan, particularly for those from the states in this room, is currently, there's a request for information for public comment to help inform what that plan is going to look like. Unfortunately, we've got about 2 days left of that public comment period. But if anyone is interested, I can make sure to just find me afterwards, and I'll connect you with the link there so that you can put in comment there. I mean, I think there's would be really valuable to hear from this community and how we can make this work in a way that is beneficial to this group and really brings you into the fold.
Excellent. So one of my follow-up questions on this, I'm going to go to Pedro first, is the EU plans were designed to encourage investment, outside investment, not just in government investment into these sectors. Are you seeing that type of activity happening at this point, or is it still too early? And what do you think needs to happen to continue to encourage that investment?
I certainly see it happening. But obviously there is margin of progression, and it's only natural because the potential is huge. But we do see again the whole ecosystem coming together, public funds and government here, not just at the national level but at the European level as enabler, and then the rest is coming with it. But I underline again the importance of the private sector, the investors, by themselves. I think this is good business, so we should be there. It's not just for the subsidies or the low-cost money. It's because it's real good investment. And so again, it is happening. We see it as startups, be it from biotech to renewables, and in renewables to blue hydrogen or wind, offshore as well, wave energy. But just from large infrastructure projects, and some of you might have heard the deep sea port in Sines as an entry door to Europe for many of these renewables or energy sources that we're speaking, to other projects of smaller dimension, but all together is making the blue economy become tangible. I would say 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. For me, it's something, my grandfather was also a diplomat, and he was the head of representation of Portugal to the Montego Bay Convention 40 years ago. So I grew up a bit in this atmosphere, and my grandfather would tell me, the sea, the deep sea, the potential. And I said, yeah, sounds great, but how is this translated into? And now, for a while now, we see concrete, tangible business opportunities happening. And again, be it high-tech things or things so classic or traditional as canned fish, now with an innovative spin. And there's a huge growth in Portuguese exports there as well. So it goes from the most high-end modern technologies to the traditional industries related with the ocean. There are, again, if I would sum up in one word, one expression, it's happening. We feel it happening now.
It's interesting, you just reminded me of something. I was watching the end of Stanley Tucci's CNN show, which just irritates me to no end that somebody pays that man to go eat food and talk about it. So anyway, this is still fun though, don't get me wrong. But he was visiting Liguria in Italy, and their traditional fishing is still well in place, but their focus on sustainability and sustainable practices was really amazing, just to see how at that basic level, all the way from traditional fishing up to industrial fishing, that we're making these steps, which is fantastic. So, sorry, I'm thinking about food, so I had to move on to that. So, Martin, how about in Norway? Are you seeing similar moves for the private sector?
Yeah, and I think speaking of the sort of the role of government to support the blue industries, I think not only can governments come up with capital and different financing instruments, but also play a role in saying, hey, there are a lot of great investment opportunities in the blue economy. There are commercial opportunities, and there is possible to sort of take part in this green and blue revolution that is going on. And I think one important element for the Norwegian government is to make it easier for the financial markets to find out what is a sustainable investment and what is not necessarily one. And I think the EU taxonomy will be very important in that regard. We certainly also welcome private sector or international organizations setting standards for how to categorize and how to qualify sustainable investments in the ocean economy, of course, but more broadly as well across different industries. And then I also have to make a pitch for our organization called Invest in Norway. Just like Pedro was saying, that he would like some investments into Portugal, we would like some investments in Norway as well. Invest in Norway is part of our trade promotion agency, Innovation Norway. They are based here in California, in San Francisco, and they can be helpful with finding opportunities and getting into the Norwegian market for American companies. So a little bit of a sales pitch right there.
Fantastic. You're allowed to do that. That's good. So Amanda, I'm going to take you into bring the panel into a slightly different direction, which is more about that international collaboration And tell me if you don't want to talk about this, and I can move on. What is that role of governments coming together? And this is really going to be for all of you. Just what do governments need to do internationally to make this more sustainable for companies, but achievable really in terms of sustainability? I mean, that's really the key factor. Martin, you had talked a little bit about setting standards. I mean, is that the most important role? Is it just providing investment? So kind of give me some thoughts on that.
Yeah. I might actually start by pulling on the threads we started with here. So, I often think about the role of the government in bringing investment as creating the market, right? Creating the need, because often we are the ones doing the observations and collecting the data. And so, another big administration activity right now is on ocean mapping and exploration. It's called the National Ocean Mapping, Exploration, and Characterization Strategy. It was stood up as U.S. focused to make sure we have all the kind of baseline information we need within our waters, but has pretty ambitious goals of mapping the entire seafloor and exploring priority areas for all the different types of applications we've been talking about throughout this conference. In order to actually meet those goals is going to require a lot of new tools and implementation at a very different scale than we've been seeing. And so it really helps create this market for the private sector to then come in and help us achieve that. There are parallels probably in a lot of different topics in the ocean. But I think that actually leads in nicely to what you're asking about, because that plugs into a number of international efforts, right? So we have things like Seabed 2030, and one of the UN decade projects is Challenger 150, which is focused on exploring the deep sea throughout the global ocean. And so there's this really important partnership and collaboration that needs to take place across the international scale, sharing of technologies, sharing of expertise, in order to be able to map and explore our entire ocean, so that we have that basic understanding that we need to be able to make decisions. Getting a little bit more directly to your question, I think, yes on standards. I think the more that we can kind of make those standards agreeable and shareable and make our data sets all working together is really critical, because we're not going to address the climate change by knowing everything that's in U.S. waters, right? That doesn't. We need to understand the world at scale. I
don't want to interrupt you on that.
Yeah.
How would we do that? Do you have the grand answer for that? Is that something where an international body can come in and try to facilitate setting those standards for data, or is this something that needs to be done through private sector, or what's the?
Yeah, probably, and sorry to keep going back to this example, but it's probably the one that I'm most familiar with. Seabed 2030 has really brought all the different sectors to the table to agree on standards to focus on mapping the seafloor and building out that map. And I showed yesterday we've gone from 7% of the global ocean to 21% of the global ocean mapped in the last 4 years. And it's not actually because we mapped that much of the ocean, it's because we went back to all the people who had data on their hard drives in all sorts of different formats and all sorts, right? And it's because there's been a really heavy effort, but whether that's academic researchers, governments with the data, or the private sector who are starting to become more and more willing to share their data, even though it's privately owned and for business purposes, and that's why we've made such enormous progress. It was, okay, we agreed on some standards, and then we're able to go back to the community. So I think that is a really nice example. There are probably others, but I think that has been a really nice example where we've seen just incredible success and accomplishment because of everybody coming to the table and the really hard work of that group.
I did not know that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, Pedro.
Well, thank you very much. Subscribing what Amanda just said as the government being kind of a beacon and fostering the creation of the market. You know, it's something that I'm very well aware that in Norway and Portugal we're very much in the same wavelength. Regarding governance in general, you can look at it as a glass half full or a glass half empty, as everything in life. But when you think at the macro level, the foresight that the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea 40 years ago had, it's quite impressive. And when you think that 193 countries, as diverse as small island developing states and non-coastal states, are able to get this big picture, it's actually quite impressive. And having served again in the United Nations, I find incredible how we're able to come together and the collective wisdom allow us this. Now it's time to translate that into concrete action, to do it at the micro level. And obviously there's a very substantial margin of progression in consolidating and empowering international governance on ocean issues, be it on the climate change, on pollution, on biodiversity, but also to translate again into concrete actions at the economic level. And these packages that we mentioned are instrumental. And again, I think it is happening. Portugal on its own obviously has its national strategy for the oceans. It has partnerships, be it at bilateral level, be it at multilateral level, where we see ourselves very much as a blue hub for international. For example, the European Agency for Maritime Security is in Lisbon. Some NGOs or relevant international institutions of the blue ecosystem are either in Portugal or moving to Portugal. So this helps also in terms of governance to create a spillover effect that then goes to the economy. And something that is also very relevant, it's at the local level. And just a simple example, but that also reflects this, Sausalito, it's just across the Golden Gate from San Francisco, and within a couple of weeks they'll have an ocean hackathon between Cascais, which is a city very close to Lisbon, and Sausalito. So a partnership at the local level, and you know, all these small steps then can translate into something substantially bigger. Talking about Cascais, and obviously also here matching the pitch. Maybe some of you, maybe no, I know that some of you attended the Sustainable Blue Economy Investments Forum at the margins of the United Nations Ocean Conference that took place in Cascais in the end of June. Portugal will host the second forum in 2023, so I invite you all also to be there. I would dare say that it's the largest blue economy event nowadays, and great synergies with what we are doing here. And just to corollary of the pitch, the combination of natural conditions, talent, and quality of life. So if you want to go skiing, Norway, fantastic. If you want to go 300 days of sun, Portugal is hard to rival. But I guess it can be a win-win situation also with the US.
We have it all.
So, Martin, would you like to rebut that comment? I've been to Norway. There's more than just skiing.
I think it's a fact that Portugal has more sunny days than Norway has. Yeah, I think that's true. So maybe zooming a little bit out, I just would like to take the opportunity to talk a little bit about the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, which is now co-chaired by the President of Palau and the Norwegian Prime Minister. Of course, Portugal has been a member of the panel for years now, maybe since the beginning. And the US has also joined, so we are of course very pleased with that. And of course, an initiative like this, where governments come together, I think that can really make something happen. And in 2020, the members of the panel agreed to sustainably manage 100% of their ocean areas under national jurisdiction. And I think that's That is really a breakthrough, that you can convene all these different countries from different parts of the world and agree that we have to work together according to a set of standards to manage our oceans in order to continue to use them, but also to preserve them in the years to come. And I think that's really a great achievement. Then role of governments, of course, in regulations, just spending a few words talking about the shipping industry and the maritime industry. It's so crucial that the negotiations in the IMO can move forward in order to develop the GHG reduction strategy and come up with measures and agree on that. That is crucially important. Norway is, of course, a large shipping nation, so this means a lot to us, and we heavily engage in IMO. Then additional initiatives are important as well. There was a initiative that was launched before COP27, and with announcements brought forward at COP. It was called the Green Shipping Challenge. It was Norway and the US who came together, and sort of there's been so many great things happening from government side, from industry side, from the organizational side. We have to gather everything together and see, okay, what is actually happening in the industries and on government levels in terms of reducing emissions from shipping, and even some new announcements at COP as well. And I think the sort of regulatory side, the negotiation side, together with these initiatives where governments and companies and organizations can come together, and again, the government can be a beacon, as you said, Pedro. I think that's a very good word. Create markets, create trust, be a pooling power. That is certainly an important role of the government in the ocean space as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. You've wrapped that up very nicely, and ironically, Michael Jones has his hand up, and I was going to just now take the last 5 minutes, if I could, for audience questions, but Michael trumps everybody else. So, Michael.
That's certainly not true, but to have this opportunity, I think, is really good. The Norwegians and the Portuguese, in particular, have got a very defined ocean strategy. The government is, in both cases, putting money behind it in really material ways. And Portugal, the European Investment Bank, in order to create new funds, BlueTech funds, there are several that have been created in Portugal. We created TMA Europe in Portugal because we want our companies to be able to access funding that doesn't exist in the United States for companies. So my question would be, NOAA obviously is a different sort of kind of an organization, but there are things pending in the United States. There's legislation to fund clusters that Markowski has been carrying, and our representative, Scott Peters, is co-signed for that on the House side. And also the ability to create small business innovative investment corporations, SBICs, through the SBA. I've asked our representative to see if the SBA would create BlueTech funds in the United States. There are no funds in the United States focused on BlueTech. I mean, obviously there's funding from tech offices like yours, which are great, but the Valley of Death needs funding for companies. And so I'm wondering to what extent we can learn, an organization like NOAA is not going to fund it, but it could possibly help educate the SBA, help Congress as they're looking at funding for clusters. And I also would like to talk about blue bonds as something that I think should promote sustainability. Is something Pierre Horowitz is a big proponent of this. I've been talking to the World Bank and the American Development Bank because we need to put funding behind real projects.
I think I'm pretty much done.
Yeah, just in time.
So my question is, really from an investment point of view, what can we do, particularly in the United States, because Europe has understood that they need to institutionally help funding. Again, I know that NOAA's not going to do it, but they're the repository of so much information. I just wonder if there isn't a role to play to educate the SBA, because you can get very focused funds based on an industry through the SBA if you promote it. And I know that our representative has been trying to get their attention. So I think that would be something we could work on together. And then just for everybody, the idea of blue bonds to promote projects which technology can come in and create new ways of sequestration or decarbonization, but those funds don't exist today. So funding is so often at the root. I mean, my company is possibly going to set up an operation in Europe, partially because I can get funding there from investment funds that are BlueTech oriented, and I can get access to European funding that just don't exist here, either one. So, that would be, from an internationalization point of view, how do we learn from each other on this funding side?
Yeah, and it is a very good question, and part of that internal, I don't want to say battle, but the tension within the United States, what is the role of the government? How far does the government go in terms of creating industries and, deciding who the winners and losers are going to be? And that's, as everybody's seen, that is a political discussion that continues on and on. So that one will continue to play out, I'm sure. My comment would be that I think there is a significant amount of money available. The one thing that I see is just a lack of coordination. So what you were basically saying is identifying, okay, well, if we decided that for the SBIR across all of the funding agencies that have an ocean-related mission, that we were going to offer specific subtopics that were related to the blue economy, that gives you a lot more buying power, a lot more leverage than we have right now. As it is, it's a bit scattered, and less coordinated. But I do want to let other folks comment on that as well.
Yeah, I mean,
before I get in trouble, so go ahead, please, Amanda.
No, I mean, I would second what you said. The way the U.S. research funding is pretty different from what I've seen in Europe and Israel and other places where you can kind of plan multi-years in advance and kind of have this really clear research agenda. It's just not how our funding cycles work. And so, it does make it that there is a lot of money out there. It's very distributed across agencies and even across NOAA. We don't do the best job of saying, here's all the funding that we have. Like the programs can be very siloed, and so trying to find the information can mean going down rabbit holes. And I think we really need to do a better job of that, of just, okay, if you're interested in this topic, here's all the places you can go to get potential funding. I do think that, with things like the Ocean Climate Action Plan, that is part of the intent, right? It's like, how do we communicate about this all in a coordinated way, so that we're making sure that we're reaching the right people? I mean, there's more to it than that, but that is part of kind of, let's put this all under one umbrella so that there is a much more kind of coherent plan and action for those who want to get involved.
Well, actually, the European Union does have a 7-year plan. Well, the budget tends to be 7 year. It's macro level. We're not the Soviet Union planning our economy.
So jealous.
But it's so difficult to reach an agreement that we decided to when we do it for 7 years to give some continuity. When I was doing this negotiation, the Swedish ambassador said there are the three toughest moments in my life, or in anyone's life, is divorce, inheritances, and negotiating the European multi-annual financial framework. Everything goes. But as you were speaking, I remembered, when I was a kid, maybe some of you saw a baseball movie with Kevin Costner, and at a certain point he was saying, build it and they will come. And it's very much this idea also that we have. So we have this funding through the European Union at national level. And for us, again, it's natural to try to direct it for the blue economy because it's something that it's in our genes. Obviously, then it's up to the private sector to make use of it and make it happen. And obviously, we very much welcome additional capital. And if there is a place with capital for investment is the United States and California. So it would be great to match the public investment and this overall framework and the foundations that in Portugal are very much focusing on this with private sources of investment. But I do believe at this stage we're seeing the combination of a virtuous cycle.
Martin, give you the last word.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that much to add on this financing point. There's a recognition that the Norwegian government works very differently and it's set up very differently for many obvious reasons than the US government. And there's also there are differences with Portugal as well, with Portugal being an EU member. But I can say that Norwegian companies can also use the funds that are allocated for research and innovation and development in the EU as well, and those are important programs for Norway too, and we take part in those as well. And I think it's been just I have to mention one more little plug at the end, because it goes into this sort of funding discussion, and it's that there will be built a new ocean space center in Norway, in Trondheim. It's been on the books for many years. There's been funding now for some years, and it's a huge chunk of the Trade Ministry's budget. It will be a physical laboratory, a digital laboratory, even a fjord laboratory for development and testing of new ocean technologies. And that's really a key part of what the government can do as well, is really funding infrastructure and research infrastructure and innovation and testing infrastructure for the ocean economy. And that's, of course, an important part of the financing discussion as well.
Fantastic. Well, everybody, please join me in thanking our illustrious and fantastic panel. And we will turn it back over to Matt. I'm 5 minutes late, I apologize. We were having fun.
Okay. All right, so it's break time. After break, which is going to end in about 10 minutes, we're going to start with our individual tracks. So in this room right here is going to be the offshore renewable energy track. In the one right across the hall, that's going to be our new space economy track. Choose whichever one you'd like to attend. You can go back and forth at your leisure, but we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. Thank you. It's time to start the different tracks. So if you're going to be in the new space economy track, it's across the way. Let's start this now, if that's okay, to keep things on schedule. Do I have to yell even louder? If it's okay, everyone, we do need to stop the break now and go into our different tracks, just to stay on time. Offshore renewable energy is in this room right here, and the new space economy is in the other room. Thank you. Oh my God. It's going to be a Zoom.
Good. Are we ready? Please take your seat. Can I have your attention, please? So we're going to talk about regulation. Offshore renewable and regulation. That is a massive topic. Very interesting, lots of challenge, and also lots of questions. Today on the stage, please, can you be quiet, please? Yes, thank you. So today on the stage we have Nessie, Jennifer, and Ellie. They will introduce themselves. They're going to go, for a short presentation. Then after, we're going to open the questions. They're going to be in the hot seat because we want to understand clearly what is the future of regulation in terms of marine renewable energy. And as I'm French, I sound French, I'm going to have, lots of questions because I'm very curious, and see if we can compare the European, regulations with the US regulation in terms of potential development. So ladies first, I'm going to invite Nessie to come here and to do the presentation. Are you ready or you want to stand? No, you say you want to stand. Yeah, much better.
I can move around. Is my mic on?
You have to press it. Yeah, it should be working.
Is it on? All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nessie Sumaid. I'm with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management from the Pacific region. I am the regional supervisor for the Office of Strategic Resources, and that includes renewable energy development on the OCS. Oh, I do have slides. All right. It's not coming.
Almost there?
Almost there.
Yeah.
Well, this is the second slide, but the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is the bureau within the Department of Interior that's charged with providing access to our energy and mineral resources on the OCS. And the renewable energy resource that we're primarily focused on is floating offshore wind. Just to first say that floating offshore wind is possible in both coasts, the East Coast and the Pacific. I'm going to focus more on the Pacific. And as you can see, the water gets deep very fast. We don't have a lot of light blue off of the Pacific coast. And so we're going to have a different kind of technology from what you are been hearing about on the East Coast. We're going to have floating technology. Here are some platforms that could be seen. From fixed bottom at less than 60 meters to floating technology that we will see here off of the Pacific. They're just different mooring systems and different platforms that are shown in this picture as well. So a little bit about where offshore wind can go. Our planning process is based on the bathymetry, right? For the near future, we're looking at deployment in 1,300 meter depth of water. Also our planning areas assume we go for at least 7 meters per second of wind speeds, and we don't have jurisdiction in the national marine sanctuaries, and so we try to stay away from that, and so our planning process is really narrowed to begin with. The BOEM process, some of you who have been in presentations have seen this process. It's a staged process. BOEM's leasing process begins with couple years of trying to identify, get stakeholder input on where areas are even feasible. That's the first phase, and that usually takes like a couple years. In California, we started the planning process in 2016, and so we have advanced it over the years, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. So in the planning process, we then identify areas that we first call as call areas. Those are more specific polygons. on which we would then identify wind energy areas for the first of 2 NEPA reviews in the BOEM process. NEPA is reviewed prior to lease issuance, and that happens at the end of that first stage when we have a wind energy area. Leasing happens at the second phase, and here it's a 2-step. First, we put out a proposed sale notice. That's when we sort of say what we're proposing, where the lease areas are, what type of auction we're planning, and what type of lease stipulations are going to be included. Those goes out for a Federal Register notice, and then we issue a final sale notice. A lessee does not have the right to construct when they have a lease. They only have the right to do plans, to do site characterization in the area that they want to lease on, to inform the development of a construction and operations plan that they will then submit to BOEM for review in the last phase. And when we have this construction and operations plan, or called COP, that's when we do the second NEPA review, which is the full-on environmental impact statement, and that's when we know where the specifics of the project will be. And also, it's noteworthy that BOEM has a requirement to have financial assurance in place prior to start of construction. The financial assurance has to be of the amount expected for the decommissioning cost. So that has to be in place before any construction begins. The whole host of issues from biological to physical to socioeconomic are covered in our NEPA reviews. And the NEPA is scoped based on what is expected to occur. So that first NEPA review I talked about was just lease issuance. And because they cannot really construct a project, the scope of the NEPA is on what they can do, like the site characterization, the surveys that the lessee will do. And then in the second NEPA, then that is more a full board EIS, because that would we know physically where the projects are going to be, the layout, and all the manner of construction and operations as well. So how do we get information? BOEM has used the mechanism of Renewable Energy Task Force. That's our primary mechanism to engage. It's an intergovernmental task force, which is, because it's not a Federal Advisory Commission Act, FACA. And so we only have members that are governmental, federally recognized tribes, federal, state, and local agencies. However, the task force is not the only mechanisms that we use for stakeholder engagement. We have several public meetings that occur. All of the data that we gathered are housed in a data portal that is accessible for the public. In Oregon, we call it OraWind. In California, we call it Data Basin. And so all the information that we have gathered is there that is accessible for all to see. In addition to all the meetings, we try to post everything on our website, and just have different meetings with different focus groups, like our fishing community is a very important stakeholder group. Our federally recognized tribes, or non-federally recognized tribes, are also important interested parties in the development to inform our leasing decisions. I talked about all the tools we use for engagement. We try to keep our website as updated as we can. So boem.gov/California or Oregon are places where you can look for what's happening on the Pacific Coast. I want to spend a little bit of time on where we are in the Pacific. In Hawaii, we do have call areas. We're not doing active planning there right now, but there are call areas off of Oahu on the north and the south. In Oregon, we're in the early phases in which we did identify call areas off Coos Bay as well as Brookings. And we are going through more analysis, reviewing the comments that we received so that we can identify the wind energy areas next. And in California, that is where we're more advanced. So this is where you can start to see what offshore wind can do for the blue economy. We are going to announce, we've announced an auction to occur on December 6th. If you go to our website, you can start to see what could happen based on the stipulations, the engagement that we're requiring for lessees to have, the outreach and all of the reporting that they have to do, as well as the auction is going to be based on a multi-factor auction format. in which BOEM has evolved its process to not only include a cash bid, but a non-monetary bid as well to promote supply chain investments in floating as well as workforce training. And I think for the first time too, we're doing community benefits agreement bidding credits to try to help to mitigate the impacts to communities that are affected by the lease area as well as the lease development. So all those are exciting things that I think are going to try to see what offshore wind can do with regards to investments and jobs. I said that lessees cannot really construct, so as soon as we have leases, we're going to have to, survey plans are going to be approved, going through our process as well as the Coastal Commission's process for review. We arm the lessees with guidelines, so they're all on their website, all the different guidelines for everything and anything. And then the construction operations plan is really that big project where we see the proposal. Our regulations are pretty clear in terms of what's expected of the lessees, and I expect that our lessees on the Pacific will have lessons learned from the East Coast COPs that would have been filed. The things that we expect the construction operations plan to comply with. And then again, that's when we do the final EIS, which is looking at the project impacts and really identifying the specific project mitigations that will occur. And with that, I think I'm done.
Thank you very much. So the next presentation, and keep your questions, we're going to go afterward, for, interaction. The next speaker is Jennifer Lucchesi. If you want to use the pupitre, no, you're going to stand. Good.
Good. Perfect. Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Lucchesi. I'm the Executive Officer of the California State Lands Commission. In relation to BOEM, we are the state equivalent to BOEM and Bessie. We manage the offshore lands within state waters from the mean high tide line out to the state federal boundary. We also work very closely with our port counterparts in managing the state's tidelands and submerged lands. So generally speaking, we manage over 4 million acres of state property throughout the state. Like I said, offshore to the state federal boundary, we also manage about 500,000 acres inland, mostly in the California Southern Desert, but about 55,000 acres of state forested lands as well. We manage both offshore and onshore lands for a variety of different uses, particularly for this conference, renewable energy types of developments, from the geothermal operations in the geysers in Sonoma County to the Salton Sea, to various wind and solar projects in the Southern California desert. And then now we are starting to get into the offshore renewable energy, offshore wind industry as well, both within state waters and then in partnership with our state agencies, including the Energy Commission and our federal counterparts at BOEM. So today, this morning, I'll be talking about a couple of state applications that we have for offshore wind, offshore Vandenberg, as well as our role and involvement in the larger Outer Continental Shelf offshore wind strategy with the federal government and our sister state agencies. So, as I mentioned, our leasing portfolio currently includes all kinds of different energy industries. We were, as the State Lands Commission, we were actually founded to help manage the state's offshore oil and gas operations. So, from that angle, we're actually actively involved in a couple of offshore decommissioning projects in state waters, facilitating the decommissioning of an offshore oil island and an offshore oil platform ourselves. We're just about ready to move forward with analyzing the impacts of removing a state platform Holly in the Santa Barbara Channel. We're also just got funding from the state legislature to look at what it would cost the state to buy out the remaining offshore oil and gas leases within state waters, primarily down offshore Orange County and LA County. So we're actively involved in moving the state intentionally out of the fossil fuel and oil and gas industry, particularly in offshore waters. We also have been deeply involved in the decommissioning of the San Onofre nuclear generating station down offshore Orange County, San Diego County, and then we're involved with the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant, both from a decommissioning and now from an extension of operations. And as I mentioned, we're actively involved in a variety of renewable energy projects, particularly geothermal and wind. So we are currently processing 2 applications for offshore wind demonstration or pilot projects in state waters offshore Vandenberg Air Force Base. One of those applications has been put on hold. They're just not ready to move forward with their project description. The one application from Cademo is moving forward. We're finalizing the project description for their 4 turbines offshore Air Force Vandenberg, and hopefully going to be releasing the notice of preparation to pursue and develop the EIR in short order. We're also working with the Air Force or the Space Force Base on the potential of a joint NEPA-CEQA document to really analyze those state water projects. So I think you'll hear a little bit more about AB 525 from Eli from a broader state perspective in terms of the strategic plan that the state is tasked with developing. The State Lands Commission has a very specific role in supporting the Energy Commission's leadership of developing that strategic plan. We have been tasked and funded to develop the chapter on port readiness to help support our offshore wind industry and support BOEM's offshore lease sales. So towards that end, we have a couple of different stages or steps to help develop that particular chapter. One is really looking at the various studies that are already in progress, and that's being conducted by BOEM, both looking at Oregon, the Coos Bay area, as well as California's port needs. Those are a couple of the input studies, not decision-making studies, but input studies that we will use to help formulate the AB 525 port readiness chapter. We're also ourselves conducting alternative port assessment or feasibility study for the Central Coast. This is towards the end of making sure we're not leaving any stone unturned, and we're looking at all the different options to help support our offshore wind industry. So we are, with funding from the Energy Commission, leading a study to look at the feasibility, basically looking at screening different options for new port development within the Central Coast. We hope to have that study completed by the end of the year. These are all, like I said, input studies. NREL is also starting to conduct a West Coast port assessment that'll look at California, Oregon, and Washington. We hope to use that information, again, all to feed into the AB 525 port readiness chapter. And with the goal of identifying both what the port needs are for offshore wind, what our existing infrastructure currently can hold, what the gaps are, and how we can both enhance existing infrastructure and whether we actually need new infrastructure or new ports or wharves or other types of infrastructure along the coast to support that. What are the impacts and challenges associated with both enhancing current infrastructure and developing new one? Where's the funding coming from? And then also ranking those port sites. We hope to accomplish all of that with our state and federal partners, along with our stakeholders and our consultants, thank goodness, by June of next year, where the AB 525 strategic plan is due to the legislature. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, and that's just one chapter. You'll hear about the rest from Eli. We certainly have our hands full. So, as Nessie was saying earlier, we have been involved in the BOEM Offshore Renewable Energy Task Force since 2016 with our state partners, including the Coastal Commission, who isn't here today, but obviously a very important regulator in this space, both from their federal consistency determination role along with their coastal development permit and local coastal planning role. And so we're very, very excited to be at this point in supporting the state and the nation's climate goals in this way. As at the State Lands Commission, we feel like we're extremely in an extremely unique position, both in terms of helping to facilitate the state's weaning off of fossil fuels, particularly offshore oil and gas, and really diving head into the offshore wind and other renewable energy industries, and helping to facilitate that in the best way that we can. So with that, my presentation concluded. I'll look forward to questions.
That was really good. Thank you, Jen. We're going to take the last presentation after we go for the question. So, Ellie, you work for, you're the advisor for Commissioner Vaccaro. You go here. Okay, perfect. I'm going to switch. That's good.
All right, good morning, and I'm glad I get to come after Nessie so she can cover the depth and breadth of the federal leasing actions, because that's always a lot to cover, and so I'll be able to focus a bit more on some of the energy pieces. So as Pierre mentioned, I'm an advisor to Commissioner Courtney Vaccaro, the California Energy Commission. The Commissioner Vaccaro is the lead commissioner for offshore wind. And really happy to be here today to provide my perspective on floating offshore wind. It's definitely a technology that is beginning to emerge in oceans all around the globe, and is poised to play an important role in California's climate and energy future. By way of background, the Energy Commission, it's formerly known as the State Energy Resources Conservation and Development Commission. I've never heard anybody refer to it that way other than, I think, like some of the state budget bills maybe, but you may have seen it described that way. The Energy Commission is really the energy policy and planning agency for the state. We're sort of the primary. We work in partnership with other agencies on energy and climate, but the Energy Commission has one of the unique role of having a very statewide perspective. One of the things that we do and we've done over the years, working with State Lands Commission and state and federal partners, is coordinating around planning for large-scale renewable projects. A lot of that work started in the California desert, and it's broadened since then, and since 2016 has now included looking at the opportunity for offshore wind in federal waters. Off the state. So that's when we first began working with BOEM and really looking at what that potential looked like. And we've done that in partnership with at least 8 different state agencies. That includes the Ocean Protection Council, State Lands Commission, as Jennifer mentioned, the California Coastal Commission, the Public Utilities Commission, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, and the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency. So we've really taken at the state a real whole of government approach to offshore wind because it's such an interdisciplinary topic. Okay, so I think everyone here is probably pretty well aware that California has very aggressive climate and clean energy goals. We've been working hard and fast to transition the energy sector to clean electricity, and we're doing this in the midst of a climate crisis. This kind of long history in being very proactive about pursuing cutting-edge technologies is really all about meeting the urgency of the moment and achieving the policies that have been put in place to really reduce the pace and magnitude of climate change. So some examples of things that the state has enacted and we're working toward. We've had a policy in place to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. For quite some time, and just recently the governor signed Assembly Bill 1279, which puts a policy in place to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible. but no later than 2045, and to achieve and maintain that level thereafter. In the transportation electrification sector, we have very aggressive zero emission goals. We have a goal of 100% zero emission passenger vehicles by 2035, and for medium and heavy duty vehicles by 2045. And just in August of this year, the California Air Resources Board established a year-by-year roadmap so that by 2035, 100% of new cars and light trucks sold in California will be zero emission. And this includes plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. And then also on the clean energy side, SB 100, or the 100% Clean Energy Act of 2018, it's something I think I heard mentioned earlier today, and I think a lot of people are familiar with it. That law requires that 60% of the state's electricity come from eligible renewable energy resources by 2030. And that by 2045, all retail electric sales of electricity in California be powered with renewable and zero carbon energy. And just this year, SB 1020, the Clean Energy Jobs and Affordability Act, accelerated this 2045 policy by putting milestones of 90% by 2035, 95% by 2040, and requiring that all electricity procured to serve state agencies in California by 2035 come from renewable and zero carbon resources. So the state has a suite of climate and energy policies that are really driving the development of infrastructure very quickly in the state. SB 100 also required that the state, that the California Energy Commission, the Air Resources Board, and the Public Utilities Commission develop a report every 4 years, and the first report was done in 2021, and it'll be updated every 4 years after that. And it's an evaluation of that policy to achieve the SB 100, the 2045 target. And the first report in 2021, among other things, it found that the state's going to need an unprecedented build-out of renewable energy over the next 25 years with current technologies that are available. And really putting kind of like a stamp on that is this table here, which shows one of many scenarios that were modeled in that report. But what it's meant to illustrate is that each year between now and 2045, the state's going to need to add about 6 gigawatts or 6,000 megawatts of new solar, wind, and battery storage resources. That's about a 3-fold increase in solar and wind than we've historically added, and it's almost an 8-fold increase in battery or energy storage technologies. So there's a lot of infrastructure to build in California and quickly. The report also included an evaluation of offshore wind as a potential resource. In that report that found that offshore wind adds diversity to the energy system and balances out solar and land-based wind, and also can offset some of the large resource builds that would be required under the goals. So we're really just working quickly on land and in water to really evaluate what it takes to reach these goals. And Jennifer mentioned AB 525. And Nessie talked about getting to the lease sale. We're really focused at the moment at looking at how to pull off this lease sale in California in a way that brings all of our collective experience together. We've been working with agencies, and we've been working with stakeholders, we've been working with tribes, we've been working with stakeholders since 2016. But at the same time we're doing that, we've also are working on implementing AB 525. So AB 525 is a bill that was passed by the California legislature last year. It took effect in January of this year, so it's fairly new law. And it calls for the Energy Commission to develop a strategic plan by June of 2023. And that strategic plan is focused specifically on development of offshore wind off California's coast. There are many interim reports and deliverables that are required by AB 525 along the way. Sort of one of the most foundational requirements in AB 525 was for the Energy Commission to establish what are called planning goals. And these planning goals are meant to inform the strategic plan. The legislation was very specific about what the Energy Commission was to consider in establishing those goals and what they're used for. And so August of this year, the Energy Commission established preliminary and aspirational offshore wind planning goals of 2 to 5 gigawatts by 2030 and 25 gigawatts by 2045. And so these are goals that are grounding our analytical process as we go about developing the strategic plan and the different components of that. 2 reports that are due by the end of this year. The first one is a preliminary assessment of the economic benefits of offshore wind as they relate to seaport investments, and also a permitting roadmap for offshore wind that describes timeframes and milestones for a coordinated, comprehensive permitting process. A very accelerated schedule going from January of the beginning of this year taking effect and having these due this year. We're working hard and fast to meet those legislative deadlines. And while we do that, being able to work in partnership with all of our state partners that I mentioned, but also our federal partners. And when you start to talk about permitting and impacts and as well as benefits, it starts to bring in local communities too. So there's a lot of work to be done. And we're also, the other pieces of AB 525 that I think are important to highlight for this group, the goals that were set also have to be used as basically an input or a key foundation into identifying sea space, or what it's called suitable sea space, for achieving those planning goals. We're underway in starting to identify suitable sea space. AB 525 requires us to use existing data on offshore wind resource potential and commercial viability, which is clearly a really, you have to kind of start there. It has to be something that you can build and commercialize and use in your clean energy portfolio. And looking at existing necessary transmission and port infrastructure, as well as looking and including important cultural and biological resource data, and looking for least conflict lands. So this work, is going to be, as it has been leading up till now. I think Nessie mentioned that we use what's called data basin, or the offshore wind gateway for a lot of our data. This work for sea space will be transparent. It's going to be an iterative process for sure. And it's going to require a lot more engagement with tribes and state, local, and federal agencies, stakeholders, ocean users, continued outreach with the commercial and recreational fishing industry and maritime industries. The other requirement that we're going to be including in this plan, and I won't go into detail because Jennifer talked a lot about it already, but we have to have an entire waterfront facility and port plan put together that can accommodate developing those offshore wind goals and the sea spaces that get identified. And then the last big piece, and just as critical as having port infrastructure in place, the strategic plan will also be looking at the necessary transmission investment and upgrades that are needed, including subsea transmission options. It's going to be really challenging, we know that, to develop transmission that is required at the scale we're looking at for offshore wind, including just the upcoming lease areas. So this evaluation is going to be very critical and an important input into the state's infrastructure planning process. And so, as we're here today, we're really, happy to be in a good partnership and a good place with BOEM as they're getting ready to hold this first lease auction for floating wind technologies in California, and really just want to, try to do this any chance we get. But I think that engaging in outreach and education, and the state and the federal government doing that, but as well as the industry doing that, is going to be really important. And I think that when we look at what's being required in these upcoming lease sales in regards to that outreach and that education, it's also going to have to come with some sort of capacity building to bring tribes, environmental justice and fishing communities, and others into the fold and at the table, because the industry is large. It will, in the places it gets built, it will transform communities. It's going to have generational change, and we have to do that in a way where we can maximize the benefits and minimize the impact. So I think that's all I had. My email address is here, and then also the website that's at the bottom, similar to Nessie talked about BOEM's website, and you can find offshore wind information. The Energy Commission has a lot going on in the offshore wind space, AB 525 primarily, but other activities as well. So you can go to the website here to get more information, as well as sign up for our listserv if you want to be notified of public workshops and notices and those things. So I think we're doing questions and answers now.
Thank you, Lily. So my first question is, I was really surprised. California has a great potential in terms of marine renewable energy, and we're talking only about wind energy. Is there any other marine renewable energy plan that you're considering or developing? You mentioned the geothermal, but is there any wave energy? Is there any current energy? Is there any thermal energy? And so that will be my first question. So would like to take this one, and maybe everybody.
From an offshore perspective, we do have a wave energy test center that we provided a lease off of Oregon, so that the proponent there is accepting technology providers that want to test their units there. But predominantly, the interest that we have received, at least on the offshore side, is for wind.
Okay. Any other plan? Because you mentioned another one.
I was just going to say we don't have any current applications for offshore renewables other than wind at this point. I think I know we were involved in helping to advocate for California to get the test center that Oregon actually achieved offshore, but we'll be watching that very keenly to see how they progress.
Very surprising. My second question will be about, marine spatial planning. Is there a strategy in California, and did you develop, a roadmap for the marine spatial planning, including what will be the next very important revolution, which is growing seaweed offshore, and how you're going to interact with the wind, with the different energies, and the seaweed cultivation?
I'll try to just address the marine spatial planning part. I mean, I think states, they do their, they've got marine planning spatial within the territorial seas and the state waters. From our end, I think I talked about the data basin in Orewind, where we have stored data, spatial data that we have. In Oregon, we're changing the process a little bit. We're actually including, with our partnership with our NOAA family, they are going to help us with their marine spatial planning tool to help refine how we do wind energy areas offshore Oregon. So there's a bit of work that's happening there using NOAA's marine spatial planning tool. And I forget what the other question was.
Yeah, and the next question, maybe for you, Ellie, because you're working as an advisor for a commissioner. I know that in Europe it's very strict, and the regulation is almost pretty much, even more complicated than yours in California. But the first step, we know when we want to go offshore, we look at, with an holistic view at all the possibilities. And these possibilities, they should take into account the environment, and you mentioned that, and you're working, on the environment, and this is an important point. You're working with the local communities, and I think, this is also very an important point. But the next step will be also to make a full assessment of all the resources, because again, the marine spatial planning is a key factor, because in the zones, in the coastal zones, there's a lot of interaction with fisheries, with traffic, with tourism, and also with offshore cultivation. So what would be, the midterm and long-term vision for California when you're advising a commissioner, and what would be your recommendation in terms of how we're going to set up the ground, for these future possibilities?
Yeah, so I think what Nessie was mentioning with the data basin gateway that California has, I think there's over 700 data sets that have been added to this platform. It's a mapping platform that's designed to be stakeholder driven mostly, and transparent, because you can download data. There's rules on how the data needs to be explained and categorized that's on there. And a lot of that was developed in preparation for the first call areas that were there. It's not a formal marine spatial planning exercise, similar to some of the work that we did in the desert when we were looking at multiple renewable technologies in the desert, but also trying to find the best places to conserve areas. What we're doing in the ocean's a little different. It's not quite at that same level, but in AB 525, we're required to identify suitable sea spaces for 25 gigawatts of offshore wind. And AB 525 explains that is supposed to feed into future leasing rounds by the federal government for areas. And so we're going to we've already been building off of what's been collected onto that database and website to begin the evaluation to find additional spaces to accommodate the 25 gigawatts essentially. And that's going to include all of the stakeholders that you just kind of mentioned, and ocean users as well as the local community. So there's a lot more work to be done. I don't know if it's going to look like, it's above my pay grade to say we're going to do marine spatial planning the way I think that it gets defined, but it's still going to feel and look a lot like doing that marine spatial planning. The complicated part in the desert that I can relate here is that in the desert, we ended up doing a really large land use plan for 22.5 million acres. And we did that because we were looking at developing renewable energy. But there's a lot more things happening in the desert. There's a lot more priorities in the desert. And it really turned into, it was because of the renewable energy that the feds and the states and local counties wanted to start doing this more master planning and land use planning because of this one type of development. But I think that doing broad planning exercises and looking broad is really important when you're looking at large infrastructure, because it allows you to see a lot of the different competing uses and priorities and other things.
Very interesting. Jennifer, you mentioned, the decommissioning of platform and oil rigs. What is the vision of the Californian strategy in terms of switching from fossil oil-based energy towards the renewable? Do you consider that you need to involve, the oil and gas industry and to be the drivers force, for transitioning, to this energy? And to what extent, the regulation will help, the oil and gas industry to dive into the renewables?
I think that you're already starting to see that in California. A lot of the oil and gas operators that we primarily deal with in the offshore space, they are already starting to change up their organization and future business models to either focus on decommissioning aspects. Not only is California looking at decommissioning the offshore oil and gas infrastructure in state waters, but BOEM is starting their programmatic EIS to decommission, I think, 8 platforms in federal waters in the Santa Barbara Channel. So there is already that shift towards kind of end of life of this offshore infrastructure for oil and gas operations. So that coupled with the governor's and the legislature's vision of transitioning oil and gas production and terminating a lot of that by 2045 is also driving a lot of the regulatory approaches and strategies on the onshore. So you're also seeing oil and gas companies looking at other operations, not just renewables, but carbon capture and sequestration and other opportunities as well. So I think that the big broad sweep of climate goals and legislation that's passed in furtherance of those goals has really driven, at least in the industry in California, to look at different options.
Excellent. Nessie, you mentioned that you were working, with Oregon and Hawaii State. How do you correlate, the different views, and how do you articulate, the regulatory aspects and the regulations? Is there any common commissions that you're developing? How do you work with your, the other states?
Yeah, I mean, the process is national, right? We do the same thing with regards to leasing if there's a competitive interest. I think that we work very closely with the states, and so the task force is formed at the request of the state. In California, as we have in Oregon, we have a renewable energy task force. So that's really the focus of our collaboration with the state agencies, and that's where we bring people. We have the same data gathering portal in Oregon. So I think we're trying to be consistent. Obviously, the stakeholders will have different interests, right? We'll have Native Hawaiians versus federally and non-federally recognized tribes in the mainland. But commercial fishing is in all of the states. We will have viewshed issues. So I think the potential impacts and the category of issues are going to be very similar. It's just the parties that will see those potential impacts would be different. But there's a consistency in the BOEM process that we apply in all the states.
And before I take a question from the audience, another question about the federal government. How do you interact with the federal? Because we heard a lot about NOAA and their vision, and I think they're very helpful in terms of perspective. But how do you deal with the federal rules versus the state rules in terms of regulation for this future renewable energy? Maybe each of you, before we jump with the public questions.
I think BOEM has the administration has a very aggressive floating offshore wind target. In addition to having 30 gigawatts by 2030, there's 15 gigawatts of floating by 2035. BOEM is the regulatory agency that is charged with providing access to the OCS. And so within that, we work with our federal partners. There are consultations on different federal species, the act that we will, we coordinate with the Fish and Wildlife folks, with NOAA, and then at the state side, we also. So there's a coordination both at the federal and then through our relationship with the states. We have really had a very good relationship with California. I think from day one, we were planning this together, and I foresee that going forward, when we have projects, we're going to be continuing to be joined at the hip, and we'll make sure that these projects are done, in an environmentally responsible way.
The Energy Commission coordinates quite often with federal agencies. A lot of the times through the Department of Interior, and then the bureaus and the agencies that fall under DOI, and that's on land, and that's in the water, and that's even in structures and homes, because the federal government's really an important partner when it comes to even energy efficiency and our transportation goals. So there's lots of partnerships there, and I think as long as the door is open to have that dialogue and that partnership, the state is always ready to do that and partner and look for ways to whether it's look for ways to make implementing regulations simpler and more efficient, or if it's funding opportunities, it's been there. So I think we're always ready to partner and achieve our goals alongside those federal goals. So when those match up, it's really, it makes it simple.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Nessie and Eli said. I think the only thing I would add to that is, I think especially in the last 4 years, between our relationship with the federal government, our relationship with our state partners as well, it's been an all hands on deck. I think we all realize the climate crisis that we're in, and that it is going to take really close coordination and collaboration to actually build the infrastructure and build this new industry up. And government as a whole has always been a lot better at saying, I think, no, than actually building new things, especially of late. And that is not the vision that we have now as, I think, a collective whole. And so it's all about all hands on deck. And in my 20 years of working for state government, I have never seen this level and intensity of coordination, collaboration that I have seen over the last 4 years. And it gives me a lot of hope and inspiration in that regards.
Very cool. I hope you can develop more than the wind energy, because there's so many possibilities, in California. Now we're going to take questions from the audience. We have 5 minutes. So I'm going to ask you to come in the middle, to state your name, function, and ask your question. Roy, I was sure you will be the first one.
Oh, hello. Can you hear it? Is it on? I'm Roy Robinson from Excipio Energy, and I have a kind of a straightforward question. Let's assume I had won the $1 billion in the lotto a couple of weeks ago, and I wanted to go build the wind farm, offshore wind farm. In Portugal, they're doing the wind flow to Atlantic. Just got done fully commissioning it. They announced it, I think, in 2017, and now it's online in 4 or 5 years. By the BOEM process, it would be 10 years before I found out even if I could do it. So why would I come here and not go to Europe or Brazil or someplace else where I didn't have to wait 10 years to do my project? What is it they do different than we do here?
Well, that's a business decision, right, where you go. But I think...
I'm talking about the regulatory, how long it takes to get it permitted and put in.
Yeah, and I think once we have a lease out, then I think the onus goes into the lessees. It's as quickly as you can get your surveys, approve your plans, as quickly as you can submit a complete construction and operations plan, and then we will do the environmental impact statement. So we put
the NEPA process of 3 more years.
Boy,
yeah,
one question.
Yeah, I mean, there is a process. There is a NEPA. It is just the nature of it. But, just so, we put all those timeframes up there, but really, once you have a lease, the speed of development depends on how responsive the lessees are. Because I think the agencies will do our darndest to get it going.
We're going to have the occasion, to come back, during the next sessions, on this type of issue or, problem. You next.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. So I'm Greg Murphy with Blue Economy Strategies. I just want to congratulate all 3 of the agencies that are up here for doing the work that you do. It's really important. And I remember, especially with State Lands Commission, Jennifer, under your leadership, as well as State Controller Betty Yee, being so open to innovative ideas, whether it's marine spatial planning with the Port of San Diego, whether it's offshore wind and many other things too. Just the openness of your agency, I think, has been really felt. And now we're at this point, you mentioned 4 years ago how so much has happened. Now we're at this inflection point where there is a lot more happening. There's a lot more going to happen. And I've heard the really ambitious goals that all 3 of your agencies have put forward for California's leadership, for the federal government's leadership. And it's a huge undertaking. So I think in this room, you have a group of engineers, scientists, entrepreneurs, investors, innovators, policymakers, public affairs professionals that want to help, right? And we're all in this together. None of us are getting out of this alive. So my question to you all is, what can we do to help? You've already got a lot of plans. How can we help you implement?
That's a good question. And that leads, to Don, questions, this morning. So, well, the government, representing, local government, say, well, we want to be part of this, but how can we interact, with the private and the investors? And so he's asking you the same question. I don't know if we have, the time, to answer that in 2 minutes, but maybe in the most of an answer.
I mean, we all operate public processes, right? So I mean, and thanks for the kind words and the tee up. But we all operate public processes, so there's the ways to engage there. But that's not always going to meet the mark, right? The public process is what it is. We also very open door and transparent, and that's why I put my email address up there. You can come find me. We try to build as much coalition as we can, and that we really can't have the latitude to do as a state agency. But I think really engaging in the AB 525 process is going to be important, so that plan, when it's done, is something that's you can implement and something that doesn't sit on a shelf, but it can go forward. And I think there's going to be key things in there. They're going to be really important, whether it's engineering, like you talked about, on the technical side, but there's going to be a lot of need for capacity building and providing capacity to local communities. So if there's foundations and funds around those kind of things, I think those parts are going to be really important. It's not going to go really fast, but it's going to feel really busy for a long time. And so I think having resources in place definitely are going to be something that's important.
And I really think that what our friends, from TMA doing is very essential, because bringing the different key stakeholders together, public-private partnership is essential. And especially, when we look to the energy transition and the marine renewable energy, nothing could be achieved, by himself or by ourselves. So it's a teamwork, and we need, to regroup, all the energies and the willing of making it happen. If not, there will be no future, for these type of projects.
Yeah.
Last word.
I just have two things that I want to announce. So BOEM just issued its solicitation for study ideas. The other part of BOEM also does studies. So if there are certain studies that those can come in more complete. So those are two notices that are out that you might be interested in.
I would just add, and this goes to the first question that we got, and also to Greg's comment and question, is the elephant in the room is California's regulatory environment and framework, and it's complicated and it's a lot, but that's because we have such unique stakeholders with our tribal governments, our environmental justice communities, our local communities, and our environment, our beautiful coastline and all of that. So those rules are in place for reasons, but I think that if industry can focus on both establishing relationships, as Eli was saying, with us as the regulators, as the state agencies, in addition to our public processes, as well as working closely with the local communities, our goal, and this is the state's goal, is to really use this new industry to not only build offshore wind and meet our climate goals, but also to start creating benefits and uplifting our local and environmental justice and our tribal communities in ways where they weren't uplifted in the traditional extraction industry. And so that finding those connections, those themes to help us do our job would be really helpful as well. So with that, thank you.
No, thank you. It's very important to have state representative on the stage saying we're open for business. So take the time and talk to them, and I think we can make it happen. I'm going to call for the next panel. So we'll have the time to make the transition. If you're on the next panel, please join me on the stage. And we continue with offshore renewable energy. Lydia? You speak French? We have only 3 presentations. Is that correct? So you said it? You have one? You have one? And you have one? There should be 4.
There's only 3 in my folder.
So which one do you have?
I don't know who to.
So do you have Lydia's presentation? Yeah. We have to go there, and see what the missing one.
I'll do next.
We're ready. Sorry, there was a technical issue. So we're going to start. Take your seat, please. And we're going to start your presentation with Talia Kruger. So please, could you please make it? Yeah, thank you. Can we have some silence, please? No? Okay. Maybe you want to come on stage, continue conversation? No, please, come on. Could you be quiet? Thank you. Sorry for that. You go, Talia.
Okay, so I think that I need to introduce myself. Good morning, everybody. Excited to be in BlueTech Week. I hope that you have been listening to the other panelists and keynote speakers, and I'm really thrilled to be participating in this event. My name is Talia Kruger. I am a naval architect, currently doing a job as Senior Business Development Manager for Principal Power. So Principal Power is not a developer, but we can say a lot about how we can facilitate an integrated approach to offshore renewable energy. Oh, this is the, okay, I think that this work?
It's frozen.
Okay, so who we are? Principal Power is a California-based company, a small company and young company, but very strong in the market. We were founded in 2007 in California, and currently we do have offices in, headquarters are in San Francisco, in San Francisco area, in Emeryville. We do have offices in Portugal, have offices in Japan, in the UK, France, and Texas, where I am based from in Houston. Since June, we have an office also over there. 120 very strong, technically savvy people that are working precisely to promote floating wind. So there is a lot of backup in terms of our history and how we reached the level that we have reached. So we see ourselves as a contributor to the whole life cycle of the wind farms. So from concept studies to pre-feeds, feeds, and then ending up into operation. Through the life cycle, it means how we back up the support that we give to the companies is because we do have the experience. And the story is coming from the fact that we have visionary leaders in our company that were looking to promote floating wind starting in California and in Oregon with unsolicited bids. But at the time, there was no the regulatory framework, there was no the policy there, so that's why the company needed to look elsewhere. And I was very glad listening to the Portugal presentation, the Portugal representative presentation about what they did. And we found the first takers in Portugal, and we do have two projects. One in Portugal that it is spinning and producing electricity, and the other one off the coast of Aberdeen. So whenever I show the videos, they ask me, is this for real? I say, yeah, that is the real thing, working, spinning out down. So I would like to frame it whenever I was given the topic. For me was how we frame it. What is the significance that my company and myself have in this whole energy basket on all the things that we are doing. So I found a very interesting report produced by Clean Technica, where it's saying that in order to achieve that 100% energy, renewable energy in the US, will allow us to cope up with the commitments from COP 21 in keeping the temperature rising for 1.5 centigrades. Those are the goals. But this is aspirational, 100% renewable energy in the US by 2050. And I just want to think about this. This is a long-term vision, yeah? What does it mean? In terms of California, since we are in California, I also found this very interesting graph that allows me to ground myself, because I'm seeing everything on the lenses, from the lenses of floating wind. And for me, everything. So I am a naval architect, so I see floating as fascinating and engaging. But then this gives me the right perspective to see what is the role that we play in the energy production. And Clean Technica provided this roadmap to achieve 100% by 2050 based on existing technology. So we saw it there that our contribution, floating, is about 10%. These are, of course, they are just scenarios. Now, are they realistic? How we are going to achieve those? But then I saw this graph also, which telling me that energy consumption is increasing all the time. It's not decreasing. And it's not only in the developing countries, and it's not only the US, Europe, but everywhere. Everybody needs energy. So the energy consumption has increased 79% between 2018, and it's expected to do so till 2050. And renewables are the fastest growing energy source, surpassing oil and gas to become the most used source of energy. Let's see, but we still have a lot to do. Now, going back, that was my view on the long term, 2050. We do have goals that are 2030. 2030 is just around the corner. And I just looking into what is needed to achieve these goals by 2030. And this is what it is needed for floating, yeah? You see over there that we need 2,100 wind turbines on the water, 2,100 foundations. How many vessels? How many workforce is going to be needed? How many jobs are going to be created? And then how many cables and how many port infrastructure? And I'm talking not only about floating, but also fixed, whatever is needed, yeah? And then what are the challenges? We hear about the efforts that were done by BOEME and the California Energy Commission and the Land Commission and so on. And we see that those efforts shows all the challenges that we are going to be facing, and at the same time, all the opportunities. I consider that these are our generation, the opportunity of our generation. And what we see in here is what we have done. This is our contribution, principal power. Yeah, it was not working, the video. Yeah, it's working now. Okay, but I have very little time, so I'm gonna, this is the real video, the real installation integration with the wind tower. And this is, if you see there, that is offshore of the coast of Aberdeen, Kincardine project. And also we do this in terms of innovation, using innovation and technology. So this is the list of all the projects that we have been participating in order to have LCOE, to lower the LCOE. So this is our solution, and this was a small contribution, as we saw, in terms of the whole picture of what is needed to have blue economy.
Thank you, Talia. Very nice pictures and very interesting, discussion in perspective with all the information you gave us. Jonah, you next.
Okay. Go. Good morning. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for the introduction. And I'm going to focus my remarks today on how we are driving the floating wind revolution at Mainstream Renewable Power and why we see floating wind as such a big part of the blue economy, not only here in the US, but around the world. But first, let me say a few words about Mainstream and our journey on this revolution. Does work. So Mainstream Renewable Power is a Dublin-based, pure-play renewable energy company with wind, solar assets across global markets, including Europe, Americas, Africa, and the Asia-Pacific regions. We are one of the most successful developers of gigawatt scale, so large-scale renewable platforms across onshore wind, offshore wind, and solar power generation, with a portfolio as of today of 29 gigawatts, including both bottom-fixed and floating offshore wind projects, which you saw from Talia. Mainstream combines its technical expertise in floating offshore wind and supply chain management with a proven project development methodology, execution track record, and global presence to scale and industrialize offshore wind in a truly sustainable way. Now, I need to explain that Mainstream is a majority-owned company by Aker Horizons, which is a developer of green energy and green industry, and itself a part of an industrial company called Aker ASA. Very complex, a lot of Aker names, but Norwegian heritage. In August of this year, we combined with our sister company, Aker Offshore Wind, another Aker name, which brought with it technical expertise in floating offshore wind technology. I should say, full disclosure, we're also the largest shareholder in Principal Power, which Talia represents. So as part of a broader group of companies, we are able to tap into over 180 years of maritime history, including 6 decades of planning, designing, and executing complex global offshore energy projects. We are one of the leading developers of offshore wind at scale globally. We have successfully consented Hornsea 1, which is about 1.2 gigawatts, which is currently the largest operational offshore wind project and wind plant in the world. Also developed Hornsea 2, which is 1.4 gigawatts, before selling these projects and the entire zone in 2015. We see a huge opportunity in the US to leverage our early mover position in floating offshore wind to help develop a robust floating offshore wind industry here in the US and specifically California. Floating platforms are the key to unlocking vast potential of renewable energy production, available off the west coast of the US. While this technology is relatively new in the scheme of things, it is certainly not science fiction, as you saw from Talia's video. It exists now, it's ready to be deployed here, and is a part of an industry poised to provide multi-generational careers up and down the US coastlines. So in many areas of the world, including here in California, the only way to access the renewable energy provided by offshore wind is through the use of floating wind technology. Many of you have heard this, but 80% of the world's offshore wind resources are in water depths greater than 60 meters,
which requires floating platforms rather than fixed bottom, traditional fixed bottom platforms. The wind conditions are superior when you go far offshore, especially compared to their onshore or fixed bottom offshore wind, as the capacity factors, the amount of time you're actually generating energy, is significantly higher compared to the aforementioned technologies. So nearly 60% of available offshore wind resources in the US waters are in deeper than 60 meters. So on the West Coast, deep waters make floating wind the only viable offshore wind option. I'll mention another benefit of deep water wind is that it's less intrusive. When we're looking at sites over 20 miles from shore, where we can typically avoid or at least minimize conflicts with other ocean users. So floating really offers three main benefits. Reliability, the consistency and the strength of the winds off the West Coast make this a reliable energy source with really high capacity factors. Second, it's a complement to solar. We have a deep penetration of solar here in California. Offshore wind tends to pick up in the evenings just as solar is coming offline. And third, the reduced conflicts. The location of floating wind miles from shore leads to reduced conflicts. There's also the potential for what we call micro-siting, which is relocating the turbines within a set space to address very localized or specific concerns. Basically, the bottom line is that the business, environmental, and social case for floating wind remains quite strong, and we are quite excited about the future. So in the US, offshore wind and floating wind in particular has been in, I'll call it the crosshairs of federal targets, policies, and state initiatives recently. At the federal level, the administration, as I think Nessie pointed out in the previous panel, has a 30 gigawatt by 2030 target. That's pretty well known. Nobody can recite that one, but they have recently issued a 15 gigawatt target for floating wind by 2035. They call that the Windshot program. This includes funding for research and development specific to floating, with initiatives aimed to drive down the cost of floating wind by 70% to a target of $45 per megawatt hour by 2035, which would be competitive with virtually all renewable technologies. So there are multiple state initiatives that require, or that are requiring floating wind. Includes here in California with AB 525, which Eli went through in detail. I won't go through that, but the goals of up to 5 gigawatts by 2030 and 25 gigawatts by 2045 are important. Oregon is also exploring up to 3 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. And even on the East Coast, Maine has created now an offshore wind roadmap, which BOEM kicked off a multi-year year-long leasing process with the issuance of an RFI this past August. I think it's worth to mention a couple of federal policies here because I think it's quite important. I think earlier it was mentioned the IRA, and so in August of 2022, this past year, the President signed into law the Inflation Reduction Act. This law extends the investment and production tax credits for offshore wind and other renewable energy projects through 2045, so there's certainty. This measure will reduce the cost, or LCOE, by up to 30% or more and save ratepayers billions of dollars of the life of these offshore wind farms. The second one, which everybody talks about the IRA, but a year ago, almost to the day, the Infrastructure Act was signed into law. This bipartisan $1.2 trillion Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is another support for the offshore wind industry in the U.S. It allocated roughly $17 billion to the development of ports and waterways and makes important changes to the federal permitting process. All of these are tailwinds of a new industry for the U.S. You know, I use the words floating wind revolution in my title because we're really going beyond building a few projects or individual projects to building a new industry that will provide clean, renewable energy to millions of American homes, create a new domestic supply chain, and create not only jobs, but multi-generational careers and career prospects in areas that haven't historically had access to these types of opportunities. So all of these targets and initiatives, even what we've seen at COP26 last year, COP27 ongoing in Egypt as we speak, these are all important. But the reality is they will not fix the climate crisis. We have to. Our board in Mainstream has set ambitious targets not just to supply clean energy, but to build planet-positive wind farms. What does that mean? The goals and direction are clear, but how we get there is something we need to find out together. We don't have all the solutions or technologies. That's largely why I'm here, is to listen and hear and come up with interesting technologies and solutions. But we need to, we will have to contribute to developing them to make sure they are ready for us when we need them. Along the way, we'll tap into every one of our values. We'll set a new standard for industry while making a meaningful contribution to our climate targets and to protecting and restoring our ecosystem. We are, as mentioned in the slide, shown in the slide, we are proud members of the First Movers Coalition. This is signaling a demand to utilize low-emission steel within our wind farms. Per unit of electricity delivered, the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions for an offshore wind farm are a fraction of that for gas or coal or many thermal power plants. Nonetheless, we are committed to minimizing our emissions in support of our net zero commitment. Our analysis points to the production of steel as the offshore wind industry's largest source of emissions. By joining the coalition, we have committed that by 2030, at least 10% of all our steel purchase will meet the low emission benchmark. With our current portfolio of projects, this has the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in our supply chain by around 500,000 tons. And if you're interested in what SDGs we are supporting, it's 4, 5, 7, 8, 13, and 16, just in case you're interested. Okay. I wanted to show an example, and at Mainstream, you know, we really pride ourselves on our sustainability efforts. That's near and dear and quite high on our goals and our strategy. So we strategically embark on innovative research projects in every region which we operate. In 2020, we received a $2 million grant from the California Energy Commission. I'll thank Eli again, to explore how we can use data to create a digital twin or a virtual representation of a floating offshore wind farm to address some of the major challenges we see in the industry that can be addressed by using smarter data gathering, namely costs, and an understanding of the environmental interactions of these wind farms. The solution we're researching is how to use data gathering technologies on and around the wind farms to create a digital twin of the platform. It would help us not only collect the reams of data, terabytes and petabytes and all that, that is currently available, but to contextualize it. Help us understand what it means, make it actionable for condition and integrity management during operations, as well as environmental monitoring. A better understanding of the environmental interactions of floating offshore wind projects and how to effectively mitigate interactions is really critical. We recognize that developing a successful floating offshore wind industry depends on us being able to protect the oceans we are operating in while working in peaceful coexistence with other ocean users. Finally, one more note as I wrap. Floating wind will open up huge swaths of ocean for data gathering, in a way that could unlock a level of knowledge about our ecosystem that we haven't possibly explored before, at least not consistently. We and our partners are working on a final report to the CEC at the moment. That should be released to the public early in 2023, and we're pretty excited about the results of that. So finally, on my last slide, I'll leave you with this. I presented this exact same slide 5 years ago when I first made a presentation at BlueTech, so thank you for 5 years of invites. So we started envisioning what floating wind farms could provide for the blue economy. Beyond what I've just described in terms of environmental monitoring and so forth, we could envision co-uses for aquaculture, data centers, and many other things. There are quite literally, thanks marketing team, oceans of opportunities. Okay. I'd be happy to take questions in the panel session, so with that I'll just say thank you.
Thank you. Plenty of questions that will come. The next speaker will bring a new wave. You're going to talk about, the wave energy. So the floor is yours.
Appreciate everyone listening and talking. As mentioned, we're not a wind energy developer, we're a wave energy developer. A little bit less mature, but hoping to walk the same path and get there sooner than later. Our goal obviously is to unlock the power in the ocean. It's an enormous resource. Anybody who spends time on the beach out here can see it, but gathering it and collecting it is a challenge, and it's a challenge in the testing frame of it. Like, you have to go offshore to test, obviously, which is expensive and takes some time. I wanted to point out here as well the benefits to wind, solar, and wave acting together. As mentioned, as we go to 100% renewables, you need several sources of energy, and you need to have intermittencies that don't overlap too immediately. So the graph on the left shows that wave has pretty small variability in the day-to-day time frame, and often our seasonal variability is phase shifted a bit with wind and solar. So then you can complement by generating power during the night, and you can also complement by having your peak loads in the winter. There's an enormous wave resource. The graph is a little hard to read, it seems like, with the light. But some agencies have shown, DOE and NREL have developed that wave energy can provide up to 30% of US electricity demand, and similar global demand, about 30%. As far as CalWave specifically, our X-Wave technology, where we differentiate is by operating in the mid-water column. And why that's important: traditionally, historically, wave energy devices operate on the surface, where you have the most power, but also you have the most exposure to storm loads. And then you end up building devices that are, very oversized structurally for the power you're trying to economically sell in order to survive those storms. So then other companies look at operating on the sea floor, where there's less wave action, which also means it's more of an economic challenge. So we've resolved this by operating in the mid-water column and using the variable water depth as our analogy to pitching wind turbine blades back into the winds. So on a clear day, when there's not as much wave action, we'll be very close to the surface. On heavier days, you get higher seas. We can go to a deeper depth to reduce that efficiency and optimize the structural loads on the system and the economic output. And then during heavy storms, you can take the device out of resonance and move it all the way down, close enough to the seafloor to really reduce those structural loads on the device and make it more survivable. As mentioned, our system is fully autonomous, operates fully submerged, but near surface, uses a lot of the same, biofouling, anti-corrosion. There's a lot of overlaps with floating offshore wind structures, and that's why I think there's a lot of collaboration to be had in these deployments. For us as CalWave, the company, we really got started in 2015 out of UC Berkeley and the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratories. And then we really kind of kicked off during the US Wave Energy Prize, which was where US Department of Energy looked at kind of globally what's been going on in wave energy and how to kind of put their hat in the ring in a more substantial way. And they solicited invitations for people to submit designs. And it started with 92 teams. Through 18 months of down selects, they awarded 2 companies with open ocean demonstration pilot projects. So then that was kicked off around 2017, 2018. We deployed our system in 2020 here in San Diego in collaboration with UC Berkeley and UCSD and the Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Operated for 10 months in the water and just recovered it earlier this summer. So now we're looking at parallel paths being small power, data as a service, similar to what you showed for kind of using the ocean for point of use, power generation, monitoring, and by having these devices out there generating power at the point of use, you can have fully persistent monitoring, AUV charging, all of these other things that are unlocked with small devices, and then also looking to scaling up and going larger scale. As said, we're a bit less mature. We're still working to get to the large multi-megawatt systems. We have a 100 kilowatt system in development planned to be tested in Oregon at the Wave Energy Test Site up there, and in parallel developing an 800 kilowatt and a 1.6 megawatt system. So this just shows a little bit of picture of our pilot system that we deployed here in San Diego. As mentioned, we put that in the water in September of 2021, operated for 10 months continuously with no maintenance interventions, kind of no unanticipated events, and 99.8% operational time. And then we recovered that system just this past July. Just shows a little bit of our smaller scale system. Like I said, looking at 1 to 5 kilowatt continuous, maybe 10 kilowatt hours of stored energy on the system. Operating in a resident environment, and that can be collecting data for helping to site offshore wind, or for NOAA, or for recharging autonomous vehicles and things like that. And we have a bit of an advantage in some spaces in that the system does operate fully submerged. So there are applications where low observability is important, and you can kind of operate, generate power, do what you need to do, connect to your power users, and then resurface when needed to upload data. As mentioned earlier, U.S. Department of Energy has funded a 20 megawatt wave energy test site in Oregon. I was actually just there earlier this week visiting and kind of making the rounds. They've run all the conduits already for the cables. The cables have been purchased and are looking to be installed in 2024, along with all of the grid connection infrastructure. So our plan is to start bench testing our system next year and start cutting steel on that next year to be ready to go in the water in 2024 with that system, while in parallel looking for the larger scale systems. We're a smaller team. We're currently 8 full-time staff with offices in the Oakland, Berkeley area and in Houston. We have several positions open, so if anyone's interested, feel free to come talk to me. And as mentioned too, I want to end with focusing on that potential collaboration with offshore wind. I do think as far as, we've talked today about port infrastructure needs, about offshore operations, individuals and jobs. We've talked about vessels that are needed. We've talked about shoreside infrastructure for the electrical side, offshore infrastructure on cabling. So to have multiple resources in that same marine spatial plan that aren't kind of reinventing the same wheel, we think there's a lot of collaboration that can happen, and then you can make more efficient use of that infrastructure by having multiple types of generation with different variability in the timing of that generation. And then looking at, in the short term, we think the 100 kilowatt system, is relevant for small island developing nations and microgrids and those small type of communities where that's a relevant amount of power, which is doubly important in that a lot of those places are also currently dependent on imported barged in heavy oil and diesel fuel, which is polluting and disruptive, but also makes those communities very dependent on that next barge coming. So if we can help them integrate more sources of local energy, you can empower them to be less dependent on that imported fuel and also less polluting for the types of fossil fuels that are the heaviest polluting. And then looking forward, larger, sustainable development goals similar to kind of everyone else up here today. So whoever has a camera, we have a QR code with access to our various social media, and looking forward to the discussions later.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Very interesting, and I have plenty of questions if we have time.
Absolutely.
So the next speaker is Lydia Lostan. She is coming from the East Coast, Shell, and she will present. We're coming back to the offshore wind.
Thanks, Pierre. Actually, I'm based in San Diego, so it's actually really nice to be able to speak about what I do here in San Diego, which has all the good things that everybody talks about, with the downside, in my opinion, that there's no wind, so that's it's too bad. Okay, so my name is Lydia Lostan, or Lostan, so I'm French originally. I think Pierre enjoyed pronouncing it the French way. I've been in the energy industry for the last 13 years and the last 2.5 years in offshore wind. And I know I'm being a bit like my toddler, insisting on the half year, but you have to understand that everything is going at such a pace in offshore wind that every month I feel like I'm learning so much, and it really counts. So. I'm gonna focus on the word integration because I think this word really talked to me. It's a word that we use a lot at Shell. I think it's going to be a core for us to succeed in the energy transition. We're going to have to be thinking about collaboration and integration of actors and solutions. Trying to bring two lenses to it. So I'll speak a bit about what Shell does and how offshore wind, which is the business I come from, or I should say offshore power, but all the power we're doing right now is from wind, but you know, we're vouching for or rooting for wave as well at some point. So I'll speak about how offshore wind integrates in the broader Shell portfolio and the Shell strategy, and then I'll also speak about how we need to take this integrative approach in offshore wind specifically to deliver successful projects. So, oops, sorry. My bad.
Any problem?
I have a problem with my my own thing, so don't worry. Yes, so usually here when I say I work for Shell, people don't know who Shell is beside the gas stations, so I have to explain that Shell is not only about the gas stations, although we have a lot of them here in California. Our goal is to be net zero carbon by 2050 or sooner, and that includes our own emissions, so coming from our own exploration and also downstream assets, so producing petroleum products, but also compensating the emissions from our customers, so people who are using our products and therefore generating their own emissions. Powering Progress is the name of our strategy, and it's about how we are accelerating the transition, how we're accelerating and bringing more and cleaner products to the world, and doing what's needed to tackle climate change. So this talks a bit about how everything fits for us at Shell. We aim to be a partner in the energy transition, and we aim to do that by bringing investment, expertise, and market building opportunities, as we have for decades throughout traditional energy industries. And because we're a global business and we work across the value chain, we can leverage these technologies and this innovation to develop and deliver solutions at scale. And the way that we see offshore wind playing a role, for instance, is really that it's foundational. In order to be able to provide all these clean products to our customers, you have to have clean generation, and offshore wind is one of the ways to bring this material scale generation. Just to illustrate again that our business is about finding the right, overall energy system that works and that allows the world to move to this clean world. We are investing in many different types of energy solutions, from onshore, offshore, solar, wind, also investing in startups, technology companies. So it's not just about wind, I guess. That's kind of the key message here. So I'm going to speak now about the Shell Offshore Power business, which is the business where I sit in Shell, and focusing specifically. So we're a global business. We have projects everywhere in the world. In the US in particular, where we have two joint ventures where we're working with our partners on the East Coast. One is called Mayflower Wind in Massachusetts, which is a 50% partnership with Ocean Winds, and another one called Atlantic Shores, which is a 50% partnership with the EDF Renewables. And both these projects are moving forward with contracted procurement with the state of Massachusetts and New Jersey. One more thing I wanted to mention here is that we take our 50+ years of offshore experience, engineering experience, when we're looking at those projects. And so so we believe that there's a path as well to bring this experience from our offshore oil and gas traditional businesses into this new industry, and I'll speak a bit more about that in the later panel. Okay, so this I guess is the transition now to what integration means from a project perspective. So what it will require is for us to work together, and what do we need to think about when we are building an offshore wind project, basically, or we want to lead to a successful project outcome. And wanted to speak a bit about what happens once we have a lease. And so the previous panel was speaking about, all the process to get to an auction and for lessees to be able to acquire a lease. So I'll speak a bit more about what, as a developer, we have to do once we acquire a lease, because it's just the start of the work for us. And by the way, I do want to commend the previous panelists and the work that the state and the federal government have been doing for California, because I think it's quite remarkable how you have been able to collaborate and have been able to think about a lot of these challenges that I will be talking about in a minute proactively, and which will help tremendously accelerate and get to a successful project outcome. So once we have a lease, it's kind of the beginning for us, because we have to think about a lot of different things that need to come to fruition and need to work together to make a project successful. And I'll talk about the levelized cost of energy, because this is a unit that we use to kind of figure out if there is. Oh, I have to finish? Okay. Okay, I will just focus on a few things. I'll just say that when you have to develop a lease, you have to think about what technology you're going to be using. You have to work closely with regulatory to frame up your permits and figure out what you will need to do to get your permits. You have to think about how you interconnect to the grid. And also all the logistics. So I think there was some discussions about ports earlier, etc. So this is a critical work that needs to happen during the development. And if everything goes well and you're able to find a successful path for your project, then you would start building it. And I'll just finish by this one, because we talked about economic benefits. So we have to think about all the stakeholders. It's not just about the levelized cost of energy. It's also about thinking about all the stakeholders that do have to get a benefit out of this endeavor. And we believe that offshore wind actually creates a unique ecosystem, and the scale, the materiality that it represents actually allows to do great things in terms of local content, labor, and work with communities that have been traditionally undeserved as well. And I think someone in Eli was saying in the previous panel that it's about economic benefits, but we shouldn't forget about the impact. So we need to be also careful that we're not creating new impacts by creating this new industry. So thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. So we have time for a few questions, and I'm going to start immediately. So the first question to the panel will be, is there a possibility for a small and growing company to find a place in this global marine renewable energy panorama? Because the CapEx investment is huge. So can you afford, and my question is directly for you, Dan, can you afford to be one significant player if you're not Shell?
So I would say one aspect of that is we probably spend as much time fundraising as we do building stuff, it feels like sometimes, because it is, and that's where starting small scale and reaching that maturity stepwise is important, because you can only get enough money to do X, before you've done kind of Y. Whereas I think as a larger company, you can parallelize and do more things at the same time. And we are a bit, reliant on government support, which we've gotten a lot of support from the Department of Energy, but that's also very time-consuming. So it's that circular process of, it's tough to get a lot of private investment until you reach a certain amount of maturity, and it's tough to reach maturity until you get investment. So then that investment comes from the government, which we're very thankful for, but that's a very time-consuming process. So what we've found going forward is partnerships we find folks like Aker and folks like Shell, and our core intellectual property, and I think a lot of the developers in my space are similar, is the wave energy system itself. I don't need to be an expert on anchoring and mooring and permitting, and we have to do that ourselves when we need to. So being able to keep our team as laser focused on the technology development and find the right partners to do those more complex things that they're used to and they're good at, I think is kind of where that lands.
Yeah, interesting. This afternoon we talk about the mix of the different renewable marine energy, and I think there's a great opportunity for people to collaborate, and I think that you're part of the solution. Now my next question, I'll go to the other side of the panel, going back to Lydia. So as a big oil and gas company transitioning to the renewable, how do you envisage the future? Is it the direction for you that is mandatory? Are you moving into that direction because of the regulatory constraint, or is it really a very good commercial opportunity that you intend to as an issue to occupy in the future?
Okay, I'll try to answer this. So I think it's a given that we support the Paris agreements. So there's no doubt that there needs to be a transition. I think this is a given, and we're just there is no choice for anyone, and there is a strong belief that this will need to happen, and it is happening. We are transitioning our businesses towards more and more renewables. You had a question about commercial opportunities. Yes, I mean, Shell is a business, and we have to provide returns to our stakeholders, so it has to be a commercially beneficial business. I guess it has to be a business that works. Yes, and that's what we're working on, and offshore wind is definitely a scalable business in that sense.
Talia, what would be the ideal target for you in terms of country positioning? If you want to develop a project, are you trying to look at the possibilities? Are you lobbying with government? How do you proceed when you want to establish a new, I would say, a new development offshore? Is it very passive and you wait that concessions are opening, or are you working long in advance and talk with the government? And I'm thinking about small island states that are in really need for this type of energy. How do you address this kind of issue?
So it is a long process, I would say, and it is a very thoughtful process, because what we are analyzing, first we are analyzing the wind resource. We are checking in all the areas where the wind resource is the one that we needed to develop our project, of course, and then the depth of the seafloor, yeah? So once there are these two elements in the mid-ocean conditions, the wind and the seafloor, the depth that it has to be more than 60 meters, then we are certain that we can launch floating wind. Now, the process that it is, I think that it is in each one of the companies, is how do you analyze or prioritize the markets that you are in, yeah? So there are, and this is in general, whenever you are launching this new energy in emerging markets, what are the drivers, yeah? So you need to have the right policy enablers. You need to have the regulatory framework, and then of course the other elements that contribute to a successful launching of the projects. And then we go into precisely the supply chain, the workforce, the infrastructure. That is all what we need to have in, for example, in California and in general in the United States. Yeah? So we analyze all these factors, and analyzing all these factors, then we decide, okay, we are going to prioritize this market or that market. And that's how it has allowed our company to grow. And so we are looking into Japan, into Korea, for example. We do have projects actually going there. Of course, because of the opportunity of having our first pilot and that was Portugal. And now Portugal has already launched their ambitions to have 10 gigawatts in the next years. Yeah. So what we are seeing, and what I am particularly excited is about all these markets that are popping. And I'm looking, for example, in South America, Colombia. Colombia has the aspirations to have to be the hydrogen hub. Now, Canada, for example, Canada is very interesting. So you see all these markets that have been kind of dormant, and now they are fully embracing the possibilities that this industry brings to all of us. I don't know if I have responded.
Yeah, partially. I will come back to this.
I'm going to add something here that I think is important. I think it's very well said, Talia. I think the other aspect of the wind resource, the water depth, it's where it can be industrialized. And that's why you're seeing, for floating, you're seeing three main markets really come to the fore. South Korea being the first, and you're going to see multiple gigawatts before 2030. Maybe 6 or 8 gigawatts before 2030. You're going to see the UK, which you see the results of Scotland, 15 gigawatts, something like that. And I think it's maybe a touch higher. We just got 1.8 gigawatts a couple months ago. And then California. Those are your three hotspots. When you talk about floating wind, those are your three prioritized markets globally. There will be others. You're going to see others pop up. Canada will pop up, East Coast, maybe the Gulf of Mexico, maybe others. But those, the top three, those are your top three.
And John, talking about your company, with the history that you have, because you're coming from Norway, you have the DNA, Norwegian DNA in your infrastructure. How did you transition, from Aker, to the wind energy? What was, the vision, to move into that direction? Because Aker, is more into the aquaculture, the offshore, and the infrastructure. So what was the philosophy behind this?
Yeah, I can tell you the philosophy because I'm the one who wrote it. It is using the skills we had and we currently have, the competencies, the core competencies of the group. And keep in mind, the Aker group is 40,000 people. It's not quite as big as Shell, but it's it's in there. Using the offshore expertise, being able to build big floating things. We have had experience of something like 60% of what's floating in the ocean today we've had a hand in, either designing it or constructing it or deploying it. As well as all of the, we'll call the BOP, the balance of plant around a floating offshore wind farm. We've got all those too. So using those competencies and seeing a market that was developing, now this is going on 6 years ago, we couldn't be happier. Look what we've done. We've launched Aker Horizons, which is the parent company of Mainstream, 2 years ago, July of 2020. We launched Aker Offshore Wind and then took a stake in Mainstream and now have combined them. So this is a journey that we're on. Mainstream is now over 700 people focused on offshore wind and onshore wind and solar. That's pretty exciting within a larger, 40,000 plus person organization. So exciting times, and we'll continue to, cause trouble. Yeah.
Thank you. The next question is about, the next commercial step. Hydrogen is very hype, and I know that Shell, has been, initiating, some very good step, into that direction. What we call the blue hydrogen, the true blue hydrogen, is the one that we're going to produce, cracking the H2, from the ocean. So do you think that the wind energy is a key driver, for accessing this future cheap hydrogen, or is it one very dreamy situation? Lydia, you want to start first?
Yes, I'll give it a try. Yes, I think we're definitely looking at, hydrogen, so power to hydrogen, power to other type of products. I think if it's offshore wind or another type of generation, it will depend on this levelized cost of energy. We have to use the right source of energy that makes sense for creating the hydrogen product that also makes sense and is affordable. So I think for us it will be more of a case by case per market. Does it make sense to have, you know, an offshore wind to hydrogen type of business case or not? And so it mostly depends on the cost of, you know, generating that offshore wind power.
I will just add, we're maybe a little biased towards green hydrogen because we like electrolyzers. That's just our preference. But that being said, I think on top of what Lydia said, you know, the levelized cost of energy is what the Inflation Reduction Act has brought to the table for the U.S. You're seeing, I'm sure many of you have been paying attention to what's going on at COP27. That is the talk of the town right now is the IRA, and how that will kind of change the game when we talk about green hydrogen production in the U.S. I think up until the IRA being passed, it was, you could argue, it was a European market. That has changed. So I think there's a lot, you know, whether it's offshore, whether it's onshore, you know, it's all about the input cost.
And for us, it's the right combination, yeah? Especially whenever you don't have means you don't want to worry about transmission lines, and then you can actually have, and we do have a pilot project, which is a concept that already have been sanctioned to be built, the pilot, which is called the Dolphin, DOLPHIN, you can check it out. And the reports of that concept study are public, and that was with a UK company, ERM, in Scotland. And then you can see that is how we are going to be doing this hydrogen, blue hydrogen revolution or production. And whenever you have the right combination of wind farm with the right real estate where you can install all the equipment that it's needed, all the equipment for the electrolysis and so on, then you can have a good combination of that.
Yeah, so I think we've only looked at hydrogen a little bit. You know, we're still kind of developing our own stuff. I have seen pilot projects, like when I was working in Scotland, where my understanding is the transportation of it is the tricky part. So if you can do point of use sources, like I think in the islands up there, they over-generate wind, and then they have the city buses and they have the ferries and things on hydrogen, and it's, you know, much more cost-effective in that environment, and then sorting out the transportation aspects.
Thank you very much. So I guess, you know, we don't have time for questions, and because we're going to break here for lunch, we're going to come back, you know, talking about workforce and a new perspective. I'd like you to join me, you know, thank all our panelists. And they will be around, you know, for questions during the lunch, and don't hesitate to reach out, because I'm pretty sure that they're looking for partnership. I mentioned, you know, people working, you know, in the environmentals. This is a good time, you know, for you to join them, you know, and talk and present your solutions. Thank you. you know, to avoid me, and I'm gonna go down and pick you up, you know, and there will be interactions. So we're gonna start with your introduction. So you wanna go for slides, yeah? Yes. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna start with a few slides to wake you up, and then after we're gonna start, you know, discussing. So you can come here, and we're gonna watch your side.
Oh, there it is. Great. All right. Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Nancy Kirshner Rodriguez. I am with the Business Network for Offshore Wind. I know we have a bunch of members in here, and I also hope if you are not familiar with us, you will become familiar with the Business Network. We are an about decade-old organization, originally started in Maryland, and we have over 550 member companies. We're thrilled to partner with TMA BlueTech and to be here. And I've been working with the network for like 4 years in California, and it was kind of lonely back then, but now it's picking up quite a lot. So just really quickly, we are focused on building a domestic supply chain. So obviously that means both the industry and the workers with it, and we're a nonprofit. And we have, I want to point this out for anyone that is just really trying to learn super basics about offshore wind. We created like a very basic whyoffshorewind.org site. That's like for the general public. And then just, I think you've heard a lot, but just to give us a little context, I think some of our big mapping items here are pretty helpful because you'll see there's like the huge goals. It's pretty intimidating, but there's already a lot being invested in our country. And then you heard earlier today, I don't want to like repeat, but we see sort of all these different pieces of the puzzle starting to come together. And the network, we really keep talking about a national industrialization strategy. And we're trying to push the different pieces sort of into 4 components, you'll see. And I'm happy to answer, you know, a lot more questions when we have a dialogue. But then what does this really mean? 30 gigawatts, it means 2,100 turbines, it means 6,300 blades, it means 7,100 miles of cable, vessels, and it means a lot of workers, of course. So I'm proud to say that in June, the federal government joined with, the White House joined with the president and 11 governors, I think, and created this new partnership. California, it's the East Coast states right now, but our CEO presented, and we were trying to take a look at, like, we're doing a lot of looking at the details of what the different components are, how many. We are tracking we are tracking all the contracts that are happening. We are looking, I urge you, we're gonna be having an event here December 14th called California Supplier Day here in San Francisco. I have in San Diego, I have little information postcards, but we have a free entity called Supply Chain Connect that you can just put yourself into and start getting known. I would say a lot of the developers and the tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers are looking at it and looking for different companies to be part of things. This is just a lot more data that we could go through if people have questions, but you'll see up in the upper top there that we're talking about what does exist. Like I said, mostly on the East Coast right now. But there are community colleges developing programs. There's a lot of initiatives that the developers that are in charge of East Coast projects are supporting. And then I mentioned this, the the federal-state partnership, and then these are just some of, obviously, like the U.S. market. I feel like it keeps coming up. I've heard Pierre ask a couple of questions, but these are components that our industry in the U.S. must figure. We have to figure all of this out and make it work in order to make our workforce and industry work. So, but it's a lot of money coming into this project, these projects so far. And of course, we'll be having the California auction on December 6th, the first one. So you all, I think, know general information about how our structure works. We can go back to that. These are all, I think these are all the big developers that have projects right now. And I just wanted to show this to you just because this shows you, if you haven't looked at it, and you can have access to all of this afterwards, but where all of our different, where the projects are and where they're coming to, and looks at them in different ways, all the different data. We are really promoting regional cooperation for supply chain and for workforce. And I'm showing this, but we want it for the West Coast too. And like last year, our organization, we worked with the Western Governors Association to get offshore wind and regional cooperation into their energy resolution. So now you've heard this is what happened. Going to happen. There are 43 eligible bidders though. So for any of you here, it would be good to take a look at all of those bidders. Obviously know as much as you can about them beforehand. And I think Nessie talked about the bidding credits and the different things that are going to happen. We can talk more about that. So I just want to mention this. This is so floating, I can't tell if flow-in is here. The DOE has a project, has a incentives project right now that I would also love to have. Maybe I can work with Matt afterwards to make sure that you all have that information. This is just showing you how we're tracking everything, and I could go on forever, so I feel like a lot of it will probably have to be in the Q&A, but I would mention here all these pieces here. California needs to have a workforce, and we have all of these, and we think all of these workforces are can be obviously diversified into offshore wind. And then this is just good ways. These are the ways that we look at everything, so that we are trying to then look at the developer, the tier 1s, and then tier 2 and 3. And the reason for that is then we break it down into many, many, many components. And we believe there should be workforce development, training, and opportunities in all of these areas. This is our supply chain database. It just shows where you see where things are right now. And that was just the components. And then this just gives you an idea of how things have broken out so far. And I will not go into all the East Coast ports issues, but I will tell you that picture on top is the Humboldt Bay plan. But obviously, we can talk a lot more about that. There's a lot of work that's going to have to be done, workforce and work that's going to have to be done to develop our ports to work correctly. And then I will just mention, this is just us. This is all the type of workforce training that we are doing. We have Foundation to Blade, which is our extensive, and I would love to work at some point with maybe with BlueTech to do that here. Every Friday we have a 1-hour overview online for if you want to educate yourself more about offshore wind. So like I said, we have data. This is our event that's coming up. this will be our ginormous conference, which started sort of in a telephone booth, and now we'll have probably 5,000 people. And I'm not giving you all the solutions, but I ran through that quickly, and then I hope that we can have a conversation once my brilliant colleagues.
We will. My first question, before we get into the other introductions, do you have any idea of what will be the cascade jobs created for one industrial job? Meaning, you know, in the offshore wind, if we have one industrial job, how many service job related to this industrial job could be created? Do you have any idea?
To like one wind farm? Or
Yeah, wind farm.
One wind farm. I mean, I think they've been estimating several thousand. However, the way jobs are estimated, sometimes it's the hours connected to the jobs, not the actual. You gotta speak. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Sometimes it's the hours connected to the jobs, not actually like individual jobs. And then if we push it out, but we do believe several thousand.
Okay, perfect. So Dan, you're a senior advisor for environment.
We're going to have Eddie go.
Come again?
Oh, are you asking questions, or you want me to go
Yeah,
next?
no. I wanted you to go ahead, and I don't know if you have slides. You have slides?
No.
Okay, so maybe you can introduce yourself and tell us what you're doing, and tell us why you're on the stage, and what are your expectations being on the stage.
Thank you very much. Well, my name is Dan Jacobson. I'm the Senior Advisor to Environment California, and I've been working here in California on clean energy issues for the past 24 years, approximately. And you're probably pretty familiar with some of the work that we've done. In 2001 and 2002, we introduced and helped to pass the first Renewable portfolio standard, which set that goal of saying that California will generate 20% of its electricity from clean energy by 2017. We then were instrumental in passing all of the other RPS bills, including the last one that a lot of people refer to, SB 100, which put us on a path to getting 100% of our energy from clean energy sources. We also worked with Governor Schwarzenegger to do the Million Solar Roofs initiative, which I'm happy to say installed 1 million solar roofs, and we're now at about 1.4 million roofs here in California. There's one initiative that we did that half of you in the room will probably hate, which is the one that bans the use of single-use plastic bags from grocery stores. So if you don't like that one, you can blame me, but the one that probably everyone in the room does like is we worked with Eddie and others to pass, author and pass AB 525, which is the offshore wind bill that eventually the California Energy Commission in their proceedings adopted a goal of organizing 25 gigawatts off the coast of California. So we're really happy and proud of the work that we've been able to do together. The one thing that we've been asked to look at today is sort of, okay, 25 gigs is a lot of energy. It would help California tremendously in climate, clean energy, but how do we build it? What do we do for the workforce? Are the workers ready? And I was looking at this for the past couple of months and sort of going through my notes, but luckily NREL came out with a study that basically looked at this whole issue of the workforce for offshore wind, and you can read their study, which is called U.S. Offshore Wind Workforce Assessment, which came out in October of 2022. And what I want to do is sort of go through their national assessment and then take out 8 points that they had both on education and on workforce development and just add in then what I think is the California translation to that. So what do we have to do here in California right now that would translate into having a workforce that would be ready to go here in California as we ramp up on offshore wind? So that's what I'm doing here. But why don't I just keep going, Eddie, and then we'll go to your part too. So the first part, if you look at this, is that the workforce development coordination needs to continue and to expand. And the one thing I would encourage people who are doing, if you're an offshore wind or anything that has to do with offshore, is there's the California Workforce Development Board, and they're one of the underutilized real great resources that we have here in the state. they've got access to money, they've got access to working with the labor unions, they've got access to working with the schools and the community colleges. You've got to be able to go to them, set up the programs that you want. The second is aligning and standardizing safety training for offshore wind energy workers. That's one of the highest priorities that we have, and there's currently no official industry training standard. So this has got to be one of the places where California can set the gold standard for what it takes to install offshore floating wind off the coast, not just of California, but can the work that we do here on environmental protection, on labor standards, on environmental justice, end up being used all over the country, all over the world as sort of the gold standard for what we're going to do. And again, I would insert the words blue economy anywhere where I'm saying offshore wind. Third is aligning training requirements and the times that are expected to, well, basically, as the industry ramps up, we don't have enough people right now who are even trained to train. I would argue that we've got to set up, and Eddie and I just came back from a tour over in Europe where we were able to see both some of the offshore wind, but see some of the places where this is manufactured. We've got to set up an exchange program where here in the US, we can bring people over there to basically become the trainers of the trainers so that when they come back to the US, we can ramp this up and go even faster. Fourth in education is that there's many existing educational and training programs that could be adopted to expand offshore wind, and I would just say, yes, we've got to look at what already exists within the systems in California and figure out the things that we can just tweak within the educational model to be able to expand that, include the blue economy and the sustainable blue economy projects that we want to be able to run. Let me quickly run through some of the 4 of the workforce initiatives that we have to have. First is that we have to focus on local workforce and offer the opportunity to simultaneously ensure that the communities who are impacted by this are also getting the benefits. We'll hear a little bit more from Eddie to talk about this, but this seems like a no-brainer, is that the communities that are going to be impacted should be the ones that get the best benefits from this. 2 is expanding the partnerships with the unions that can support and supply the training that's required for this. If there's any union folks here in this room, I would argue that this is true, and we've said this any number of times when we've done these workshops with them. We have some of the best trained and best qualified union folks here in the country, and we should be taking advantage of that in order to move the projects to be able to go faster. If we try to go around the labor unions here in California, I think you're going to see an immediate slowdown of the projects, and it's just not going to really work. 3 is we need to be supporting apprenticeship programs for individuals to gain the necessary skills and the trades here. This is just sort of a no-brainer, I would say. And the 4th one I would say is if there is any silver bullet to being able to move quickly on sustainable offshore resources, it's our ability to take the workers who are right now currently doing oil and gas infrastructure work and be able to retrain and move them over to any of the sustainable blue economy issues that we have. We have a lot of people who do that work. They're going to need to transition. We need to set up the programs that allow them to move from whether it's an electrician, whether it's a pipe fitter, or any of these other programs, so that they can move smoothly and quickly over into the programs that are going to allow them to do the development for the offshore wind infrastructure or offshore blue economy infrastructure that we need them to do. There's a whole other section about equity, but I want to really turn that over to Eddie, who's been an expert in that, and say thank you. We'll take questions, but introduce Eddie On, the Executive Director of Brightline Defense.
Thank you, Dan. So, Eddie, maybe you can introduce yourself, and then after we go for the questions.
So you've heard a lot of talking already. What I'll do is I'll try to keep my remarks brief for like 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll just launch into questions from there on out. But Eddie On again, Executive Director of Brightline Defense. We're a nonprofit based in San Francisco, and our value add, I guess, is a way to put it, to the space is really around workforce development training. We do run a set of job training programs in the communities that we serve, which typically are underserved environmental justice communities. And then we also do policy work, particularly around offshore wind, and have been working a lot with Dan Jacobson and Nancy as well in Sacramento policymaking circles, for instance, as this becomes proposed and positioned on particularly the North Coast and Central Coast of California. And for us, the way we think about it is that, there's the practice itself of job training and then placing people on an actual work site. And then there's the high-level equity policy that should guide each project that's being actually submitted to, the government approval processes that exist. And thinking through just one key concept is local hiring. That is something that's critical to understand well in California in particular, where there's a history essentially of economic development projects that happen without necessary corresponding benefits for the surrounding community. So in other words, if you happen to live in the neighborhood, you see a big gleaming tower go up, whether it's an offshore wind turbine or a condo tower, it can be frustrating to the community surrounding it to not partake in any of those economic or workforce development benefits. So thinking through that, and as developers come and infuse themselves throughout the community, the hope is it's ultimately a collaborative relationship. So when it comes to policy, sometimes there are percentages, for instance, of the work hours assigned to a project. That's what Nancy talked about earlier. That sometimes it's measured by worker hours itself. Other times it can be measured in FTE, full-time employee jobs too. And just considering, of course, there are thousands of jobs in play, thinking through how to measure out the job training system to feed into the job placement system is a key part of that analysis. So if we're, for instance, talking about 10% of worker hours, then it would be about trying to make sure that the job training system is built up with hopefully public sector funds, as well as the staff necessary to make that system workable at the end of the day. The North Coast itself, you will probably learn if you're engaged on the ground, has a history already of economic development boom and bust cycles, of timber, of gold. So they've seen things come and go. And so that's why even now, when you come to the region, it's a relatively remote area. There's not a lot of road infrastructure. The airport's very small. And there are things that are needed to sustain a much more robust economy around something like offshore wind. So even thinking through that is really important, as is the case also for Central Coast. The transmission infrastructure is there, but not necessarily a corresponding port development infrastructure that's needed, as well as other parts of offshore wind that are needed to support such a sprawling economy. It's all, of course, measured against gigawatts, like how much generation there is in play. But I think we can discuss that perhaps more in the question and answer session accordingly.
Thank you so much, Eddie. So let's start with the question. I have the feeling that on the paper, everything has been written, everything is perfect, but what is the real situation? And if tomorrow you're going to start, to accelerate and deploy the wind, the offshore wind, would you be ready in terms of recruiting the people, having the right competencies? And do we agree? In the room, I'd like, to hear more about, Scripps, about Shell, about, Don, participating to the commerce. How do we see, the global picture? And would we be a dream situation, or are we considering that it's achievable? Who would like, to take this one?
So, can you hear me? I think that there's no question. It's going to be, I think, for everyone, it's going to be a steep hill. But what's been really great, and I think you heard it earlier today from, a state and federal leaders talking about the efforts to try to work more robustly together. But there's also going to need to be a lot of investment commitment. I mean, I believe that the workers can be and would be available, but I believe it's going to take a lot of investment, and especially everything connected just to the port infrastructure, because without the port infrastructure, it's going to be hard for us to build out the workforce in the various parts of the supply chain, because getting things to a port and then being able to bring everything out to the ocean is a big challenge. But both the BOEM process and then I think state pieces of it, they're trying to put together, I feel like they want to call them carrots, right? There's a lot of carrots coming for the developers, but it's going to take an all of government approach in California, partnered with the private sector. And I mean, our goals are, right, to get to get power online starting in 2030, which is not that far away, but obviously then it's building out after that.
So Dan, you should be working on a day-to-day basis with all the industry and the key player and the key stakeholders to prepare, this peak, rush on the workforce. How do you collaborate with them, and what is the plan?
Well, let me say two things on that. The first is that while I'm encouraged to hear the state officials come up here and talk about the goals that have been set and all the work that they want to do, that's just sort of one step of what has to happen. And what I think probably the one missing place that we haven't seen, or a void that needs to get filled, is that the sustainable blue economy needs to have more of a political presence than it currently does. And there is not enough push in Sacramento. There might be at sort of the local places, but only when there's a project that has to be developed. But there is a void. I mean, just compare yourself to Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley has an incredibly powerful voice in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C., but the blue economy would be a quiet whisper compared to that. And so I think the first thing that has to, and then you might say, well, why do we need to do that? And I would answer, because there is resources to be gained from being able to do that kind of organizing. There's resources to be gained just in what we've been talking about in terms of workforce development. There's resources to be gained in sort of the finances that can be used to put forward. Again, just to use offshore wind as a project or as an example, we're going to need billions of dollars of transmission to be able to organize offshore wind so that we can basically plug. It'd be the same thing for if we want to do offshore wave. I guess there's no onshore wave, but so there's only offshore wave. But if we wanted to do, so if we want to do either of those technologies, we've got to be able to look at transmission and say, okay, well, how does this plug in and where is this going to come to? But you're competing right now against a lot of other people who would say, well, maybe we want to put it somewhere else. Maybe we don't need the transmission to go over there. It's the same with workforce development. It's the same with so much of the training and opportunities that we have. I think the one place that we need to do better organizing is actually up in Sacramento and create sort of a sustainable blue economy caucus of this group who can go up and influence many of our key decision makers.
But Dan, when I started BioMarin in 2008, it was actually in San Diego at Scripps with the former director Tony Emmett and the governor Schwarzenegger. I participated to this board and we were saying exactly the same thing, 2008. So we need to educate people and raise, the awareness about the blue bioeconomy and the blue economy at large. Well, it has been quite a long time, and we're exactly at the same situation now. So what can we do in a very practical way? Do we need, to go on TV, advertise the potential? Do we need to explain people what is the blue economy in a very simple word? I'm facing, this type of issue, talking to investors on a day-to-day basis. Each time I'm presenting a case, they don't understand. Say, blue what? Okay, yeah, the number is too risky for me. They don't understand. So how can we take it to the next level? Maybe Eddie?
I mean, offshore wind is one of those really complicated pieces of policy that require federal, state, local government approvals. But I think the good news is when it comes to California, at least in the North Coast region, you'll find players already on the ground talking about it, doing the education that you're talking about is necessary. So maybe one group to look up would be, say, Core Hub, which is based with the Humboldt Area Foundation. It's essentially an organizing network around community groups in the Humboldt region, talking already about offshore wind, acclimating people to the potential of this technology. And of course, it's all dependent ultimately on what developers are able to deliver for their communities at the end of the day. So this notion of community benefits agreements, those are all important parts of the conversation to get people comfortable even with this new blue technology.
Another thing that I mentioned to one of the people I was sitting with before, there are, for those of you that are have either products and or services but are thinking, big about new ways to do things, etc. There are entities that are funding different things. There is this federal government initiative, the Flow-In initiative, but there's also an entity called Now RDC, which funds different innovative projects, and I'll also get that information to Matt for our follow-up, but they have funded a lot of different interesting and very provocative, I would say, ideas that I think developers are then taking and putting into their development plans. So, but I will continue to say that I agree with that idea about the blue economy, and I think California, we have seen examples. I mean, I am constantly talking about like the amount of money that California has invested in the electric vehicle infrastructure initiatives and to help, and now the amount of money that is also going into green hydrogen. I think that the blue economy should be really pushing for its piece.
I'm going to pass the mic, to Shell. It's a global company, and they have to work and anticipate, the demand in terms of workforce, and they need qualified workforce. So, Lydia, tell us in a few words what you think about this.
Wow. Okay. So let me think. No, I think everything you said actually really resonated with me, and it makes me think, and maybe it's a bit speaking to the next panel, but it makes me think about, the early days of deep water. So Shell was pioneering in the deep water space. It was the same thing. There was no technology, no infrastructure, no workforce. And to some extent, it makes us maybe a bit more realistic about what it will take to build this new industry here in California. But it will require, as you were saying, a lot of investments, a lot of collaboration, and thinking about all these different pieces, because they all have to come together for the development to be successful. So I guess one question I would have is, where to start? What is it that we're not doing right now that we should be doing more as a developer? Everything is going to accelerate, I think, after the December 6th, once developers will have access to site through the leases, it will, I think, accelerate in any case. But yeah, interested to hear your thoughts about what we should be doing more.
Well, I would argue, and this is to follow up on your question that you just asked, but I think there's two kinds of education that has to happen. There's sort of the kind of education that Eddie was just referring to, like local governments and talking to local leaders and all that kind of stuff. Then there's just raw hearts and minds campaigns that you all know what I'm talking about because you all have the products in front of you that do it all the time. But we don't do enough of sort of talking about how great a particular product, like any of the sustainable stuff that we're doing offshore, would be. And we don't run hearts and minds campaigns that invest people into it and that make people think, wait, this is exactly what I want to do. It would help with the education when you have high school kids thinking, okay, well, what do I want to do? Well, I just saw a commercial about someone who climbs to the top of a huge offshore wind tower. I want to do that. So until we invest in that kind of education and that kind of outreach and that kind of hearts and minds, we're always going to be behind the game when we have to go to a mayor or a city council and we say, oh, we've got this great, offshore technology, and people are just going to look at us like we have three heads. So we have to get over that. The second thing is, just as Nancy was saying, is like, it isn't surprising that now you're seeing the EV infrastructure, EV, and I would say including hydrogen, has got I think it was close to $10 billion this last year from the state government. Now, that's because they organized and have been organized for the past 10 or 15 years in the legislature. They've got powerful advocates, they've got coalitions, they run campaigns, they work with legislators, they play that game, and to date, I would argue that the sustainable blue economy has been a little light on that and needs to ramp up their game there.
Dan, I think that we're going to put you on TV because you're the best ambassador, for this kind of vision. Let me ask a question to Ron, because he's part of this. He has the commercial vision and he wants to accelerate development. And you mentioned yesterday that there was a gap between the collaboration between the industry, the government. You're very willing to do and to engage, but how can you fill the gap, and how can you accelerate, the collaboration with the private sector on this?
All right, so just by way of introduction, I work for the U.S. Department of Commerce, the International Trade Administration. Our role is to promote exports abroad, but also to attract foreign direct investment here stateside. And so these offshore wind projects are going to be massive for the state of California. Now, that all being said, I work on a day-to-day basis with a wide variety of marine technology companies, and their number one complaint is workforce. We just don't have the people that we need to get the job done. And so it's kind of frustrating for me because what Pierre just mentioned, I was expressing some frustration in an earlier session about the lack of federal, state, county, municipal collaboration in this industry sector. And you hit on a real hot button for me, which is the voice, right, of the industry. And how do we get all hands on deck? How do we get that multi-leveled cooperation, collaboration to mobilize a workforce to meet the needs of the industry? Because right now, to your point, it's a whisper. Silicon Valley has tons of money. The marine tech sector are all mom and pop shops. A lot of them are all here, and they're, in terms of that voice, that collective voice, that's definitely.
Maybe Eddie, you can comment on this as well.
One maybe way to get at that too, I've been thinking about is academic institutions and a way to centralize perhaps some of the collaborations within them. At least in Humboldt right now, they have a new designation, Cal Poly Humboldt, which I think is potentially very exciting. That can be essentially a housing vehicle. Cal Poly SLO, San Luis Obispo is another possibility for the Central Coast, but that's just one spitballing idea.
Well, and just don't forget that the story you just told of like most of these groups are mom and pop. I mean, with all due respect, some are also not mom and pop. So, well, and others, but like, but that's one of the best California stories that we have. I mean, Silicon Valley was invented by people in their garage. You can't get more mom and pop than that, and we should tap into that story as much as we can. Mom and pop, the ocean, clean energy, protecting our oceans. That's as good a story as I think you can find for the coast of California. And if you can spread that economic love around so that it's not just sort of on the coast, but that we're going into Stockton, into Bakersfield, into Fresno, into so many of the places that have been historically left behind when it comes to the clean energy economy. Although, in Bakersfield, they have more solar than I think anyone else, any county in the country. But let's tap into that and use the best stories that we have.
Anita, you're from Mississippi, and you work hard, to try, to bridge, the gaps and training, the young generation, the next generation. So how do you see that, and how do you work on a day-to-day basis, on improving, the possibility to bring, this next generation into this blue bioeconomy or blue economy, sustainable blue economy, and what do you do for that?
Thank you, Pierre. You put me on the spot. I'm not from California, can you tell? I'm actually from Tennessee, but I live in Mississippi, and I'm with the University of Southern Mississippi, which is a R1 institution. Last year, we launched the Gulf Blue Cluster, the blue cluster called Gulf Blue, and Michael Jones actually was instrumental in the early work that helped us get to that launch period. And then 3 months ago, we launched our first incubator, Gulf Blue Navigator, which has 6 cohorts. I'm proud to say that Blue Ocean Gear, which is here today, and Yi with Seatrack are part of that cohort family. We also had one of your companies move to Mississippi recently. If you don't know, if you haven't missed them, it's Ocean Aero, and they're having a great time down there on the coast. Don't beat me up in the parking lot. What are we doing? What is USM doing on the coast? Because workforce development for the blue economy is a huge issue, is going to be a huge issue. So the first thing that we're doing as a university is we're aligning our programs at coastal USM. USM is a dual campus university, one in Hattiesburg, one down there in Long Beach, and we're aligning our Long Beach programs to feed students into the blue economy with academic programs that include ocean engineering, hydrography. In fact, we're one of the top hydrography education locations in the world. We're also aligning our free programs. We offer 4 free modules to people that are interested, adults that are interested in just getting a taste of what a job in the blue economy might be like. Those modules are a module on uncrewed maritime system operation, cyber security, and data management. And so those are free to any adults that are interested.
You should move to California.
I should move to California. I love California, by the way. We also have a Marine Education Center which exposes K through 12 students, 17,000 of them a year, to potential careers in ocean economy. I want to step back for just a second and let you know that this is not our first day at the rodeo. We have a huge shipbuilding industry on the coast of Mississippi, so we've been in the blue economy for a long time. We also have a program called Gen C where we pair high school students with researchers during summer programs so that they work side by side and understand what type of research opportunities, but also what type of careers are available. I'm talking too much.
Yeah. Thank you. Because no, but I think it was very important also to have your view, because you're not from California, but what you're doing is very essential. So we've heard about these different experiences, and I'm going to turn to Vanessa as well because she's training the next entrepreneurs as well. So I think that it's very important to understand also from an international point of view. You were mentioning the trainees of the trainers, the trainers of the trainees. What's going to be the ideal view if we want to interact at global level to bring more workforce towards USA? And do you have any idea of plan that you're developing for that?
Are you asking about international workforce? I mean, I think I was showing you the data, and obviously there are a lot of global companies, and there are companies that have also US affiliates, but I think this is going to be an area where if there isn't the workforce here, then we're obviously going to have workforce from other areas.
Yeah, because most of the wind, offshore wind, is very developed in Europe, and they are much more advanced, than the California at this stage. So how do you can attract, these people to come to California and to help, for the development?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'd be interested to know what the developers and others in the audience think. I mean, I think that is happening, but I think that with offshore wind, I feel like we are all recognizing that the number of workers that are needed globally, because while we were citing our statistics, I think it's China built as much offshore wind last year as we're talking about building like in the next 15 years or something. So it's not impossible, but we do want to be developing our future workforce. I think one of the things that's a challenge is the jobs are all not right now, right? And how do we have a progression? And how do we possibly put workers into positions that then they can move to something else along the
You go, Eddie.
Just adding on to that, I think the worst thing you can do is train up people for a job that doesn't exist. Like when I talk about that in the community, most people remember even from the 2008, 2009 era, where there was a ton of promise around federal training dollars, but the jobs that they wanted, sustainable careers, were not at the end of that job training rainbow, if you want to think of it that way. So something to be mindful of. And the one good thing about offshore wind is it does provide those longer-term sustainable construction careers, particularly if you're talking about unionized career trades, and then you're starting to see that on the East Coast. Hopefully it also translates on the West Coast as well.
So we're lucky to have, high representative for Norway sitting here, watching his telephone. You are a small nation, but a great nation. You live with the sea, you live by the sea, and I've been always surprised, by the quality of the training, the high level education. So what will be one recommendation you're going to do to the panel?
One recommendation to the panel. It's a great question and quite hard to answer on top of my mind, but I think you also have an offshore energy industry already here in California. You have a big blue economy here in California, so if we talk about offshore wind specifically, there's a parallel to Norway because we are also trying to build our own offshore wind industry, and we have to use the expertise, the competence, the people, the knowledge, the schools, the training, the education, the communities that we already have, and transfer that into a new sort of sector or a new part of the blue economy. So trying to utilize what is already there and building on that, I think that's important. It could probably be easy to think about offshore wind as something completely new, that this is a whole new thing, but it isn't. In many ways, it's not really. It is building on the existing expertise and competence that is already there.
So then I recommend that you should be sitting with our friend, and start, exchanging ideas with Norway because they're very well advanced in that. And I've got a question for you. What would be the question that you should ask, the audience? You have every type of competencies in the audience. What would be the one question you would like to ask them?
Well, before I ask the question, let me just say what I am inspired by is that there are spots in California, in Los Angeles, at the Port of Los Angeles, groups like Alta Sea that are creating certificate programs that are very much like what you described, what's happening, out in Mississippi, where people can get, a community college certificate, I think, to do underwater robotics, or we're very close to that, and to do aquaculture. So those are two places that's small, but that's just one 35-acre campus that's starting to develop that. Once we get the model for that going, that's the kind of thing that we have to replicate incredibly quickly. I guess the one question I would ask is sort of, again, we've got an amazing group of incredibly smart people who are on the cusp of, I think, really being able to impact climate in a very positive and sustainable way. What's holding you back from sort of joining together in sort of a political force that would allow you to multiply your efforts?
Maybe, Matt, you have the answer on this because this is your role. You should be, teaming up everybody, and get to the point. What do you think? You are in a full nap.
I was laughing when you did this to Martin here, and now it's my turn, huh? That's funny. Poetic justice. Well, I'm still learning a lot about the sector and what's necessary. And so I was really quite interested in what Nancy said about ports being central points for developing the blue economy. I'm not really sure if I'm going to answer this particular question because I had one that I also wanted to pose, is because yesterday we also had the discussion of the sustainable blue economy and workforce development, and also the topic of ports came up. And so I'm wondering if there might be like a more of a cohesive strategy, at least on the West Coast, for example. That's where we're located, and we already have a trend towards collaboration with the various ports up and down the West Coast. And so if that might not just be about renewable energy and in the offshore sector and the West Coast U.S., but just about workforce development in general, and if we could use that as a part of our strategy moving forward, because we have to have, with limited resources of TMA BlueTech, we have to have just a few points of strategic focus, and workforce development would seem to be one of those things that would be most effective, and ports would be one of those easy conduits. So I'm just wondering if you might have any advice about how to proceed at this point. It's, again, here, you ask me a question, now I'm like hitting it back. It's like tennis, but I was going to ask that in the first place. Is that okay, Pierre?
Well, partially. But, this is the recommendation I made this morning. Why don't you bring, the 10 largest investors from California in a room, no more than 50 people, with the key stakeholders talking about this blue vision, and why don't you try, to federate them behind your vision? Because you need money, and if you get, the 10 most important investors talking about Silicon Valley or other ones, they're going to follow that because they know that renewable is very important, but they need guidance. And you have, the knowledge, you have, the wording, and you know how to address this kind of issue. So maybe, with the collaboration of Matt, you can set up this high-level, stakeholder meeting to engage and make, California, the most advanced blue state in the US. What do you think?
Yes.
I see.
No, I mean, I think that's exactly right, but I wouldn't limit it to California. I think that what we can do here is not, and I wouldn't just limit it to the West Coast, but I would look down to, down to the Gulf states and see the work that they're doing and be so excited about that. The funny thing is about so much of this blue economy stuff is it's not just around states that are next to the ocean, but so much of it happens in the central part of the U.S. And as our economy now, continues to sort of stumble along, if you will, this concept of workforce and workers and an economy and building an economy sustainably to meet the goals that the presidents have laid out, I think is a very positive thing that we can organize not only investors but the public around to be able to really move forward quickly. But we have to ensure that we move forward quickly, not leave so many of the communities that have historically been left behind, not just in the environmental justice communities, but in so much of the Deep South where we've just said, oh, well, we don't even know where that is. So, we've got to get past that and do smarter organizing.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're coming in. So tell us, who you are and what will be your question. I have many of other, questions, so I will go around. I'm coming to you, Vanessa. Don't worry.
I'm Ed Larson. I'm with Tampa Deep Sea Explorers. We do underwater vehicles. And I've been listening this morning, and I've been listening to the talks, and the problem seems to be a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of politics, right? Politics follows the buzz. It doesn't create the buzz. And have you considered pitching an idea to the X Prize?
To who? I'm sorry.
To X Prize?
Oh, X Prize. No.
If you want to generate buzz and you want to attract the investors, you've got 20 or 30 companies here, each who would be probably happy to sponsor a team to help develop their technology, advance their technology, promote their technology. And when you launch an X Prize, you get 1,000 super motivated people running all around talking to the investors that you're trying to attract.
Yeah, well, it reminds me that in 2017 we were in Halifax and we launched, the first X Prize, dedicated to the ocean. I haven't been impressed, by the result. I think that we have in the room, the most interesting vision with Scripps, and Scripps should take, this lead. There should be a Scripps Prize because you're the most recognized institution worldwide, and what you're doing, Vanessa, is great. But I think that you need to go one step further, and you have a legacy, and you should use, the image that Scripps has around the world, to take the lead on this. And this is a great idea, by the way. What do you think, Vanessa?
On the spot. Loaded question in this group. I think that's a great idea. It's way above my pay grade to make those types of decisions, but I think this conversation is really great. And just kind of to your guys' all point, as an academic institution here, we had a panel yesterday on workforce development. Miracosta is a community college here in San Diego that was talking about certificate courses for, really good jobs and quick turnaround time and getting people up to speed for these blue economy jobs, potentially offshore wind, aquaculture, but how do we get the conversation started soon enough so we can build programs and capacity building to feed into, helping staff the workforce to the jobs that you guys need? How can we work together with our partners to be able to make sure that we've got the cascade of different types of skill sets that you need? To all of your points, you're going to need so many different kinds of jobs and skill sets and expertise to build off not just science and research, but building and construction and everything. So how do we put all those parts together? And then another thought to all the policy, aquaculture, which was mentioned before, offshore wind, pretty much everything in the blue economy, any workforce development, any jobs, any opportunities that we need, we're gonna need agreement from federal, state, regional, the ports, you know, permitting is a huge barrier that we're seeing in all the different industries, aquaculture, offshore wind. Running an accelerator program now, I'm even learning more. You know, we're having like young entrepreneurs that are trying to start startups in aquaculture with seaweed, and they can't get permits. It takes multiple years and millions of dollars. Cow wave, you know, it takes a myriad of different permits to get anything done off the pier at Scripps. So how do we all come together to really advance this and have that conversation? I mean, I would love to be a part of that, but again, it's way above my pay grade at Scripps, so I can't make any commitments here. But yeah.
I mean, one thing that I want to say is that I do feel like we are seeing, you know, creative things happening on the East Coast, and that I do feel like there's things we can learn for the West from some of the initiatives that different schools are pursuing and the maritime academies, et cetera, on the East Coast. But I just think that the, you know, the size of what we want to do is definitely going to take a focused effort. But I love the idea of us figuring out how to really mobilize the blue economy as much as possible. Because I think another thing is that, you know, as you know, there's industries in the ocean that feel threatened, and I think many of us believe that there's future opportunities that for us to all work together.
So now we're going to have a question from Ferris. What is SMC?
So at Santa Monica College, and we are working with Alta Sea on that aquaculture certificate program. And we also have certificates in solar installation, energy efficiency, but we've had a problem because we haven't been able to get the companies, the solar companies and energy efficiency companies, to look to our students first to hire either for internships or for, you know, open positions. And I think that that's really critical, that the industry, and it's not just SMC that's had that problem. I've talked to other community colleges that have had, you know, similar programs that are struggling because, you know, the industry is just running so fast. They're just like, we need to grab anyone off the street, teach them everything that we need them to know, but we're getting jumped over. So that's just a critical point that I just want to make sure that doesn't get missed.
I remember when we were setting up some of the first solar installation classes at the East LA Skills Tech and Training Center, which is not Santa Monica College, but was even further away. And we were trying to create sort of that first class because there wasn't even a single class, you know, there was just no standardization to what you had to do. But I think one of the advantages that we may see on offshore wind in this is that with the bidding credits that are now going to be asked for. So if you want to put in a bid for one of these areas, one of the 5 areas that we have, you get a credit for 3 different issues. One is, and I'll look to the experts here, if it's building a workforce or a supply chain in California. 2 is, and that's the 20% credit. There's a 5% credit if you're working with impacted communities, so think tribal and the fishing groups. And there's another 5% credit if you're working with impacted communities who might just be impacted by this issue. So think environmental justice and sort of other groups there. So and those bidding credits were not an accident. That was done with a lot of advocacy from somebody right over here on the stage who looks a lot like this guy, but you know, who sort of put that together in the hopes that we don't have that problem, that we don't get leapfrogged over, if that's an actual word, but you know what I mean? So we can figure a lot of that stuff out, but we've got to do it with smarts, with a little bit of foresight and some coordination.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So we have Kendra McDonald. She is the CEO from the Ocean Supercluster Canada. She is very shy, she is very silent, but she has, well, she's managing, you know, all the blue vision, you know, for Canada. I'd like, you know, to hear from her, and maybe she can give you an advice on that.
That's a very big question. Sorry, what am I giving advice on? Just to make sure.
She was texting. And no, the idea is, you know, tell us about, you know, your expertise in terms of the blue vision and how you can accelerate and how you look into the workforce and mobilize, you know, the young generation on this.
Right. That's still a really big question. Yeah, so I mean, I think I don't think there's a magic bullet from a Canadian perspective. I think talent development and workforce is a huge challenge, and I'm on a panel later, so I could talk about it later, but that's all good. I could talk about it now and scoop myself. So, you know, we are looking at how we steal more talent away from other sectors, especially IT more broadly. So, you know, when we look to, so Canada's trying to play catch up in terms of wind. There was someone that mentioned earlier that Canada's kind of working on getting their act together. They have lots of capability in terms of offshore oil and gas, and some of that translates to aquaculture, and some of that will translate to wind. Canada also has really strong, where we're trying to target, is we have really strong artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, data science capability, but very little of it. In fact, all of our AI institutes are in Edmonton, Toronto, and not all of them, but the majority, Edmonton, Toronto, and Montreal, and for the most part don't do any ocean. So how do we get that capability and interest into our ocean economy? So that's a big focus for us, and so we just launched Startup Genome, worked with Startup Genome and did some startup report and launched it at WebEx in Lisbon, which is a technology conference to put blue tech onto the technology radar screen in a different way. So it's not offshore renewables specifically, but it is what's happening in blue economy overall.
Yeah, and we can continue later, you know, with the other panel. So, final words. It has been an interesting discussion, and thank you all for, you know, participating. So we're going to start with you. What are the 3 main points you want, you know, to keep, you know, for our audience and make sure that we're going to progress on that? What are the 3 main essential points?
Well, I think for me, what I have seen with our work with the Business Network is that it is about bringing people together and the business-to-business synergy. So I think my main point is I hope some new relationships are going to come out of this conference that we can expand on, both all of us and then obviously individuals, and then stay engaged, and then just get ready for I just think that once the auction happens, everyone is going to be laser focused on how do we get from that becomes A to Z, and it's going to take a lot of concentrated work, but we should be grateful to both of these gentlemen and many others who got the legislature focused, also the policymakers, on why they needed to lift up this issue and bring offshore wind to the West. So.
Excellent. Eddie, the takeaway message.
Just really one, the idea of local accountability and creating local environments. So you'll hear me use the word local a lot, but I think at this point the state is into this technology. There is an ambitious vision for it, and then the federal government is also very much supporting it, as we're seeing from everything from, you know, tax credits to, say, the bidding credit design of the auction itself. But at the end of the day, it's really, you know, incumbent upon the developers to work well with local communities. If they don't, I've been, you know, as a community advocate, I've seen situations where literally the construction gates are blocked by community protests. You do not want that happening on something like this. It shouldn't be happening given the amount of money and resources already dedicated to it. So hopefully, if you have the awareness of, you know, the ground circumstances, that'll put you much farther ahead in getting this sustainably done.
Excellent. So Dan, except, you know, from the script prize that you're gonna commit to, except from that, what will be the takeaway message?
I think let's think big. You know, maybe the one thing I would think about is that when we started with solar, and I was saying, you know, we did the 1 million solar roofs, we didn't shy away from going to Governor Schwarzenegger and say, you know, oh, we want a program that'll say 10,000 solar roofs. I mean, to be honest, we did. And he kicked us out of his office and said, I want a movie star-like project to be able to do. And I think we need to be able to do that same kind of organizing here is what is our 1 million Project X, you know, whatever it is, let's think big and let's not shy away from going big on what a sustainable blue economy can mean for, like I said, not just California, not just for the West Coast, but for the world.
But this is, you know, the American dream, and this is why from Europe we look at you with a lot of jealousy, because we know that you think big and you achieve big. So this is good. I'd like, you know, to thank you all for this very interactive, you know, discussions, and we're going to move to the next one. Thank you, and join me, you know, to thank the panelists.
I hope you'll all come to Flyer Day.
So the next panel. We are 3 minutes late for the next panel. Repurposing offshore competencies and technology into renewable applications. Panel on the stage, please. I'm calling Noe, Peter, Lydia, Michael. Come back on the stage. You all have presentations? Slides? Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. Who wants to go first? Doesn't matter. So Lydia will go first because last time she didn't have enough time. So we're going to start with Lydia, and then Peter, and then Noe, and then Michael. Cool. Okay. So let's try to keep it, 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Have been given time. They're trying to make it short. You can take a couple minutes of mine. I'll be short. We'll make a discussion. It's okay. You're my intro. I rely on your intro.
Listen, guys. Can you be quiet? Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to listen, to the next part, and Lydia is again on the stage. She could be the moderator, Matt, next time. So Lydia, what's your presentation about?
So I mean, it's about
It's
the
not the
topic.
same than the previous
No,
one.
it's not the
Okay,
same.
yeah. So
Although, I mean, I didn't really finish the other one, but.
good. So we're listening.
Yeah, thanks. So no need to present myself again. I mean, the only thing I'll add about myself is that I'm a repurposed person myself. So my background is working on deep water projects in the oil and gas business before I joined the renewable offshore wind business. So it's possible. I will try to keep it short and learn from my previous mistakes, I guess. So as I was explaining earlier, for those of you who were in this session earlier, Shell's aspiration is to build a profitable, sustainable business while reducing our carbon footprint. And when we're thinking about this energy transition, we're also thinking about where are our strengths and what is it that we are good at that we can really leverage in this transition. And that's where offshore wind kind of fits nicely, because it allows us to leverage a lot of these things that we do well. And among those things, I'll mention a few here. One is, just we have built more than 50 years of experience offshore, which, we're proud of, obviously. In terms of expertise, although we work with a lot of contractors, suppliers, we are good at managing complex projects, and that through the entire life cycle. So we know how to develop, build, and operate assets. So we stay along the whole way. And then the last thing I'll mention, and I think it's one of the key pieces as well, especially I think in the US context, is the long-term partnership that we have developed with multiple stakeholders, and I'll cite a few here, like the regulators, obviously, getting permits, suppliers and contractors that we also tend to call partners, especially for these type of complex projects. But also I want to mention R&D and universities that we do work with quite closely, provide funds to as well. And we've been talking about workforce for a while earlier as well, but we also work closely with workforce trainings agencies and the likes. And so all these will need again for offshore wind, right? And all these type of relationships are very similar. The last thing I'll mention is that in oil and gas we have a very strong focus on safety, and I think this is something that has been maybe not as strong in traditional renewable development, and so this is another thing that oil and gas companies will bring to the table. Oops, can I go back? Sorry. Is it possible? Oh, here we go. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm just going to keep it short. Floating wind in particular, so I didn't speak about floating wind, but floating wind in particular is a good fit when you're a deep water oil and gas developer. Obviously, there's a lot of similarities in technologies, although I'll put the caveat that, in a floating wind farm, you're building hundreds of these floaters, which is never the case in an oil and gas development. But however, a lot of the things, the structure, the floating structures, mooring lines, cables, laying cables, the whole installation and logistics is quite similar. And so that's why we've started to build our expertise into floating wind, and our intent and ambition is to become one of the leaders in floating wind, starting with small pilots and demonstrating, working with the likes of Principal Power, who was on stage with me earlier, in the early 2015, and working towards commercial scale and utility scale projects. I just finished with a note on California, because obviously we haven't, kept secret our interest in participating, and we're a qualified entity to participate in the upcoming auction in California. Reflecting on some of the comments earlier about local content, I don't think that California can happen without local content, and it's actually a huge opportunity for the states to create a new industry which will bring jobs and a lot of innovation technology. I heard also the comment about the voice of the developers is not strong enough. I think this voice is going to become very, very strong in a few weeks. The key for us it will be to keep that voice strong and united, so that we are all collaboratively working towards making sure that the priorities, the funding, all of that comes into place, and we are able to successfully deliver offshore wind to California.
Thank you, Lydia. The next presenter is Peter. So Peter, what are you doing and what you're going to tell us? Offshore wind. Okay.
Right, so I'm Peter Jenkins. I'm with a company called 4Subsea. I'll give you a bit of context. So 4Subsea, we're about 125 geeks working out of Norway, UK, and Brazil. We love technology in 4Subsea. We believe that maths and physics holds the answers to most questions in life. We love big yellow stuff on the seabed. Oh, the video is not playing? Never mind. Okay. And we love complex marine operations, we love sensors, and we love software programming. And when we come to work, we combine operational expertise and domain expertise with software development, with sensor development, and with data analytics, including artificial intelligence and machine learning, to create digital services that give data-driven decision support to energy providers. But as much as we love the technology part of it, we know that the technology is just an enabler. The drivers for our solutions are highly commercial. Commercial in the way of optimizing the life of a valuable asset, or improving the operability of a crane vessel or a drilling rig, or avoiding stop in production from a wind turbine or a subsea oil and gas well, or possibly reducing capex of future wind farms, of future oil and gas developments by using data from existing assets to do things more cost efficiently on future developments. But our ambitions go beyond this. Our ambition is to make our data platform for insight the leading self-service digital platform for ocean space and the maritime industry, allowing engineers and data scientists everywhere to create their own decision support based on data with the help of our technology. But I'm here to talk about repurposing of the technology from oil and gas into the blue economy. And we are all used to seeing graphs showing unprecedented growth projections for the offshore wind industry over the next decades. And whether or not these ambitious goals will be met remains to be seen, as it will require nothing short of a small industrial revolution in offshore construction and installation. However, never before have we seen such growth projections backed by a global sense of urgency that we have to succeed to save our planet. But unfortunately, it's not just this industrial revolution we have to cope with. Total market losses in offshore wind grew by a factor of 5 over the last 5-year period, from £124 million in the period of 2010 to 2015, to £500 million in the period of 2015 to 2020. And it's still growing. And the average insurance claim in the same period grew from £2 million to £3.6 million. And for offshore wind to become a viable energy source in the future, the quality of design, installation, and operation needs to improve significantly, because you simply can't scale something which is not working in the first place. Oil and gas is a low volume, high value industry. And what I mean by that is that the value of each development is very high, and it can absorb a lot of technology development. But the volume is low because every oil and gas field tends to be developed with bespoke solutions. The offshore wind industry is a low margin, high volume industry, and the profit margins rely on volume. This makes these two industries a perfect match. And I would like to share with you some of the examples on how we in 4Subsea are taking our technology from oil and gas and repurposing it. Not so much really, we're just reusing it bluntly from oil and gas directly into offshore wind. I'm glad to have a shell here today, Lydia, because on the next slide here you see an old shell asset from oil and gas in Brazil. And since 2010 we have been developing and using sensor technology to monitor integrity of risers, cables, and other offshore installations. Combining such measurements with our ability to do advanced cross-section analysis of such assets, we are able to verify the design, we are able to assess the remaining life of assets, and we are able to give operators important feedback on anomalies so that they can detect and act before they get into trouble. And today we see an increased interest in doing similar type measurements on cables in offshore wind. However, in the wind industry, this is still immature, and they have a misunderstood focus on cost, and therefore they still mainly come to us for monitoring after the failure has happened to try and figure out why it happened. In oil and gas, data is being used upfront to avoid failures to happen, and the monitoring is being used proactively to extend the life beyond the predicted design life of the asset instead of being used to manage failures. The oil industry also has a lot of old assets today, which needs taking care of to be able to keep producing long after their design life has originally run out. In the example you see on the left here, our client is able to sit at home at his breakfast table, and he can pull up on his iPad and check the integrity status of his platform before a storm sets in. The system on the left uses one single sensor mounted on the platform, and with that sensor we monitor dominant response frequencies in the entire structure, and our algorithms can then detect the slightest change in the structure over time. And as an example, on this platform, they came in with a jackup rig to do a maintenance, and they landed a gangway onto the platform, and the sliding bearings on the gangway weren't working, and we could immediately detect that something was happening to the platform, but it was getting stiffer instead of softer, so it was safe. But this solution has proven very efficient and successful in oil and gas, and we're now also using it directly in offshore wind. The solution is perfect for verifying structural design of towers and foundations, and it's also perfect for detecting changes in the interaction between substructures and the seabed. And we are now also using this solution for reducing capital expenditure on new wind farms, where the operators is using the same technology to monitor and verify or minimize the use of rock dump to stabilize jacket foundations. And that is on a farm with 100 jacket foundations, so the cost savior of reducing rock dump is huge in a CapEx perspective. And finally, on drilling operations in the North Sea today, we monitor 80% of all drilling operations in Norway and UK from semi-submersible rigs. And on 30% of these operations, we detect anomalies, and we use data to help operators manage the situation while they're drilling. One of the key factors that we are monitoring is the stability of the well in the seabed. And this soil support around the conductor is one of the hardest parameters to predict when you do a design of a well. And the effect of this soil support around a well is more or less identical to the effect you have of soil support around a monopile substructure for wind turbines. And the stiffness and damping of the soil can have a significant impact on the structural performance of the wind turbines. And again, the solutions we are using for drilling, which is highly developed and highly tested and proven, can be used directly to detect anomalies and help operators optimize the service life of their assets, also in the wind farm industry. And we know from oil and gas that if you replace design loads from your design phase, if your design was done correctly, replacing them with actual measured loads like we do with sensors, we can extend the service life of an asset by 10 to 30%. And if you look at the levelized cost of energy of a wind farm, if you extend the service life by 10 to 30%, it has a huge impact on the levelized cost of energy that you can accept for that asset. And then finally, I thought, is the video working here? Nah, no video's working, okay. That's boring. It's kind of a fun video. I thought I'd replicate the NOAA video with all the funny fish from yesterday. But anyway, we've been working in 4Subsea for a long time on a vision that we have on remote surveillance of the seabed. And for some years now, we've been working on this, and last year we had a major breakthrough when we did this project with autonomous cameras together with Equinor to monitor temperature-driven movements of subsea wells. I will not go into details of that project. It was presented at the Offshore Technology Conference in Houston earlier this year. But for us, it was a major breakthrough because it was a proof that we can do millimeter accuracy measurements remotely and autonomously on the seabed and create not just accurate measurements, but combine it with time-lapse video of what is going on, so the customer gets a better understanding of what is actually happening on the seabed. And we are already working to put more advanced image recognition algorithms into our sensors autonomously on the seabed. And we are working with the key part of our vision, which is to transfer the image from the seabed back to you who are sitting at your coffee table at home, wanting to pull up an image of your asset, almost like you did for the platform. But in this case, you have an autonomous sensor on the seabed, and it's communicating directly back to you sitting with your iPad at your breakfast table. We know we can do this. We have all the different technology elements it takes, so we know the bits and pieces work, and we believe that this will become a commercial reality within the next few years. Thanks.
Thank you. And our next presenter, well, we have so many French people, you know, in the audience. It's amazing. So Noé, tell us about, you know, DNV and what you're doing here and what you want to present.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Pierre. So I'm Noé Roxel. I'm working on floating offshore wind for DNV in North America. So DNV is actually...
Speak in the mic. We can't hear you.
Ah, yeah. So DNV is actually a good example of a company transitioning from oil and gas to offshore wind, because like DNV has been working for more than 150 years on shipping and then oil and gas and other kind of maritime activity. And then about 20 years ago, we started to transition to offshore wind, and that was quite a natural transition for us, I think. And now, I think in about 90% of the project on the, of the offshore wind project now in the world, DNV is involved somehow. So the offshore wind in the world is really a growing market. The graph that you can see here, we are basically at, you know, 1/10 of what's going to happen in the next 30 years. And this growth is not just in the US, it's really a global growth, actually mostly in Europe and in Asia. So the industry is really just at the beginning, and there is much more coming. And at the same time, the oil and gas industry is stagnant or maybe even decreasing a bit. And here we are just talking about the installed power and the installed capacity. If you look at the actual construction activities, the drop for the oil and gas industry is probably even more significant. So the offshore wind industry is quite a natural transition for the offshore wind, because basically we are facing the same challenges. It's installing a complex structure in a very unfriendly environment, installing big yellow stuff on the seabed, basically. So that's exactly, yeah, this is the same problem than for the oil and gas industry. We are facing a very harsh environment, wave, wind, and in the same times we have to, like for instance, maintain the position of floating assets or install structures in shallow waters, maintain those structures. So most of the challenges are really the same, and that explains why we can see a lot of the technologies that used to be used in the oil and gas industry repurposed now in the offshore wind industry. And that's why it looks a lot, yeah, it looks a lot like the same thing. So first, in terms of technology, we could mention like the offshore foundations are the same technology. Floating platforms, that's for instance something that the oil and gas industry have been doing for the last 40, 50 years. Very deep water installation. That's also something that the oil and gas industry is doing for a while. So there is really an expertise in mooring system, anchors, subsea cable, and also in the vessels that are required to install those elements. And that comes also and that also comes with the associated expertise, both in engineering, ocean engineering, vessels, and an associated supply chain. So, I mean, that's not really a surprise why we can see now a big shift of most of the main stakeholders in the offshore, in the oil and gas industry, transitioning to offshore wind. Most of the company you see here is just a small example, but 10 years ago, all those companies were doing just oil and gas, or 99% of oil and gas. For instance, personally, I was working in one of those companies, in SBM Offshore. I started either 10 years ago, and 5 years ago, we started either to look into floating wind. And at that time, 5 years ago, we were just 3 in the company working on that. And it was like a 10,000 people company. Nowadays, 5 years later, it's one of the most significant business of the company. And I think it's probably true for most of those companies that you see here. And it's only a small example. So there is really a rapid shift in the whole industry. But it's not that simple. So I think the main difference between the oil and gas industry and the offshore wind is really a matter of scale. While in the oil and gas industry, we usually have one or two assets with really high value. In the offshore wind industry, it's about 100 assets. And it's and the scale of the construction is much bigger. So each individual asset is usually smaller and cheaper, but then it's really imposing a very different approach in terms of construction, design, supply chain, and serial construction, because we are really going from a one-off design and construction of a very high value asset to a serial construction, more like almost a car manufacturer. And it's still a lot of steel and a lot of assets to produce. And for instance, if we are looking at just California, with only the 5 lease areas to be auctioned this year, it will represent about 400 wind turbines to be built more or less in the same time frame. And each of those wind turbines will come with a foundation of about 4,000 to 5,000 tons of steel. So that's a huge production chain to be installed, which is a very different thing than for oil and gas. Because, for instance, for oil and gas, for such an oil and gas platform, that was relatively easy to build in Asia and then tow across the Pacific or across the ocean. And so the construction location was not really linked to the installation location, just because it was not so many assets. And even if we had to spend 100 millions or 50 millions in transport, that was not such a big deal. While for so many assets, it's really changing the game and how we think about it. So the other difference that are important, I think, it's first geographical locations are different. For instance, if you take the United States, most of the expertise and the supply chain linked with the oil and gas industry is mostly located in the Gulf Coast. But the offshore wind industry is not just there, and it's actually a lot in the Northeast, soon in the Pacific coast, and that makes a big difference because, first the supply chain, it's not easy to transport equipment from the Gulf Coast to the Northeast, especially, if we are talking about massive foundations, monopile, jacket. it does represent a few thousand nautical miles, which is not nothing. And same in general for the competencies, for the people. It's not that simple to tell a full, like a worker community to just move to another part of the country. It doesn't work just like that. And at the same time, the states developing offshore wind, for instance, in the Northeast, they want to keep as much as possible of the workforce and the supply chain locally. So as much as they can, they are trying to develop local supply chain. So it's not direct transfer of the supply chain and the workforce from the oil and gas to the offshore wind, just because of this location and geographical location issue. Well, now the offshore wind development will start soon in the Gulf of Mexico. BOEM has announced new lease area to be auctioned, I think, end of next year or the year after. So it might change a bit. And yeah, other things like specific technologies, even if I would say 80% of the required technology already exists in the oil and gas industry, there are still a few other technologies that needs to be developed. There are also a few cultural differences. I mean, maybe one of the reasons why some of the oil and gas supply chain and companies didn't transition sooner to the offshore wind industry is that for a very long time they didn't believe in it so much. I mean, yeah, again, personally, I remember when I started working in the offshore wind industry, a lot of people would make fun and say, yeah, okay, you are just doing to do some windmills, and okay, we will keep doing serious stuff. And now those same people are saying, yeah, you have a job or something? So, and also I think, yeah, just like Lydia mentioned, I think it's also a very different culture of risk with regard to the risk for different reasons, for valid reasons. First, the stakes are not the same. Most of those structures are unmanned, so there is much less risk for human lives. The risk of pollutions are also way smaller because there is not the same quantity of hydrocarbons, just small oil containers. I mean, it's still a risk, and the risks are different, but yeah, that matter is very different from the oil and gas industry. And then, yeah, industrial strategy, and I think that's one of the main, is that it's really a different approach between one-off construction to serial construction, and that's really a shift to operate in the industry. And the oil and gas industry is not necessarily used to those numbers when we say that we need like 300 anchors, for instance. The biggest project they had done so far was 24. So it's really a big shift. And I think that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Noe. So, Michael, make us dream with the smart vessel. What is it about?
My name's Mike Ford. I'm with Wärtsilä. Many of you probably know us as an engine supplier, offshore equipment. We're involved in all those different aspects of offshore. And when I was asked to take a look at this panel, I kind of boiled it down to fundamentals. Two specific things that are really, in my mind as an OEM and what I see in the industry as those critical things that can transition, that are points of contention for offshore wind as a whole. One is the assets, i.e., do we have enough vessels? We've seen several slides already today indicating a large buildup of vessels that simply we don't have. So we either have to go somewhere else, and then we get into policy discussions about Jones Act, or we have to find a way to get those built or repurposed. Here we are, repurposing the assets we have. We have an industry in offshore that has slowed down, that has assets available. Is it feasible to start reusing those in a way that we can use here? And then the other piece that we had an entire panel on just a minute ago about the resources, the work people that are going to execute this. Can we retrain them? Can we bring them to different sites? What can we do? Is that feasible? So we'll start with looking at the assets. You'll notice two particular ships up here, both jackups. One is directly out of offshore. It's a jackup drill rig. The derrick is carefully hidden behind one of the legs, so it looks very much like the wind farm installation vessel in green. They're very similar assets. They have similar capabilities. One has a much bigger crane, and that's probably one of the biggest challenges, is shifting away from smaller cranes because everything's happening on the deck to something that, when it's jacked up, can go another several hundred feet taller to install the wind turbine, nacelle, the blades, and transition to that. So you've got an aspect, but you have a foundation of something that's already there that works just fine, that's available. We have lots of jackups stacked. Many of them warm stacked. In other words, they're stored well enough that we can reuse them relatively quickly. So there's that. The installation vessels is part one. You've got to be able to get things installed. Part two is the SOVs. You've got to have vessels that can service them, provide personnel to them, get that workforce on site, and be able to maintain that. SOVs are a critical piece that, especially in the European sector, has led into their entire own design frame for the comfort, for the accommodations. That's a challenge, but we do have assets that fit the size, that can carry the load, add the accommodations, add the gangways to allow that walk to work. So we do have assets there. The crew transfer vessels is the final piece of the puzzle when it comes to the assets, being the smaller vessels transferring people within the field and back to shore. Fast support vessels are already out there. We're doing all kinds of different things, unmanned tests even with those vessels. They carry the load, many times a higher cargo load than what the crew transfer vessels that are being purpose-built can carry. So they offer an opportunity to really bolster what we're doing, especially when you start talking about places like California, where you're going to have longer ranges that they're going to have to go because you have limited numbers of ports that you can access with these assets. So you have to be thinking about all those different pieces for where the assets are really going to play into this and how we can make use of what we do have. The other piece, a lot of these are already US built. It avoids the whole political issue of the Jones Act. We've got these vessels, we can rebuild them. We have yards that have that capability. We have those yards even on the West Coast. We're seeing the supply chain on the East Coast start adapting to that, start building their skills and pulling workers from the Gulf Coast to build that scale and enhance what they can do. So that takes care of part one. We have the vessels to install offshore wind. Then we have to look at who's going to do it. The offshore industry has experienced a little bit of a downturn, as we've seen. So unfortunately, there is a gap that we have to consider, and that's where we do have schools. We have to take examples from the Gulf Coast and really start bolstering that at schools, at training centers, and get those individuals and the new workforce trained up, because there's a gap. There's almost a full generation gap of people that, with the downturn, left offshore and they're not coming back. So you don't have that expertise. So you really do have to build a new workforce that understands these concepts. But we have the infrastructure. We have the schools. It's similar policies. I heard a comment earlier questioning safety. The safety for operating in a wind farm is very similar to the safety of operating near oil rigs. There's 500-meter exclusion zones where you have to enter and exit as required. There's activity-specific operating guidelines, or ASOGs, for those specific procedures. These are all transferable capabilities and skill sets that we have in the workforce now that we can move over. The additional competencies for lifting, we have crane operators, we have schools that can do this. One of the critical pieces that is really emerging now, and I don't know if any of the other groups have touched on it, is the ability for cloud and for virtual training. That opens it up so it doesn't have to be located in one specific location. You can start doing training from other locations and really develop those skill sets. So you do have opportunities to build that training set and really repurpose the workforce as well and bring them into the equation. let's see. I will stop there and no that
You still have 3 minutes.
that's all good.
Yeah.
That covers the two critical pieces from what the policymakers are saying are the hiccups. We don't have enough vessels, we don't have enough people. We have ways to overcome that, but we've got to get over the inertia to actually make that happen.
Thank you, Michael. So, repurposing. Well, that's very interesting. When I'm listening to you, I have the feeling that we're good.
We have the development, we have new technology to supplement old technology to help that along. We have regulatory that's vested.
And you've got your
has
vessels.
capabilities, and we have OEMs that are willing to work with existing assets to bring them online.
So, thank you very much. Problem solved. Next session. No, come on. Be serious. Well, Lydia, tell us the truth. Where are we?
And I was having the same reflection that this is an excellent panel. It's like a very mixed views. Where are we? I think we're on that path. I mean, in Shell, definitely we're on that path. You know, we're seeing more and more colleagues shifting from traditional oil and gas activities into renewables. You know, may it be offshore wind or solar or storage, hydrogen, whatever. So I really appreciated the presentation. I think it actually really resonated with me, and I'd like to hear more about, you know, how you see the technology transferring, because I think this is how really we could, again, optimize the cost and make it economical for everyone to transition from oil and gas to offshore wind. And then, you know, your presentation was very different than what I've heard in the past as well. So thank you for giving me a bit more hope.
I was in a private discussion, sorry for that. So before we go to the next panel, I'd like, you know, to hear from our Norwegian council about, you know, this vision on the repurposing. Norway has been the key leading country, you know, for offshore energy and for offshore whatever, aquaculture, for offshore oil and gas. So would you think that the repurposing is really something that is on the way? And have you experienced already in the current development, such as, you know, Sintef, Nofima, all the companies working on these transitional actions? Have you? Can you say that we are on the right way, and can we achieve in a near future, you know, this transition and the repurposing of the competencies towards, you know, the new offshore renewable energy? And
I'll give it a try. On vessels, yes, repurposing is probably needed and important. Speaking for the Norwegian government, you know, don't close the U.S. market for foreign vessels more than there is today. That's Norwegian policy, but we don't have to discuss Jones Act and all of that more here. I think I don't know if there are any. Maybe Ove can say something about that from the industries industry side, but from the government side, we see that happens, and as demand for slightly different types of vessels, but still based on the design and the use of offshore vessels for the oil and gas industry. The shipping companies and the operators and the owners, they will go that way, and so will the workforce as well. But an observation from my side is that, you know, the supply industry is high in demand right now. It's not necessarily so easy to get the capabilities that you need to build out offshore wind, and especially on the vessel side. So yeah, I think there's a market for you can say there's a market for everyone, but we need to be able to apply the capabilities that we have across the world. I think that's very, very important.
you next. Just maybe a comment from this is your core
Yes, I agree. My name is Uwe and I'm from GC Ocean Technology, kind of equivalent to TMA BlueTech. This is quite an important issue and we are pushing it very, very hard in Norway. And I mean, it's, what's happening there is a sort of diversification. So we're using the competence, repurposing it, and also technology and solutions from the oil and gas industry and entering the renewable. And I think Peter here gave some excellent examples of how we are doing that. So we as an organization also do kind of crossover programs to help this diversification happen, to help them to pave their way into new markets. Because as also shown earlier here, the growing markets are the offshore wind market, and so their growth, these companies' growth, are in those markets. So obviously this is a huge and big topic, important topic, and also very important to speed up the green transition, to speed up the energy transition.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I know, but just a comment on this. I'm just curious because you're talking about repurposing now. As far as repurposing the skill set and the vessels that are applicable to the wind, I understand. But you mentioned the jackups in particular. And every study I've seen came to the same conclusion that they're not suitable for doing offshore wind. A, because they don't have a big enough crane, but also B, because of the way they move. They're designed to move once a week at most, and usually once every couple of months, not once every day. And they have the 3 legs, not the 4 legs. There's a whole list of reasons why they're not suitable to use for wind. So I'm curious, do you have a study or something that's shown that those are useful for that or no?
One, it's going to depend on absolutely the style of jackup. 3-leg jackups are not really suitable. 4-leg, you've got to have the deck load. Absolutely. To your point, as far as movement, most of them, you're correct. Adding some systems to dynamically position them and get them moving is a heck of a lot lower cost than the, let's see, last tally on the one wind turbine intervention vessel, installation vessel under build in the US right now, 750 million is where they're at now, and it's still climbing. So you can do an awful lot of rework on a 4-leg jackup, removing the derrick, putting a bigger crane, having feeder barges, things like that for that same $750 million.
Eventually,
so
it
comes down to an economic solution as well. But yes, some of the jackups that are out there certainly are not feasible.
Pete.
Yeah, so for Subsea, we're part of the Subsea 7 group. So we have the world's 2nd largest fleet in offshore oil and gas, and the world's largest fleet in offshore wind. And there is no such thing as repurposing assets. There's very few cases where you bring in Saipem 7000, for instance, to do special heavy lift like we do in Seagreen now. But and cable A, still cable A in oil and gas is similar to cable A in wind, but it's not the same, unfortunately. Even anchor handling, you'd think anchor installation in offshore floating wind would be similar to oil and gas because they're both anchors, but actually the tensions needed on floating wind are much, much higher. So you would need a new fleet. And just to put do we have enough assets? Just to put it in perspective, I think ScotWind was mentioned earlier today with 15 gigawatts in Scotland. If they were to develop all those 15 gigawatts, that would tie up every anchor handler vessel in Norway and UK for 3 years. And for those of you who think oil and gas is on a decline, we are developing more oil and gas field in Norway for the next 2 or 3 years than ever before, ever in history. So the assets are kind of tied up. But in general, in Subsea 7 at least, what we see is there's a lot of reuse of competence. There's a lot of reuse of technology and knowledge, but assets, there is no reuse.
Yeah, and just to finish on repurposing vessels, I think that was really something possible and really done quite often at the beginning of the industry when the scale of the wind turbine and the projects were way smaller. For instance, in the US for Block Island, it was installed mostly with oil and gas jackups from the Gulf of Mexico, but it was 6 megawatt turbines, just 4 turbines, and they had to build it in like in sections, which is like really slow compared to building it in just one go. And I think that was the same in Europe, like 10 years ago, when the scales of the project and the structure were still relatively slow. It was easier somehow to reuse other type of vessel, but now with like 15 or soon 20 megawatt turbines and hundreds of turbines, it's way more difficult and everything becomes way more specialized.
So you all related, to the oil and gas industry, and well, I'm coming from the oil and gas industry because I'm a marine geologist, oceanographer, and I agree that there's a great expertise, in the oil and gas. You're always mentioning the offshore wind. I understand that we're on the right track, for the offshore wind. What about, the others assets? I'm talking about, the oil rigs, frig field that is coming to an end. Is there any possibility for us, to imagine a future and repurposing, these very big assets, and what are the direction we should be looking at?
I have seen some plans, but again, I think it was like really high-level R&D. For instance, repurposing oil and gas platform to build, for instance, an offshore substation, a converter station, these kind of things. But I think it's really a case-by-case things, because first it has to be at the right place. This oil and gas asset needs to be exactly where you need it, because you cannot really move it. So it needs to be in a place with the right water depth, the right wind. Then the condition after maybe 30 years or 50 years of operation needs to be still good, because most probably it needs to go for at least 25 or 30 more years. So, it's not that easy. I mean,
so I have good news for you, because we're working on a huge project, and I think that.
I'll just add, because we looked at that for the Gulf of Mexico, and there's a few challenges to it, a few blockers. First thing is, usually when you get a lease, you can only use it for a specific activity. So, it's a lease for oil and gas production, or it's a lease for offshore wind. So there is this element that you still have to decommission your assets to refurbish it and to then redeploy it. So we looked at maybe repurposing some some old oil platforms and what it would take. But at the end of the day, the benefits, the cost, it just doesn't necessarily make sense. I mean, it's not a done deal, but I'm just sharing here some thoughts we've had specifically for some of our assets in Gulf of Mexico that need to be decommissioned in the next 10 years.
And what about the tankers? Transportation, oil tankers. Is there any vision, for repurposing this kind of fleet?
For the offshore wind industry, you mean?
Well, it's an open question, to the panel.
We have looked at that for customers, and the interface loads at the bottom of a tower of a 15 megawatt turbine or a 20 megawatt turbine is quite unique, and there's no way you can fit that into a tanker. The tanker would break fairly quickly.
One of the possibility would be to use some of those tankers to transform it into a floating substation, or floating in a converter station, or hydrogen storage, for instance. A bit like we do with FPSO in the oil and gas industry. Exactly.
And can we capitalize on the expertise that we have in the oil and gas to translate, the knowledge and repurposing this kind of asset for the hydrogen, especially on the underwater storage? Is there any purpose or any value added that we can, Lydia?
I mean, we're looking into these kind of things. It's all quite, early stage, I would say. But yeah, I mean, for oil and gas, traditional oil and gas companies, and now, energy companies, working with hydrogen makes us just more comfortable because we know it's also liquid, I guess, or gas.
It's liquid and dangerous.
Yeah. So we're definitely looking at that, and I think oil and gas, traditional oil and gas companies and technologies will also have a big play into the hydrogen industry.
I'm going to turn to Marianne. You're working, for the environment at California. What do you expect to do with all the oil rigs that you have offshore? Is there any plan? Is there any idea on that?
Oh, yeah, no, I don't represent the state of California. No, I don't. I'm sorry. I can't comment.
My mistake. Any question in the audience? No? We good? That's perfect. So it was very clear, it was simple, and there's no more question, and we're just on time. So I'd like, to invite you to join me and thank you to the panel. Jack Pan, David Machete, say again? We're going to start with Kendra.
No, but I'm saying
Oh, yeah. You have slides? Yes, okay. So Kendra, Roy. We're going to start here again. Jack? David? You know each other? It's David. Come on board.
Nice to meet you officially.
Absolutely. Thank you. So we're going to try to keep the audience awake. It's going to be interesting. Sure. Jack. Where are you, Jack? Well, we're going to find you a replacement. Okay. You know what? Take a seat. We're going to start. So this session is about innovation, which is really important. There's no development, there's no scaling up, there's no deployment if there's no innovation. And we have some great panelists to speak about innovation. Sit down, yeah, take a seat, yeah. I promise I won't come to you, for any question. Not yet. Yeah. So if we're ready, we're going to start with Kendra. Kendra is the CEO from the Ocean Supercluster, and she will explain, the vision of Canada about, the innovation in the blue economy. Kendra?
Okay, so good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Pierre told me yesterday that he would ask me easy questions because I deal with jet lag. In the afternoon, I had a board meeting at 3:30 this morning. What he didn't tell me, he was going to track me down in the audience and ask me random questions as I was sitting on the other side. So anyway, so we'll see how this goes. So I am not an offshore wind expert compared to most of the people that you've heard speak today, so I will call that out up front. But what I will share is a little bit about what's happening in Canada from an offshore wind perspective. There's been a lot of activity in the last very short period of time, and what the role of the Ocean Supercluster is. So I think, at least in the conversations I've had in the last few days, there may not be a lot of familiarity with what's happening in Canada. So Canada's Ocean Supercluster, oh, sorry, I have control here. There we go. So Canada's Ocean Supercluster is, we call ourselves a cluster of clusters. We are part of a program, federal program. There's been a lot of discussion about the fact that there's not a lot of federal funding or coordinated federal funding in the US, but we do have a federal program where there's 5 what were the innovation superclusters in Canada, what is now the Global Innovation Cluster Program, and our job at the Ocean Supercluster is to grow the ocean economy for Canada. Canada has the longest coastline in the world, the 4th largest ocean territory, and we only contribute 1.6% to our GDP for Canada from the ocean economy. So as much as we have lots of coastline, we do not view ourselves, most Canadians would not view themselves as a maritime nation. From an ocean supercluster perspective, we are in our 5th year. We now have over 500 members. We have a portfolio of about 70 projects and about $360 million, Canadian dollars, in project value. So we have lots and we really invest in technology. And our purpose is really to increase industry investment and commercialization outcomes in technology. So I wanted to just share a few of our projects, I think, that are most relevant to this conversation that we're seeing. While I don't I'm not deep into offshore energy, I think I am deep into innovation. That's what we fund. We are cross-sectoral, so that does make us relatively unique in terms of a cluster. A lot of the clusters around the world would focus on offshore energy or aquaculture or. We actually look at how innovation happens across the sectors and where there's commonality to be able to scale more quickly. And so I wanted to mention first our focus on Indigenous. So when we look at where a lot of these projects are looking to go, they are often connected to Indigenous communities. And so in our first round, we had some focus. We had an Indigenous Career Pivot project, and one of the things as we talk about workforce is that when you look at Indigenous workers, they don't necessarily have the traditional experience that we go looking for when we go to hire. And so that really keeps them out of being able to be fully engaged in the job opportunities that exist in something like offshore wind. And so how do we change that? So one of the things that we've got is a matching program. So it looks at skills and it looks like at employer needs and puts them together. But now what we're also doing is what we call our Two-Eyed Seeing project, which is actually looking at how do we increase commercial investment from Indigenous communities into these projects. So this is X-Ocean. X-Ocean is very much, so a lot of what because we have $150 million, it doesn't go very far if we're investing in infrastructure. So we really invest in the complementary technology innovation that will be required to make this a success. So as we saw, there's no one on the platforms. This is completely uncrewed, and it all needs to be remotely monitored. And that's going to take lots of technology, that's going to generate lots of data. We're going to need lots of machine learning. There are all kinds of complementary technologies that will be needed to make this successful. So X-Ocean, what we see is several projects in the uncrewed vessel space. So X-Ocean is an Irish-based company. They've set up R&D facilities in Halifax, and what they do is they collect data. So there can be ongoing monitoring of sites. They work with wind farm sites all around the world in terms of being able to collect data. And so their project with the supercluster is to be able to get further out to sea and last for longer from a battery perspective. This one is, I thought it would be good for you to hear from one of our Canadian experts. We tried to get her here, but she wasn't able to be here. So this is Moya Cal, and they actually look for ordnances. So you don't want to set up a wind farm and blow yourselves up. And so they actually do subsea bed scanning. So I think hopefully this will work. There hasn't been a lot of sound all day, so we'll see if this works for me.
Pangeo Subsea was established in 2006. We're headquartered right here in St. John's, Newfoundland. This is the heart of innovation here in St. John's. But we recognized to truly have a global footprint, it was necessary to have operations elsewhere. So we chose in 2011 to set up an office in Aberdeen in Scotland to support our global operations. We've developed a number of unique acoustic technologies that image what's in the subsea bed. So very unique. So just like an MRI that images your organs, we actually image geohazards in the subsea bed and provide that data to our clients to help them plan their offshore installations. So today it's all about data, and we are truly excited with our merger with Kraken Robotics in that it has enabled us to fold in the Kraken products like the Catfish and Sea Vision to offer a broader service delivery to our clients. So now, not only providing data on what's in the subsea bed, but with the Kraken Catfish MinSAS data set, we're also able to see what's on the seafloor with resolutions better than any technology can provide today. One of the biggest challenges we have undertaken with our own Ocean Supercluster project is the commitment to reduce GHG and lower our carbon footprint. We are looking at technology enhancements that speed up our data collection times, and hence reducing the time on our vessel, reducing the size of the vessels, and now going forward looking at how we can take our people off the vessel and keep them on shore. We've been providing our solutions to the offshore renewable sector for now over 10 years. So it's only natural we play a role in the future of energy as we move away from our dependence on non-renewable energy. Our role as an industry leader is to keep ahead of that technology curve and continue to innovate and find solutions that support our country's push towards net zero emissions. Canada's Ocean Supercluster will accelerate that through the continuation of programs and supports to the SMEs here in Canada that help us scale up and be acknowledged as world leaders. We are more aware of our cross-Canada capacity because of the Ocean Supercluster. We will continue to innovate to find ways of reducing our carbon footprint as we deliver technology solutions all over the world. That's what gets me excited.
Okay, so last couple AeroWind project, that's deep sea inspections. So you can see a common theme here. We're seeing a lot of UAV solutions because of that remote monitoring requirement. And I should have mentioned the supercluster is a consortium model. And so UAV projects actually fit very well with us because there's typically a customer, there's a vessel provider, and then there's a sensor provider to collect a particular type of data. So it sort of creates a natural consortium that fits with our model. So this is Voyus, and they have a consortium that is trying to improve deep sea inspection, ongoing inspections, again, focused on offshore wind. And then we also have fish tracking. And so, one of the concerns is species movement around these offshore platforms. How do we understand what's happening? How do we understand if we're having adverse impacts, et cetera? And so they have a fish tracking product that is really focused on fixed, particularly fixed structures out in the ocean, and then tracking movement around those structures. So maybe just a couple of comments on what's happening in Canada. So we are definitely behind in terms of what we're seeing moving around the world, but Canada's working very hard to catch up. I know there were a number of US companies from the East Coast, mainly, that were involved with there was a big announcement from Germany as they look for other sources of energy. And so they're looking at an onshore wind project that would be then focused on hydrogen, production of hydrogen, because Canada has a lot of wind, but we don't actually need our wind. So this is not a grid problem for us. And so there was not really a business case for a lot more investment in wind until we had something to do with it. So the maritime transport need for hydrogen as a source of power really is driving a lot of what is the business case now. So we've seen announcements in Newfoundland, we've seen announcements in Nova Scotia, British Columbia has their Centre for Energy, and so there's lots of opportunity now to be able to get engaged, and we will only be able to do that working together and learning from each other, because the speed with which we need to do this, and there was a discussion around licensing earlier, this can't take us 12 years per project. How do we speed up everything without compromising environmental impacts? But we will need people, and we need to work together, or we just won't be able to get there. So last comment I will make, and then I will give over the floor, because Pierre mentioned this a couple of times. So one of the things the Supercluster has been doing is really looking at where do we want to go? What is our vision for the economy for Canada? I said it was only about 1.6% of our GDP. We want it to be 5 to 8% of our GDP. That would cause it to grow by 5 times. The biggest contributor to that growth is energy. So how do we take ourselves from what is about $8 billion in oil and gas revenue to $100 billion that is mainly going to come from renewables? So that's my job. This was created a couple of months ago, but this is our ambition for Canada, so we're really excited to make it happen. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Kendra. So the next presentation is Roy. Speak slowly because it might be complicated.
I'll speak as slowly as I can, being from New York. Okay. Hi, I'm Roy Robinson. I'm the CEO of Excipio Energy. And Excipio means to capture in Latin. And my team and I, that's what we set out to do, is to take our oil and gas expertise and apply it to originally just renewable energy, and then eventually we kind of morphed into the whole blue economy. Where's that clicker? This one? There we go. Now, whenever I've gone to one of these conferences, I say I'm in renewable energy, that's the first thing I get asked. Are you wind? Are you wave? Are you ocean currents? Very rarely am I asked about OTEC or geothermal or solar, but the point being is they see those as separate industries. And as I've gotten more into the aquaculture, I've been kind of impressed about how it mirrors the way aquaculture sees itself as well, because I found out that the people who do the fish don't really talk to the mollusks, who don't talk to the algae, who don't... They're more concerned about who's in their area, and the other ones, they're more concerned about whose investment they're getting, because for 40 years, offshore renewable energy has been fighting for research dollars. So they see each other as competing industries. They don't come to the realization they're part of the same one. Why is that important? Well, we looked at being a tidal company when we first started out, and we ran the numbers, and one of the things I used to do for oil and gas was run those kind of numbers, and I couldn't make it profitable. We looked at being a wave energy company, kind of had the same problem. Offshore wind and floating wind, you can kind of get there. And if you look up there at the top of that picture there, that's what NREL told BOEM the Gulf of Mexico looks like with regards to potential for offshore renewable energy. And it's not very attractive. We took all of them together and put them together in a single platform, and then you get the picture at the bottom. That's important for a couple of reasons. First off, because the wave resource is there in that top picture, but because when NREL analyzed it, they did it as individual. They say economically, a wave energy deployment by itself wouldn't work, and they're correct. When you combine them, it gets a free ride. So we've taken this and we've looked at this from the outside coming in, right? Where we were the interlopers coming into the offshore renewable space because we came from oil and gas. But basically, oil and gas and power have a linear mindset. Oil and gas, they drill a hole, money comes out. Power companies, they want to have a system, they turn the switch, power comes out. And then aquaculture is also, it's a low risk, they're trying to make one product. To make the blue economy work, you really have to put them all together. Now, this is the slide you're never supposed to put up, and I would never suggest that this is where you should start out or we're going to do this on our prototype. However, these are just not, it's probably most of them, but not all of the possibilities you can do if you have a large offshore structure. Now, whether it's a repurposed structure from an old oil and gas platform or whether it's a new structure is kind of irrelevant. In this particular case, we kind of envision everything in that blue. That could be a legacy platform in the little blue circle, which you can't really see too well there. And I'm not going to go through all these different things, but suffice it to say that there's ways to do carbon capture or power to fuel plus renewable energy as a hub if you're using a legacy platform. So there's lots of things you can do to repurpose these platforms. Now, our particular technology, and the only thing that our company so far has a patent on, is on this platform itself, not the things you see on it. That turbine up there is somebody else. He's a guy out of Dallas, which if you're looking for something a little lower risk than us, you can go talk to them. That's V3 Technologies. There's several wave energy devices there. There's some ocean current energy devices. Our patent is on the platform that acts like an island. It's agnostic to whose technologies or what you want to put on it. The four-leg design has 12,000 tons of capacity that you can put anything into that will make you money in the particular environment that you are in. As far as the repurposing of the platforms go, one of the reasons why that's important is it is a massive potential, and it's right now kind of a massive thing that's going to waste. We're taking them out at about 200 a year in the US. Globally, that number is somewhere in the same range. But most people don't realize how much steel there actually is in the Gulf of Mexico. Even now, there's still 1,600 platforms out there, 900 of which are producing. There's thousands of miles of pipe that's not being used, it's been abandoned, and it can be repurposed, whether it's for taking fish food off so that you can go out and feed your fish farm that's out there, you can send the food out through the pipes, whether it's using it for the algae production where you turn it into slurry and send it back to a shore processing facility, whether you're using it to export power, because you can by pumping instead of laying a cable.
All of that means you didn't have to build that infrastructure. If you had to go out and build it by new, you wouldn't be able to do it economically. There's lots of regulatory hurdles in that particular scenario. You have the status of the old facilities, you have the proposed use, and we're actually in the discussions with Bowman and Bessie, and we're about to start a joint industry project to help clarify what those requirements would be to repurpose here, and we're hoping it to become a model then for uses in the North Sea or in Indonesia, other places where they have lots of platforms. What's this? There we go. And there's the algae and seaweed slide, and I did this because I was invited by people who get into that stuff. The global production has gone up like crazy. But to make this really an economic powerhouse it could be, it's best to do it offshore using the local, whatever the local seaweeds are, and that requires research, it requires investment. But again, if you have a platform like ours, it doesn't have to be ours, but if you have a fixed platform that isn't just a minimalist wind platform, then you can do all these things. Now here's the other thing about why we went with a multi-purpose platform. Offshore wind's focus, and that's the only one that's considered viable right now, is to minimize the cost of the hull, minimize the capex, and that sounds like an admirable goal, except it's a self-limiting solution, and even if I make the hull free, I've only reduced the cost of electricity by about 10%. A combined platform, our combined platform, would reduce that cost of electricity 25%, has the advantage of being real, and it goes up from there as the technologies get better, and that's not counting the value-added products like the seaweed, or like power to fuel, or hydrogen, or anything else you want to put out there. So as far as the seaweed goes, one of the things we're looking at right now is sargassum is a massive problem in the Gulf of Mexico and farther down in the Caribbean in particular, and on the coast of Brazil. There's lots of plans on how to get rid of it. One of the things you can do up there, you see, you can turn to fuel, you can turn to fertilizer. They're looking at other products, but those are probably the main two uses. If you have these offshore platforms that can handle that and are multi-purpose, then you've already got that infrastructure. So once it's there, as other things come up, or as other needs arise, you can repurpose them for those uses. Other things you can do off there in the blue economy, fresh water. Here in California, where they're short on water, one of the ways you can export the power is instead of bringing a cable to shore, which they're kind of short on, you can pump large amounts of seawater, you take it onto shore. As it comes ashore, you take a small piece off to run through your desalination, through the membranes. Most of it gets used to generate power. You take the brine and put it back with the rest. Your discharge has only gone up in salinity by about 3%. And you've made power and fresh water onshore in California. The CO2 capture, there's all kinds of different ways you can do that. It's actually easier to do direct water capture than direct air capture. It's also, there's people looking at using chemicals to capture the CO2, which bring it to the bottom or turn it into useful chemicals. And as far as mineral extraction, lithium, all kinds of things you can pull out of, perhaps even that brine stream that you were making as part of making your power and your water in California. But this goes back to that slide that I said that you should never put up. To make the blue economy work, all of us in this room need to work together and look for, this is my waste stream, what can I do with it? Who could use this? Who can help me get this thing to market? Who can help me find something to do that instead of making this a waste, makes it a profit stream? And that way, not only are you more sustainable, you're more profitable, which attracts investment. That's what we do, and so if you have any questions, I know this was very broad-reaching, it was on purpose because I didn't really know what the audience was going to be. But if you have any specific questions about things, feel free to come and talk to me. We also know an awful lot about repurposing facilities and assets, and how to install fixed wind and a few other things. And just one last plug, we're just about to file a new patent on OTEC, which should turn that one into something a lot more attractive than it is now.
Thank you, Roy. Loud and clear. The next one will be Dan. David, sorry. It's your turn.
Good afternoon.
I had to put this up here. This is from our legal department. If you want to read that, I'll give you a copy later. So we play in multiple different markets. We focused originally on oil and gas, and as you'll see from the slides, we're starting to pivot more toward defense, just because that's where the demand is for our products. Our company's fairly small. We're a public company. We've been in business since the late 90s, where we've been producing buoys. We focus on remote and autonomous offshore power and communications platforms. So we're based in New Jersey. We do the engineering, we do the manufacturing there. We also have a sales office and engineering office in Houston. And now we have a network of different groups in different parts of the world to help us sell and market and service our equipment. So these are the products that we have right now that are commercially available. We have other products, but these are the ones that we sell. I'm going to focus today on the left-hand side there, which is the wave energy converter. But just so everybody knows, we also build buoys that's the second picture on the left that work on either on solar or on wind. We also build the autonomous vehicles. This is a company that we acquired about a year ago, just last November. They're based up in Oakland, and they build something very unique. It's a USV that has independent suspension. So it is very unique in the industry, and it actually is very well known for how it can do survey work. It can keep the instruments on it a lot more stable than some of the competitors, and we're actually starting to do surveillance work with it too for the military. And then finally, we also have a subsea battery. It's for shallower waters. It's only rated for 500 meters, but it's perfect for the North Sea, and we developed that because a lot of our customers started out. This is back to the innovation side. Our customers started out by asking, well, we don't have really a lot of wave activity where we are, so can you build something else so that we can still have remote power? So that's why we built the solar buoy, and then we started building underwater batteries because they just wanted immediate power. So you can kind of see we're trying to cover the gamut of the different applications. On the PB3 side, that's our most well-known buoy. We have it in multiple locations around the world. It is a true wave energy converter. So the way that it works, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, the yellow piece of it rides up and down the waves. The black part of it that sits below the surface is actually moored. And as this rides up and down the waves, it turns a ball screw, which turns a generator and charges batteries. We have somewhere between 50 and 150 kilowatt hours of batteries sitting below the surface. This is a fairly large buoy. It's about 30 inches in diameter, and it's about 40 feet tall. So 30 feet of that sits below the surface, and that's because we try and have batteries in the buoy where we can actually charge them with the wave energy converter side. We also, something else that sits that is unique about our buoys is that we can put any kind of communications protocol on top of it. So we have buoys that either use Wi-Fi, they use 4G, 5G in the North Sea, and we also are starting to put buoys offshore that use satellite communications. We can also charge a lot of different payloads. As you'll see in here, it can range anywhere from something as simple as subsea sensors all the way to charging underwater vehicles to also charging all-electric trees. So just a little bit about some of the different applications that you can do. We started out by using our buoys in the North Sea. So we were very fortunate. One of our first projects, I guess it was painful and fortunate at the same time. One of our first applications was putting it off the coast of Scotland. So anybody who knows that, that's one of the worst areas you want to put. It's also very good for wave activity because we can generate a lot of power, but it put it to its test. And so we had it out there for 5 months over the long winter, and it performed perfectly. They were using it for things like surveillance. So we actually developed it for oil and gas, and as I'll show you, the surveillance package actually is used by the US military. And so it was one of those unintended consequences, which actually worked out for us. We also, as you can see, we're doing a lot of projects with the WAM-V, which is the Wave Adapted Modular Vehicle, unmanned surface vehicle. It's basically being used for a lot of projects right now, as I said. And then The one thing that was very unique is we were one of the first to actually charge underwater vehicles with our buoy. So that lower left-hand picture, we did a project with another oil and gas operator at the time called E&I. They're Italian, and they basically had all these remote platforms that were unmanned, and they didn't want to have to keep sending a boat out there to go out and do IMR work, inspection, maintenance, and repair. So they actually left our buoy out there, and they had an umbilical running to a docking station, and we charged a Saab Sabertooth. So that way then they could do inspection work out there. It was like an added security blanket that they had there to make sure that nothing was going on wrong. And they actually reduced their carbon emissions, obviously, and their cost by leaving those things out there. So that was a big thing for E&I. And then finally, as you'll see, we're doing a project right now for Enel Green Power off the coast of Chile. So we have a buoy there. It's relatively shallow water. I think it's about 100 meters. Our buoys can handle up to 3,000 meters of water. It just changes the mooring. Doesn't really change the buoy. This particular application, as you can see, is they asked us, there was nothing off the coast of Chile. So Enel Green Power came to us. Enel Green Power is well known for on-land wind and for solar, as you probably all know. They wanted to put the first offshore wave energy converter off of Chile, and they're working with the university there. So basically we send real-time data back to the university, MERIC, the Marine Environment Research Institute down there. So they're actually using that to make sure that nothing goes wrong off the coast of Chile before they put the buoys in there, and also before they put offshore wind. So it's been a great project. We've had that buoy out there for over 19 months, maintenance free. Our buoys are made so that they can go 3 years without any maintenance. And this one is getting close to 2 years, as you can see. And this is our new, I guess, game changer right now, is that we have, on our buoys, we have what we call the Maritime Domain Awareness package. What that, in simple terms, what that is it's got a radar dome on top of it, it's got infrared camera, and it's also got AIS. So what we can do is we can track any vessel within reason that has either their AIS on or off. We can put this out 100 miles off the coast, and we can track anybody from doing IUU fishing to drug trafficking to anything like that. So what we do is we add our package to enhance what already either the Coast Guard or DHS or the Navy already has. And it's the reason that we can do that is because we can track things when there's a marine layer here in Southern California. Satellite doesn't work very well. Also, the radar on the coast here only goes about 8 to 10 miles, and so you need something out there. They can't have Coast Guard cutters and other ships out there everywhere, so you can use our buoy to enhance what they're already doing and add to it, and then we can send data right to the operations center, and they can immediately send out a response team, or you can actually record it so they can use it for prosecuting somebody at a later date. Oh, there we go. And then finally, this is something that we're back to tie it all into offshore wind. So we don't generate enough power, obviously, with the wave energy. Jack may tell you otherwise, but no, we don't generate enough power. But what we can do is we can help out before you have the offshore wind installed. We can actually use either our unmanned surface vehicles to go out and do survey work, or you can use the buoys out there to do environmental monitoring. That's what people are doing right now with it. Before they put the wind farms, you can actually then leave them there if you want during operations. And you can also, finally, what we're trying to do now with some of the ROV companies is to actually put resident ROVs out there. So again, you can reduce the carbon footprint, you can reduce your costs, and actually then you can make sure that people are not coming out there to damage the wind farms or run into the wind farms. We can put them, again, 10 to 15 nautical miles away from the wind farms and actually warn people and then monitor what's going on out there. And that's my update.
Thank you, David, very interesting. And the next presentation, Jack, when you're ready.
Okay, thanks for the introduction, and thanks everyone for having me here at BlueTech Week. So my name is Jack, and let me go to the next slide. I received my training from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography as an oceanographer, and currently I'm an MPP fellow at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, focusing on various coastal remote sensing projects. And I'm also with a startup company called Ocean Motion Technologies, and we make a small-scale ocean wave energy device. And this device was specifically designed with ocean observation and ocean monitoring in mind, particularly targeting a wide range of low-power off-grid applications in the blue economy. And our power solution is to kind of pave the way to build up this ocean of things, or this big data infrastructure for the ocean. And we think there's a tremendous opportunity in the offshore renewable energy space, because there's more ocean wave energy on the West Coast alone than 2 times the California annual energy consumption, and the ocean waves actually concentrate solar and wind energy. So they have a higher energy density. Wave is also highly predictable with very low intermittency. So in my opinion, perhaps most importantly, it's also underdeveloped. So if we have a successful project, then the return on investment can also be quite substantial. But like everyone has been saying, the real challenge here, how do we develop cost-effective ocean wave energy devices? So what we need to do is we need to get the basics right, de-risk, validate, and build a viable business in the small-scale market first, just like the rest of the renewable energy industry. And then we can scale up to meet larger, grid-scale demands. But then the question is, who needs small-scale wave energy? So, a few years ago, I was in the field, and the ship was really struggling to hold station when we were trying to do our work. And one of the many, many tasks we had to do, and I'm sure a lot of you have done this, which is to do a routine maintenance service for these ocean data buoys, right? And that's specifically for maintaining the power systems. And so it hit me, why are we not using the abundant wave energy for this? And then I realized we could kind of leverage this cross-section between clean tech and blue tech to develop wave energy and marine hydrokinetic energy in general. But and this is quite important because when we can take care of the energy issue in the ocean space, we can reach a completely paradigm for the entire blue economy. And our company was really founded to support this ocean of things paradigm, which will enable key stakeholders and end users to have the capability to quickly respond to changing ocean conditions, whether if it's monitoring overfishing, predicting harmful algal blooms, ocean acidification, weather prediction, long-term monitoring for climate change, and so on. And there are lots of very capable companies and individuals right here in this room who are working on, mostly the first 2 categories of this picture, work towards kind of building up this ocean of things paradigm. And we have been more exclusively focused on the power component to support the technologies in these first 2 categories. And also, one more thing, I mentioned this yesterday at my other talk. All of this is supported by the US Department of Energy and the National Science Foundation, so we're not trying to sell you anything. We really want to talk to more end users and stakeholders who could leverage this ocean of things paradigm. We would love to hear your user requirements, and I believe that's one of the intentions for many of us here today in the blue tech world, why Matt and Michael have invited the space industry, which is really to get the integration between the space tech industry and the blue tech industry. And I think there are a lot of interesting collaboration opportunities there. And to drive it home, in what way is this specifically related to offshore renewable energy? And it has a lot to do with opportunities in co-leveraging and co-developing these existing facilities and resources. And the US Department of Energy has started the Powering the Blue Economy initiative, and the goal is to leverage more use cases in the blue economy to further develop ocean renewable energy particularly the marine hydrokinetic energy space. So it's to expand beyond the application of just sending electricity to the grid. And on top of that, this ocean of things paradigm can really support all of these co-development and co-generation use cases. And that's in addition to helping monitoring the offshore facilities. So there are also a lot of opportunities of co-leveraging facilities and resources, and it's also very strongly advocated by both domestic as well as international programs, and we can get into it more during the panel discussion. And that's all I have so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Wow, very interesting. Where should I start? There's a word missing, you know, in all these presentations. Biomarine. How do we do the connection with the life, the marine life, using your technology? That's part of also a key part of the innovation, but I have a few questions for you. Kendra, the first question is for you. If they were Canadians, would you invest in that technology?
Sorry, all of them? Any of them? So the short answer is maybe. So I will say I've been admiring the women sitting in skirts on these chairs all day, but I couldn't quite pull it off, so apologies for standing. So yeah, I mean, I think in terms of the types of things that so UAVs I talked about, so I think a lot of your UAV solutions and what you're trying to do are very similar to some of the things that we're seeing. And I think the whole ocean of things. So we have actually done some Internet of Things work under, subsea Internet of Things projects. So I think, how we get to, if you think about United Nations and where they want to go with this idea of a digital twin, real-time digital twin of the ocean by 2030, where you can see it at all different levels depending on the user, we need to get to a place where we can collect all the data to be able to do that. And part of that is really around batteries and being able to actually keep the sensors going and get to remote locations and all of those things that we need to do. So I think well, yours is a bit different. But I think in terms of these two, that's what we're trying to do. How do we collect data? How do we do it with low emissions? How do we do it in terms of being able to maximize battery life? How do we do it in real time? All of those things. Yours, I think, is really interesting because we have lots of platforms offshore Newfoundland, some of which are getting to end of life. And we have a very big biofuels project. So there was a lot of what you said that resonated as well. So I'll stop there.
Actually, it's not biofuel, it's biogas. And when I met Roy, I was preparing my campaign, to deploy the technology where we have invested to transform the sargassum into protein and natural gas. And I came across, his company, and we had the conversation and say, well, that's really clever because it's all about scale. And Jack mentioned that, we do pilots when it works, we need to scale it up. And for Roy, the real issue is what kind of scale. Sargassum, it's about 20 million tons of seaweed and biomass per year. It means almost, the same size than the entire world production of seaweed. Every year, it's a bloom. And this sargassum is not very rich in protein, 3 to 8%, but it's very rich in carbohydrates. And 6 cubic meter of fresh seaweed could generate, $250,000, in biogas per day. So the real point is, how can we scale up these technologies? And that's why, at the president panel, I was asking about the repurposing of oil tanker, because most of the people I've been talking to in the Gulf area, they say, oh yeah, I'm going to do, 1 ton a year. What's the point? 1 ton a year. We need to go for 100,000 tons per day. And this technology will be able, to be deployed and to scale, to reach that scale. And most importantly, the platform that Roy is mentioning is connected to the land, so we can transfer immediately using the pipe, the gas to the continent.
Yeah, there's roughly 600 platforms that are either abandoned already or about to be. So there's an awful lot of platforms that can be repurposed out there.
And this is the type of project where we need David's expertise as well, because it's all about, monitoring the environment, understanding the data, and what could be done around, the platforms. So I think that this is key innovation, but key innovation also for many purposes. Instead of living in silos, and Roy mentioned that, aquaculture, shellfish, finfish, seaweed, we need to work together. And if we want to achieve something, the vision that we mentioned during, the panel about what that was then, talking, representing the Californian government, say we need to have a broader approach to the blue economy at large, and we need to speak with one voice. And when it comes, to technology, innovation, data monitoring or offshore and transforming this, or financing, we need to work together. It's essential. During, the last 2 days, we've been talking about blue bonds. That might be the good time for us, to work together and to set up this bond, because that will accelerate. I would like, to see Jack, performing in Canada, in Europe, in Greenland, where we're going to open 10,000 hectares of seaweed cultivation. So we're going to need this type of technology. And I think that there shouldn't be any more borders for that. We need to find, Kendra, we have to move on this, because we need to be able to finance the technology wherever it comes from. And this is very important. What do you think, David?
Well, I was going to say, I'll go back to we have a lot of experience in our organization. We've been installing buoys and other equipment for 7 to 10 years. So there's a lot of things that can be transferred rather than relearning everything. We can share a lot of that. We work with a lot of other companies that come to us. I was talking to Jack about this earlier. A lot of companies come to us from other countries and say, can we partner with you in the U.S.? Because they're trying to get in the U.S. market, but they don't have the experience that we have. And so they don't have all the contacts we have. We have fabrication shops all over the U.S. that we use. So there's ways that we can share that. And then a lot of companies will come to us, including we're working with the Coast Guard and DHS on projects to bring our experience. They have the experience on how to do surveillance and monitor things, but we don't have that experience. But we have the experience with tracking things and sending data from very far distances offshore. So there's a lot of different things that can be, a lot of different user groups, as you said, they can be put together. Sometimes the teams are stronger when you bring all that experience together than when you try and do it by yourself.
But this is why, this type of event are so important, connecting the people. Stefan, instead of be sitting there, you should talk, to David afterwards and grab him and explain what you're doing, because this type of innovation that you sell already, to the most advanced research institute should be, plugged in is technology. So don't forget, to talk to him afterwards. Okay?
Pierre, I want to add in that Dave is being very humble. I've got about 300 different wave energy companies in my database, of which there are 3 that are anything close to commercial, and his is by far and away the one that has been the most successful. So he's definitely raised the head above the rest of those companies that are in my database.
What is the point of view of Shell about this?
Point of view of Shell, I'm going to talk about my point of view, which is, I think we are encouraging gathering more data in general, and I think it's going to be key to work collaboratively on that. I think in the past, sometimes data hasn't necessarily been shared among all the different stakeholders, and I think it's a learning that we have from previous or other places where it actually really helps when we have more data and we share the data and we better understand the impact, so that we can also better articulate those impacts, and it's based on data and not just on beliefs. So, overall, very supportive of having more data collected. I think a question I have, going forward, for instance, if we are considering California leasing, there will be a lot of data that will need to be collected in parts of the permitting process. So curious to hear how maybe some of these newer technology that
maybe provide better data, cheaper ways of collecting data, more data? How can we leverage those for those permitting activities?
This is where also you need to take, your role and talk, to these companies, because you wanted to be involved. This is your call. You should be involved, and push forward.
Yeah. I mean, I think to your question and to your presentation, I think, the UAVs, so there's a whole series of different types, whether they're battery powered or solar powered, or what kind of sensors they have on there, what kind of data they're collecting, whether they're on the water, whether they're on the seabed, whether they're under the seabed. There's all kinds of versions of that. But if you can do it in an uncrewed way, if you can leave them out there as long as you possibly can, all of that reduces footprint and cost. I think the eDNA conversation is another interesting one, is that is, targeting, certainly from a Canadian perspective in the Center for Genomics, being able to reduce the cost of environmental data and being able to improve the output.
Yeah, and the de-risking is very important. You're a public company, so you can talk, to your investors and the public, to raise more money and attract them with nice project. But for Roy, it's more complicated because it's a huge project. It's capex extensive, and if you want to go, to an investor, say, look, guys, this is the perfect solution. Well, I know the investor because every Monday, I'm sitting in this bloody investment committee, and I try to convince financial people that the blue economy is much more than, a bottom line. And it's complicated. It's very complicated.
It is complicated and it's simple all at the same time. The pushback I get from the people who should know better is that this is too complex, the platform that I have. And my first question when they tell me this is like, have you ever been on an oil and gas platform? I mean, my whole platform has 28 moving parts. Compared to, I think pretty sure that a single offshore gas separator has more moving parts than that. So it's not complex, it's just not the way that people think about how to do it. They want to focus on, they all want to find the one replacement that they can go out there and we're going to focus on building offshore wind, and that's going to get us there. And it's going to help, but if it isn't profitable enough to attract a lot of outside investment, it's not going to get us where we want to go. My goal, and I'm not going to live to see this, my goal is to see hundreds of these things out far enough offshore that they're out of the sight. I'm an over-the-horizon kind of guy. Enough of them out there that they act almost like a Great Barrier Reef in terms of their productivity, in terms of the marine life around them and in them. If you've got aquaculture on it, it's just going to enhance that. Plus, you're making all the power and water and anything else that you need that you're sending back to shore. And our platform is designed on purpose to work anywhere in the world, because places like Africa or India or these other places that need that kind of energy and clean water and food, it works there just as well as it works in the Gulf of Mexico, as well as it works in California or New York.
And more importantly, there's many options, to assess the risk. How passionate I am about seaweed. And just to give you an example, the cottony, which is a red seaweed, the price went from $750 the ton to $3,600 in 1 year because of the demand. So what we do with seaweed is absolutely stunning. We do the only anti-prophylactic COVID medicines, but we do cornea replacements. We do so many very interesting advanced cosmetic and drugs. We do texturizing agent, we do emulsifiers. It's in high demand. Each time you eat some meat, there's algae in it. That's why, the future is combination of these multi-purpose, platform. And wherever there's oil, there should be, in the future, seaweed. And we're working, on different projects in the North Sea. We would like, the North Sea. I started as an engineer, in the Frigg field in the North Sea, at the top of the derrick. I wish, one day it could be the largest seaweed field in the world, because this will be pure protein that we will be able, to feed into cattle and for people as well. So it's very valuable. But there's no one solution. There are multiple approaches. And what is key is the global approach also for financing. If we want to reach that point, we need, to team up. Norway has been an example because they use the oil money and convert that into a sovereign fund that is pushing the blue industry. This is a key strategy. Some of the countries I've been working with in the Middle East, they try, to get into this direction. But we need more ambassadors like Kendra to explain what a supercluster with enough resources can do and achieve, and demonstrate that this type of entrepreneur, they are worth to invest in. This is very important. I will take a question from the public. Come on. There's no question about innovation? Yeah, okay.
You mentioned something about the ocean of things. I don't know, that just sounds to me to be just super cool. So could you possibly expand upon what that could be? What does that include at this nascent stage of even that term?
So that's a term invented by DARPA, and it's referring to essentially the Internet of Things for the ocean, right? So I was talking about it with someone during lunch with Dave as well, and imagine you have the weather app, right? You can open that weather app and you can see the data. You can see the weather prediction. No one has to come to you. You don't need a consultant expertise. You can see the prediction data. That's really simple. That's what we're trying to do for the ocean, for changing ocean conditions, right? And so you can have near real-time or live reporting, and as well as edge prediction. Now, to expand on that concept, I think there's a lot of room for growth for all these different companies, right? And for the outer edge of this Internet of Things, imagine it's like hubs and just these satellite imageries you see of the Earth, of cities and villages, right? At the outer edge, you need these nimble, low-power data beacon and power hub. And you want to be able to deploy them off the back of your ship or off a C-130, and that provides probably sub-kilowatt power. And as you're going more inward into this Internet of Things, you get to become more like these city hubs. So these are the platforms are provided by OPT or Roy's platform, or the folks sitting in the back of the room I see from Oscilla and CalWave, Dan and Tim, hello. So basically we at OceanMotion, our small scale power solution is the last mile for your end user and stakeholders. So as imagine millions of autonomous vehicles, as you're sending them outward to remote locations, we're your last mile. And then as we're sending our end users inward into this hub of ocean of things, your high power devices are our last mile for our end users. So,
David, you wanted to say something?
Just to expand on what Jack was saying. So a lot of times people ask, well, why are there not more of these devices out in the ocean? A lot of it has to do with early adopters, people that will embrace new technology, that are willing to take a little bit of a risk. We had to get our wave buoy, our wave energy converters field proven. We actually had to go to Europe. Unfortunately, it wasn't France, but it was actually Italy, and we had to go to the UK, and those were the companies that were willing to take a risk. We couldn't find any oil and gas companies in the US that wanted to do it. They said, come back to us when it's field proven. Now that it's field proven, we have certain companies that are looking at our technology, which is great. That's great for the future growth of our business. The other thing is real estate. We could not get back to California. We're trying to put buoy off the coast of California in the next year, and a lot of it could take 6 months or more for a permit, and that's at least 6 months, I've heard. So it's one of those that it could grow faster, but those are the things. It's finding people that will help your small company grow with the investment, with willing to take a risk on the new technology, and also having permitting and getting that approved.
I want to add something to that. I said this was the very first renewable energy conference I went to in 2016, and it was somebody talking about putting their wave device up there in Northeast, or the Pacific coast. And I said, well, why don't you come to the Gulf of Mexico? And they're like, oh, but the resource down there is not good. I said, you're trying to test and prove that it works. I said, leave it out there till a hurricane comes. You get all the wave energy you need, But it's, the point being is that down there, the permitting and the cost of doing it will be a fifth, and the permitting down there for something like that is very straightforward and very simple, because the people there don't see it as a threat. They're not worried about you destroying their environment, and they want more energy infrastructure out there, renewable or oil and gas. The whole Gulf Coast people there love this stuff and want to see it. So they'll invite you in, right? So yes, you still have to find the financial backers, but if you have a device that you want to test, I love California, love San Diego, and I'm from New York. This isn't because I'm living in Texas. If I was going to develop a new device, I'd be looking to do it in the Gulf.
And this is where you invite...
Or Nova Scotia. They're still cheaper than here.
And this is where... This is where you mentioned your conference next year, OTC?
Yeah, the OTC is... The Offshore Technology Conference is the biggest offshore technology conference in the world. It peaked in 2014 at 110,000 people. Obvious with COVID, it dropped down quite a bit. We're expecting it to go back to about 40,000 this year. It's thought of as an oil and gas conference. It has never been just an oil and gas conference, though for obvious reasons that has been the majority of its focus for many years. But since about 2015, it has been shifting. And right now, it's about 1/3 of the papers and sessions are going to be on renewable energy and the energy transition. We'll be there. Greentown Labs, which is where our office out of, is going to have a booth. There's actually an energy transition pavilion. I'm hosting a couple of panels and sessions, and I have 3 papers in there on renewable energy. So if you're looking for some place to go and see all of the offshore technology that you need to build this stuff, that's the place to go. It's the first week of May every year. And if you want to put in papers for next year, let me know.
So that was your takeaway message. David.
Sorry?
Your takeaway message.
Well, I think that it's great to see all the different groups that are developing things and all the new technology. I mean, I think it's really this whole room, like you said, it takes a group to support it. We wouldn't be where we were if we didn't have supporters from, and there's several people in here that know that they've helped us get to this point. So I would say that the takeaway is make sure, as I think Matt even said at the beginning of this, make sure that you network here. You know, it's a smaller show, but I will say I've had more good conversations here than I've had in some of the larger shows, because people don't have time. People are here for a reason, so I would say use your network. That's what I've learned over the last couple of years. If you can't do it, there's somebody in this room that can do it.
Absolutely. Jack?
Yeah, I just want to echo everyone's message. Yeah, I think this is a really great event, and there are a lot of opportunities where people can collaborate. And I think this is especially seen between the intersection of the space industry and the BlueTech tracks, where a lot of the space data can really be validated and cross-referenced with things we collect in the ocean. So I personally, as both someone who works in the space data industry as well as in BlueTech, want to see more of those collaborations happen, and hopefully more of these projects will arise from this event.
And Kendra?
Yeah, so just to clarify, I said Nova Scotia because they have a sensor bed project. You're welcome in all of Canada, but that was why I mentioned that one in particular, that you can look at the Stella Maris project. You know, the more investment that we can attract to all of these different solutions, the faster that we can move. And so this audience has a huge responsibility for continuing to raise awareness. I am always surprised by how much there is a lack of awareness as soon as you get a little bit outside of the circle of the blue economy. And so we really need to invest in all the solutions that might work and get them all going and co-create and collaborate and do all those things, but raising awareness so that we can get more investment in this space is absolutely crucial to the success of where we want to go as a planet and as a people.
Thank you, Kendra. As we conclude the session, please join me in thank all the panelists.
one, but it's already my involvement is the non-constant. This is Sean right here. So it's for I don't know, but I think it's secretary not really discussion. Okay. I feel like in order to have good. So anyway, because there's so much different programs, it's just like we're really down to some takeaways. If companies would be willing to go to smaller types of
I received an email from somebody in Europe saying, I've been talking to priorities and this week so we need to look for
Do they control their PowerPoint from here, or do they tell this guy next slide?
And then they control it.
They control it?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
1, 2, 3.
I don't have any slides.
Okay, everybody, we're going to do the last panels of the day. Kindly go to the room you want to be in, the New Space Economy room, or come in here. We've got about an hour. You're right, the acoustics is a challenge.
I always do alphabetical, but I don't know. Channel, hack, tape, I'm sorry. Johnson. That's some good info. So I guess it's Operation PowerPoint. I see Jones. There we go.
All right, we're going to get the next panel started.
Okay, everybody, please come on in. We want to get started. Yeah, we're talking to you guys over there.
Okay, my name is Sean Newsom. My company is Shorebreak Tech, based here in San Diego. I'm a TMA BlueTech board member, former nuclear reactor operator on Trident submarines, waterman. I've known two of the three guys here for years and years. And I'm not an expert in renewables, but I am an expert in unmanned systems and sensors. So this is a really near and dear topic to me. I did some research for this because I felt like I had to know something about renewables, and I looked at Global Market Insights, and the wind energy market is got a compound annual growth rate of 15% between 2020 and 2027, from 23 billion to 97 billion. So as a robot sales guy and consultant, I probably should start paying attention to this a little bit more, right? So I thought that was a really interesting stat. I looked at McKinsey, and between 2020 and 2050, the Asia-Pacific market is expected to grow 12 to 16% to a total of 820 gigawatts of energy, with more than half of that being the Chinese. Europe, Middle East, and Asia, 7 to 9% to 320 gigawatts in 2050. And us Americans, 9 to 13%, maybe getting to 100 gigawatts by 2050. So we're lagging a little behind. But on NPR this morning, when I was waking up, they said there was 40 gigawatts in the pipeline. Just happened to be a windshore discussion, or offshore wind discussion this morning on the internet. So for those who don't know, physically these turbines, they are generally fixed mounted to a big foundation on the bottom in 50 meters or less of water. But as we progress with technology, now they're able to go 1,000 meters or more with a floating turbine that's moored with cables to the bottom. So that introduces completely different inspection requirements. I mean, I can go out in a kayak and do a 50-meter wind turbine inspection, at least below the water line. The other interesting thing about wind turbine inspections is you got all the way to the blade tip, and then you've got this air-water interface, and then you got to go down below subsea. So you're looking at aerial vehicles, you're looking at unmanned surface vessels, you're looking at remotely operated vehicles, you're looking at autonomous underwater vehicles. So I mean, there's an opportunity to build wedding cakes of unmanned systems with sensors to autonomously do that. And there's actually companies that are doing that now. And I wanted to talk also, Ocean Power Technologies brought up wave energy, and I've been working with a wave energy company supplying elastomeric mooring systems for them. And they can sit proudly or hide stealthily and charge unmanned systems. So rather than have to have a whole bunch of survey vessels out there with 30 people on them at $125,000 a day, you could have one of these at each one of your jackup rigs and have it being run remotely. So think about the cost savings there. I got a really good panel here today. Dave Gentle, Shane Hack, and Michael Jones. They're going to talk about their robots and sensors and present their capabilities, provide some case studies, and discuss some of the barriers to getting unmanned systems and sensors into this market in terms of inspection. So I'm going to give each presenter about 10 minutes. They're going to give you a little presentation. I'm going to introduce them first. We're going to go in alphabetical order because that's the way Michael Jones likes it, and I get it. And then we're going to open it up for questions, and I want you guys to ask us questions. We've got those prepared questions, but we really want to hear from the audience, okay? So if you can, entertain us with a couple questions at the end, it'd be really appreciated. So first off, we have Dave Gentle. Dave spent more than enough time on survey vessels, supporting software systems and survey equipment before moving into operations and commercial roles in the energy industry. He now works with RJO, who are focused on offshore survey and inspection using autonomous and uncrewed vehicles. That's a new term, uncrewed, I like it. And is responsible for addressing the North American market. So let's welcome Dave and let him do his presentation.
Okay, thank you, Sean, for the intro. I got this one, I think. Yeah. So as Sean mentioned, RGO, we are in the offshore survey inspection space, and we do that with autonomous underwater vehicles and uncrewed surface vehicles. So I'm just going to go through a few slides here and pick out a few items in the slides which I think are relevant for this panel here. So our GEO's mission. So we have built up over the last few years quite a capable fleet of underwater vehicles, which we'll go through some of those, and surface vehicles. So we've got the robotic solutions, and we also have our own crews, which we put out with those vehicles as well. Not on this slide here, and actually just recently we acquired a very capable crewed vessel. We're going to talk about autonomous vessels here, unmanned vessels, but to get those out in the deep oceans are some of the areas we need to put them out autonomously. We need these surface vessels to launch them as well. So we actually have the surface vessel as well. So we have the crews, we have the vehicles, but also what RGO does is create. We have an R&D team, and we build sensors that go into these vehicles, which address certain operational requirements that we need to address outside the sensors we can get from the industry. And lastly, the other thing that we have is our data processing and analysis platform, which also serves as a data delivery portal for our clients as well. And that all rolls up to collecting the survey data faster with a lower environmental footprint and a lower cost for our clients. And I would add to that as well with a focus on HSE and Q, which we've got a lot of experience in as well. So the market sectors we're involved in, renewables, obviously we'll talk about that. Oil and gas is a sector. There are quite a few people in our company who have come from the oil and gas sector. So again, we know how to go out there and collect data in the ocean environment. Marine minerals is something that's also very relevant for us. We do have very deep-rated vehicles in the marine mineral environment. In order to do the exploration phase there, we need to get down deep so we can understand the environmental situation on the seabed, but also the mineral potential. So that's something that's relevant. And then offshore construction as well is something that we're involved in. Earlier this year, we had one of our Sea Raptor vehicles survey the suction anchor locations for one of the world's longest bridges, and that's in Norway. So that's relevant for floating wind as well. So how do we do this? What do we actually do in those sectors? Well, survey is a core piece of that. So I'm talking about survey of the seabed, but also the near subsurface as well. We also are quite active in the inspection space. Some of our sensors we're developing in the EM area, which I'll talk about, very relevant for things like pipeline cathodic protection, which takes us into the maintenance space in offshore operations. And then we are also very interested in pulling that into some unique data models that have worked quite well in other industries, such as oil and gas, around data collection and data delivery, a kind of multi-client type model or a speculative acquisition model, and delivering that as data as a service. So that's all part of what we do as well. A little bit about the vehicles. Just quickly here, you can read most of that for yourself. We have 2 Teledyne Sea Raptor vehicles, 6,000 meter capable. We are working with Teledyne on modifying these for some of our own specific requirements. An example there is lengthening the endurance to 240 hours, which is quite significant, and that's something we're working on for next year. We also have Hugin vehicles, 1,000 meter vehicle and a 6,000 meter vehicle, and we're developing our own uncrewed surface vehicles, our own USV. That vehicle is 9 meters long. You can put it in a container and ship it anywhere around the world, put it on a vessel of opportunity, and is very capable from the point of view of you can put almost any survey sensor setup you like on it. The other thing that we can do with that vessel is deploy an ROV. Now, we're not specifically in the ROV business right now, but it's certainly an option both on our crewed vessel and something that I think is potentially very interesting for the future. And it falls into the inspection space, is putting a mini electric ROV on the USV as well. So a number of different options there. A little bit more on the USV. This was developed and launched in June this year, and it's currently on a survey in Norway. That's collecting multi-beam echo sounder and sub-bottom profile data. And right now it's quite close to the shore, but it's important to note that this is actually quite a large vessel for a USV, but it is completely uncrewed and it's over the horizon capable. We're demonstrating some of that capability right now by having our operations team sitting in the office in Norway controlling that survey that's taking place in Norway. So good demonstration of that capability. So I'd like to go through a couple of examples that are relevant to this panel and this conversation. And this one is around really a business model rather than technology. So in summer here, what we did is we acquired one of these multi-client surveys. And again, what this is us going out and collecting data in an area of interest to our end user clients, and then collecting all of the data that a group of clients might want, and then processing that ourselves and making it available through data as a service model. So what we did here is in the Utsira Nord offshore wind area, offshore Norway, we collected a pilot study multi-client data set to demonstrate that this data can be collected and then processed to different resolutions in different areas. So that is available, and we're showing that at the moment. And a nice little example of this is here. This was an image captured by the Sea Raptor AUV, running about 20 meters above the seabed. It's apparently late 1800s, early 1900s sailing ship. Don't know much more about it, but as you can see, it's captured this vessel, which was right in the middle of the wind park. And if you look forward to how that could impact operations on any wind farm being developed anywhere around the world, then you obviously need to know about things like this. So it's just a nice little example of unexpectedly what we found on just that small little pilot area. Thanks. Another example here is from our R&D group looking at the EM sensors. And what they've done here is, I think it's really neat. They've integrated, I should say, EM sources and receivers into the AUV. And this is a non-trivial thing to do. Having the EM transmitters in the profile of the AUV and also the sensors, and having them built in without interfering with any of the very sensitive electronics in that vehicle is quite a unique thing. And this can be used for lots of different applications. Pipeline inspection in the oil and gas industry, where you're looking at cathodic protection surveys. We've also got some algorithmic smarts in there which will automatically track the pipeline or cable. And then I think what's really relevant to what's going on in California in the future here is tracking and looking at depth of burial for unpowered electric cables. And doing that with an AUV, we can do that much faster than current methods. And with the setup we've got here, we can look at deeper depth of burial with more tolerance in the cross-line position than is currently available as well. So that's something we're working on. We've modeled that, and we think that's going to be something that we can do in the near future, and the passive EM capability is what we've got currently. And lastly here, last slide, just like to mention briefly the software platform that we have internally. And we use this for our data processing offshore, the analysis, and display of the data. And we really have this so we can integrate lots of different data sets, ours included and others, and then use that as a collaboration tool for delivery to the customer. And we can deliver that as software as a service or data as a service. So that's something we're working on as a delivery mechanism. And that kind of rolls back to what RGO does, which is really utilize all this technology in vehicles to deliver data to our customers. And that is it.
Excellent job, Dave.
Thank you.
I I could be way off, but I think there's probably only 3 companies in the world that have Sea Raptors and Hugins. That's a pretty impressive inventory. All right, next we have Shan Hack. Shan's business development manager at XBlue North America, one of my favorite companies, just because of how sexy their products are and the marketing looks good. He's leading the growth efforts in the U.S. on offshore renewable space. For the past several years, Shan has been involved with the deployment and integration of XBlue's autonomous uncrewed vehicles, remotely operated towed vehicles, and other geophysical and marine biomass survey solutions for wind farm projects, as well as other marine geophysical and fisheries assessment applications. He's a graduate of Tufts University, and being based in Boston for the past 20 years, Shan couldn't be happier than to see the growth of the blue economy and offshore renewable sector in the U.S. He's passionate about promoting solutions that are safe, reliable, and eco-friendly, ones that help. That sounds good.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cheyenne Huck, Business Development Manager with XBlue. I'm really thrilled to be here after 2 years of not being able to come here at BlueTech. This is kind of where it all started for us 5 years ago, so we'll talk about that a little bit later. Just a quick word about who we are and what we do. We're a French high-tech technology developer. We develop solutions in the photonics, maritime autonomy, and navigation solutions. Today, I'll focus primarily on our maritime autonomy space and the solutions that we have to offer for that. We started about 40 years ago in the industry, started mostly in the oil and gas and the maritime world, developing navigation systems, and since then we have evolved and expanded into other markets, mostly due to the core technology that we developed, which is a 3-axis fiber optic gyro compass. That's kind of where we started, and then over time, we started getting into shipbuilding and autonomous platforms, et cetera. So that's pretty much what I will be speaking about today. We're about 750 people globally. We have 8 industrial locations throughout France. We manufacture and develop everything ourselves, starting from the raw materials. We make our own fibers, as well as we develop and design our own vessels and USVs, et cetera. So we actually own and control the full vertical chain of production, and we build everything in-house. We have 12 global offices, including 2 in the US, and in the US our focus is pretty much same. What we do is geosciences, maritime autonomy, defense. This slide kind of, to me, sums up all the sensors that we offer that are being used in the renewable space. So I'll kind of start from the top. We develop surface vessel navigation systems, inertial navigation systems, and gyro compasses, again, based on our 3-axis FOSS technology that we developed. And we also develop the same capability for underwater vehicles, AUVs, ROVs, towed sonar platforms, et cetera. That's kind of what you see on the Octans Nano OEM. We also have a full line of acoustic and sonar solutions. So acoustic positioning for offshore construction, subsea navigation, as well as sonar imaging, sub-bottom profilers, synthetic aperture sonars, et cetera. So all of this kind of gives like a full solution for either geophysical survey, pre-construction survey, development survey for offshore wind farm construction. But we have also developed a full capability called X Autonomy that's on supervised autonomy. So that involves USVs. So what you see over here, it's called DRIX, and what you see here, it's an 8-meter vessel, but we have a full line of other sizes as well that meets different operational envelopes. So for example, different speeds, different endurances, operating in different sea states, and as well as sensor payload capacity. We also have developed a full software framework around that that's based on artificial intelligence. So that includes obstacle avoidance, data management, data fusion, all the time keeping a human in the loop. And recently, we have launched a ROTV, a remotely operated towed vehicle. That's an active wing, positively buoyant towed platform It can be towed from a USV like the Drix, or it can be towed from any other traditional vessel. What it does, it allows to expand the sensor payload capability, and this is something that we developed working closely with a wind farm developer who wanted this type of capability. You can integrate a side-scan sonar and up to 4 mags on the wing. It can go down to about 2 meters to the seabed. Right now it has been operated up to 75-meter water depths. And the restriction is not so much on its operational capability, it's mostly on towing the rope from the Drix as it stands currently. So between having a multi-beam and a sub-bottom in a Drix and then having side scan and mag on this platform, we're able to do the full geophysical spread autonomously at about 6 knots. And then around that, we have also developed launch and recovery systems, as well as other survey launches for day survey or week survey. I wanted to show this slide real quickly because this is an actual project that one of our clients did. This just was completed in July. This is in the Saint-Nazaire wind farm off the coast of France. The Drix was commissioned to survey 80 monopiles. This video, though hazy, this is an actual footage from the Drix camera, and I think you can see how close it gets to an installed monopile. So the objective was to do bathymetric survey around 80 of the installed monopiles, and then do some pre-survey on areas where the monopile has not yet been installed. And this work particularly is important because the entire work was done within 40 hours in a 24-hour operation, completely remotely over the horizon from our remote control center in France. There was no human in the vicinity. There was actually no intervention vessel required to do this project. The intervention vessel was actually in the harbor. And it's also a very busy area because it's an actual construction site. So there were other vessels coming and going. So the Drix was operating remotely in a very busy environment over the horizon. So this is a project that one of our clients did back in July, and you can see some of the operating conditions in terms of sea state and being able to work 20 meters from the monopile. This is just a quick reference to other projects that we have done. So the Drix has been involved for the last 5 years in different types of survey, monopile bathymetric survey, inter-array cable route survey, export cable survey, bathymetric surveys, seabed classification. So these are some of the examples and some of the wind farms that we have operated in Europe so far. We also have a technology on sonar. It's a 3D volumetric sonar that was developed many years ago for fisheries application. It actually has a quite extensive use in Alaska and also in Canada in large fishing trawlers, looking at cod population, mackerel, etc. But it's basically measuring the water column up to 400 meters. So we have essentially adapted the technology for offshore wind farm construction because it essentially provides static bathymetry imaging for jackup rigs, for example. This is something that we have worked with a company in Asia. It can also be used for shark monitoring, whale monitoring, although not used in the US right now for reasons that I'm sure you all know. But it can detect marine mammals from a certain range. So along those lines, we actually did a collaboration with NOAA Fisheries, the New England Fisheries Science Center, last year at the Block Island Wind Farm. So they installed this, it's called CPIX, it's a 3D volumetric sonar, as I mentioned. They conducted this survey at the Block Island Wind Farm looking for pelagic species in a construction site. The idea being they're trying to understand what is the effect of construction on fisheries and aquaculture and biomass. So they actually wrote a paper that was presented at ICES earlier this year. It was done by NOAA. Thank you, that was my last slide.
Excellent time. Good job. Very cool technologies. Okay, now the man who needs no introduction. Michael Jones, co-founder and managing partner of San Diego-based Subsea Sail. They're developing a patented autonomous 100% energy harvesting long-duration vessel with unique sensors. Michael received his undergraduate degree from the University of Arizona in '73, having spent his junior year in Freiburg, Germany, earned a master's degree from Johns Hopkins University at the School of Advanced International Studies in '77. Michael's an angel investor, ex officio board member of the Maritime Museum of San Diego, and a board chair for the TMA BlueTech. He's sat on a number of board of directors, including one American stock exchange company. Michael's traveled extensively and can defend himself in 5 languages.
Okay, well, I'm the last speaker between you and the drinks, and thank you to Norwegian Embassy for hosting us, and thank you for all for being here until late afternoon. So this is a real vehicle that we sold a couple of years ago to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And you can go to the next slide. Oh, I can go next slide, can't I? All right. So the need is to create, we think, very affordable, long-duration observation and cargo vessels. So we are trying to create essentially the CubeSat of the ocean, so going from billion-dollar satellites to $100,000 satellites so that we can literally sell tens of thousands of vehicles. And likewise, trying to create a different way of doing cargo. So we've moved away from a traditional monohull to 2 different kinds of vessels, and I'll try and explain those. We're really an IP shop that has developed a lot of technology and is now creating products. So our mission is to develop affordable, easy to deploy, long duration, submerging vessels. Everything we make has to be able to submerge, which has a lot of advantages. Our wing sail is hollow. That's the only way we could go underwater. We are disruptively economical compared to anything else that we are aware of. We have a minimal signature, so we don't have an acoustic signature, we have no heat signature, we have no radar signature, and we have a see-through sail. So you get out 50 meters and you barely see us. We've done all the things wrong that a small company should do, which means we have 3 lines of business. One is the observation vessel, which we call Horus, after the ancient Egyptian god of the sky. And then we have a multi-hull cargo vessel we call Hermes, after that famous Greek wind god who is also the god of commerce. And then we're creating unique sensors because we found that there weren't a lot of low swaps, size, weight, and power sensors. So we have 3 lines of business. Crazy, right? We have 5 issued US patents. We have 5 US patents pending. We have patents pending in Australia and Europe to do some of the crazy things that we are doing. We've gotten 3 Small Business Innovation Research grants, and I'm going to, the 2 from the Department of Energy that I will end up with to talk about how we work with offshore renewable energy. This is just to show how stable our vehicle is. Now this vehicle is 32 kilos, so 70 pounds. So it's very easy to put in the water. And so it's very affordable, easy to put in the water. It's got lots of capabilities. And we were out in 31 knots of sustained winds, 35 knots of gusts, and we were sailing at 1.4 knots. Now that's NATO Sea State 6, and NATO had an RFI out, request for information, looking for a vessel that could sail in Sea State 4, that could survive Sea State 5, and here we were sailing in Sea State 6. We can work in very low wind because we're a very light vehicle. But we are very upright in the water column. We can work in very high seas. Why is submerging interesting? Because it'll allow us to hide from bad weather and bad actors, and with climate change, there's going to be a lot more problems. And I just read yesterday about a vessel that disappeared out in Asia. So there'll be more storms, more violent storms, and we need to figure out how to deal with that. So our vehicles will hide from bad actor and weather, but also to listen and monitor underwater. And that's one of the reasons we've gotten the funding from the Department of Energy. Our vehicles are perfect for combating IUU, finding submersible vessels and go fast. We have worked with a company called Applied Ocean Sciences. Our vehicle is essentially an edge computer. So we're trying to pick up data and turn it into actionable information. So we can reduce the amount of communication that's required. Everything is being processed on board. So we put a lot of processing power in a 32 kilo vehicle, including for acoustics. So you see an array, and over break, I'd be happy to tell you why what we are doing saves a huge amount of processing power. So this vehicle can do beam forming and classifying right on board. Nobody's ever been able to do that in a small vehicle like this before. This just shows how easy to put in the water. This is one of my guys and the captain of our vessel, literally putting it over the side of a rib. We don't need special handling. We don't need an A-frame. We don't need a big container to move it. We've made something that's highly movable. We say, Horus is easy to deploy, but it's almost impossible. Look at the lower left. It's almost possible to find. We put 3 GPSs on this. So if you want to go out and surveil something, this is a kind of vehicle that can help you to do that in a way it's hard to find. And we'll be able to go below water if they happen to find us as well. So these are my last 2 slides. I don't know why there's a line through it, but we received a DOE, Department of Energy, Phase 1 grant, and that was to design a vehicle, to take our base vehicle and make sure that we could go down to 30 meters and that we were going to put a magnetometer on it. And so we did all that work in the Phase 1. And then for the Phase 2, we realized that underwater, to understand what's going on for offshore renewable energy, whether it's wind energy or it's hydrokinetic energy, these will be creating electromagnetic field. And it's very expensive to go out, we all know that, with vessels. But with our vehicle, we can go out for months at a time. And so we're working with Pac Wave up in the Pacific Northwest in Oregon. They're a subcontractor for us. And we'll be putting this vessel out so that we can do like 6 months of baseline measurement of what's going on around the offshore renewable energy. And then as we realize that marine life reacts to magnetics, we all know that birds don't fly around with compasses, so they literally use magnetics from the earth to move somewhere. Likewise, underwater, certainly marine mammals use Earth's magnetics. Some use the E field, so the electric field, and some use both. And so what we're finding is that people aren't doing a good job of measuring that. And one of my concerns is 5 years from now, let's just say someone comes along and says, my gosh, there's all this electromagnetic field. That probably came from your device that you put in the water. But it probably was there before, because the Earth has electromagnetic field. But unless we do baseline testing, which is quite expensive to do, unless you do it over a long period of time, and then you know what you've got, you run that risk down the road. And then we're not doing hydrographic work the way the Drix is doing, which is a fabulous product, as far as I'm concerned. We're trying to do long-range passive acoustic monitoring and measurements, because we are a long-duration, slow vehicle. That means we have no flow noise over our acoustics. So we are now doing, we've just gotten 1.15 million to create a vehicle that can go down to 30 meters in the first year and then to 100 meters in the second year. And the reason to get down to 100 meters is to be below the thermocline. So this will be a very affordable vehicle. And yesterday I was talking with the Japanese professor who was here, and he said, my gosh, at that price, I could put them out every 5 kilometers, So people don't think about buying 1 or 2. They think about buying really fleets of these. We also are putting a mast stack on the top, which will have a color camera, GNSS, so GPS plus, and red over green lights, so we'll have navigational lights, and anemometer, which we don't need for knowing where we're going, but is very useful if you want to be a weather station. So all of our vehicles will have classifying above water with video and acoustics below water, and then they'll be able to communicate via satellite, cellular, and Wi-Fi. So anyway, we're trying hard to create very affordable vehicles. We look at our multi-hull vehicle, which I'm not going to talk about here, as the FedEx of the ocean. And this is my last slide. We were in a tank in June. There's a 2 million liter tank here, and we were submerging. Every other vehicle that submerges uses forward motion. We have a patent pending on how to go straight down and just float, which means we can listen really well. So our result is a unique, patented, multi-use, highly affordable vessel to listen, monitor, and classify above and below water. And we're looking for energy development firms, environmental engineering firms, and service providers. So any of you are interested, love to talk to you. Thanks.
Perfect. All right, thank you, Michael. Did I turn this off? Well, I guess I can come over here. Thank you very much, Michael. Subsea Sail, I've actually watched it submerge in actual salt water in the Gulf. So it's been there, done that. So it's a really cool technology. I'm going to open it up for questions. I'm hoping somebody has a good question here to ask these guys. Some of them traveled far. They've got, they're hoping to hear from you, so show some interest in what they've been talking about. All right.
I've got. You didn't show a picture. You said you had a cargo one you're working on. How big a cargo are you talking about? I mean, is it meant
The
to
question
carry
is, how big could the cargo be? I don't know if that's on or not. So how scalable is the cargo version of Subsea Sail?
So that vehicle with acoustic array, with processing, with a weather station is $100,000. You know, compared to $1 million and above on almost every other vehicle. I'm talking about the vehicle I just showed. Our Hermes vehicle, which is our multi-hull vehicle, this vehicle will go about 1/2 knot to 2.5 knots. Again, there's an advantage to going slow because it helps you with the acoustics. But with Hermes, it's a trimaran, and we have a patent pending. The problem with multi-hull vehicles is they flip, which is why people don't usually use them for cargo. But we have a patent pending on if it flips, then it will right itself underwater and come back and take off again. Remember, these are autonomous vehicles. So we have, again, 5 patents pending, several related to that vehicle. Specifically related to the size, we'll probably be doing between 50 and 500 pounds, which is perfect for humanitarian aid, inter-island delivery, remote island delivery, expeditionary force. But I've had a lot of examples. We consider this the FedEx, because people will tell me Fugro spent $250,000 delivering a small package to a vehicle that was out between Mexico and Hawaii. And we could send an autonomous vehicle out there with that package for them and save them, let's just say, a lot of money. So we're not quite sure what that's going to cost. This vehicle is TR level 8. The other vehicle is like TR level 5. But we've got the technology. We're just now beginning to scale that up.
Anyone else? All right, well, oh yeah, please, thank you. He doesn't have eyes in the back of his head.
Just a quick question to Egon. You mentioned marine minerals and your surveys. Can you also do simple samples? Because most of these modules are laying on the sea floor, or how do you do it? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, sure. The AUVs that we're deploying in the seabed mineral space, they're really there for exploration phase. So they'll fly up above the seabed and characterize the environment, the marine life. You can do that with the cameras, but the EM sensors and the transmitters are relevant there for exciting a field in the mineral deposits and then getting that back and understanding what kind of it's used for delineation of the mineral deposits there. In terms of samples, I mean that is the next step, because these companies want to understand where the minerals are and then go and sample them, and typically that's done with an ROV, certainly not an AUV. So that's one reason behind us acquiring that vessel, which is ROV capable, so we can do that. And we are working with partners who have the ROV and sampling coring capability, but don't have the AUV capability. So there's a combination of different ways we can address that. But you're right, the exploration phase involves both the surveying and the sampling.
Matt?
Okay. I have 8 seconds. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for presenting. I really appreciate it. I kind of start with a little bit of an anecdote here, just to kind of ask the question, I guess, is that one of our members, when I first went to ask them like what they were doing and like what their technology was, really got into the depths of the technology. And it was quite over my head. I'm not saying it's the same thing in this case, but what it kind of showed me is that, what is it that your technology can really do? I said, oh, okay. Thank you for helping us to refocus. So like say if you've got the Hubble satellite, or the Hubble telescope, it has all these wonderful technologies, but what does it allow you to do? Well, it allows us to see galaxies. And what does that allow you to do? Well, it allows us to measure this, and it kind of creates a sense of wonder and what these things actually lead in terms of real benefits, like throughout the value chain of benefits for people. So on the end side of that value chain is like, how is it making life better for people, right? So I kind of wanted to ask, how does it make life better for people? Like, how does the technology enable that, especially where it concerns the offshore renewable energy sector? And just the robots and sensors aspect leading towards, the ultimate benefits of, why is it serving humanity and BlueTech and sustainability. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of an abstract question, but that's the one I have.
Well, I'll have a crack at a very practical scenario relevant to what we've been talking about a lot today, which is the floating offshore wind in California. The depths there go from 300 meters to 1,300 meters. So unlike the East Coast, where it's very suitable for surface surveying, that environment is not suitable for surface surveying to collect the quality and resolution of data that you need. You really need to get the sensors down near the sea floor. And you're going to do that with an AUV. And you've got to have the depth rating of an AUV. It's got to have the endurance. And I'd also add there, it's one thing collecting the data, but you've got to then make sure that you process that data properly in a timely fashion which makes sense to the client and not ages later. And so the final data deliverable product is a huge part of providing that service as well.
Hey, if I could add an anecdote along those lines, because we didn't have an aerial company here to talk about aerial surveys. We didn't have an ROV company here, other than I could have talked about it, remotely operated vehicles, to talk about those bottom surveys. But once upon a time, I worked at Teledyne with that ragtag crew right there in the front center table, particularly Shannon. And we took an unmanned surface vessel with LiDAR on it and side scan, and a remotely operated vehicle with multi-beam sonar and cameras, and a Gavia AUV, and all these things were portable by 1 to 2 people. And we spent 9 days in a different country. And we surveyed all the riprap on the beach, all the waterways, all the way out to the center of the channel, the entire pier above and below the waterline, and then it was all stitched together into one giant image. And it wasn't perfect, but it was really cool because I don't think anybody had done it before. And Teledyne has a capability to do that because they offer all those technologies other than aerial vehicles, unless something happened last week I didn't hear about yet. But so that's what I see. I see a marriage of unmanned systems with the proper sensors working in synchrony. And it's been done in the past, but it really needs to be worked on and perfected and made real time. But just giving you that whole picture from the tip of the turbine blade all the way down to the bottom with something that's maybe has some supervisory controls. It doesn't have to have full autonomy. So anyways, that's my perspective on the future.
Just to tackle a little bit from our side, just take the DRIX for example, right? And the example that I showed of that wind farm survey. So there's definitely a couple of benefits to having a platform like that operating in a wind farm. One, you're reducing the number of humans you have to send out there in difficult conditions. You saw the sea states were like 2, 3. Not great, but just not necessary. Second, you're able to send these vehicles much closer than you could a manned vessel or a crewed vessel. They can go within 20 meters. It's a very stable platform, so the data quality that you get is extremely high quality, so it reduces post-processing. It's easy to deploy. So there's cost savings almost in every corner because it's really time in terms of deployment, in terms of operation, in terms of efficiency, and also in terms of on the back end when you have to actually deliver the data to the client, the data quality has to meet the standards. So the reason why I talked about the data quality is because that's a direct feedback that we got from our client, because the post-processing was reduced by a factor of 5, they said. So that's a huge saving. So it's safety, efficiency, cost savings, really. So that's just talking about the vehicle. On the sensor side, and I see there are some partners and clients who use some of our sensor technology. It's the reliability of the navigation system. It's durable. It's accurate. So those things matter when you're 6,000 meters below the water depth. It has to work. It has to survive. It has to live. and it has to give you the type of data quality that you need. So it's depending on the sensor or the platform, those are some of the real world benefits that eventually come out. Yeah.
So we're a sailing vessel, and there's nothing cleaner than sailing because you're using wind. If you use wind, whether it's on land or offshore, by the time it's transmitted and then it's turned into something, it's gone through a number of stages. And by the time it gets to, let's say, it becomes ammonia or hydrogen and goes on a vessel, it's not 100% efficient. I mean, there's a lot of efficiency lost along the way. It's not to say we shouldn't do that versus hydrocarbons, but there's nothing more efficient than directly using wind. So from my point of view, the advantage is we're going back to the age of wind, and we're using solar. So we're 100% energy sufficient right at that moment, no hydrocarbons involved. The second thing is by going underwater, we can look at things above water and below water, and we really need to understand the weather and what's going on in the water column and what's going on with the fish stocks, et cetera. And so having vehicles at an affordable price that can do both those things is, we think, very important for humanity. And the third thing is that we are trying to make this affordable enough so that every marine institute in the world can afford one. I think we've had a tendency to build the few and the exquisite, and our goal is to make the many, the agile, the affordable. So that's really what we're trying to do in order to allow people all across the world to be able to gather the information they need, whether it's weather or fisheries, et cetera.
Okay, any more questions? Are people getting thirsty? All right, well, listen, it's a great panel. And, Dave, always good. Shan, nice to meet you. Michael Jones. I counted 60 people while they were talking, so I'm pretty impressed. It's after 5 o'clock, and we have 60 people in here, so thank you so much for making our panel worthwhile. Appreciate it.